BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism to a technology-first world. Hosting over 250 virtual summits and webinars across its 17 niche business communities, with millions engaging with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars and hosting 20 plus virtual summits. $33 million page views on an average, 21 special issues in 2020 hit the stands, and multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months, BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to you, and thank you for joining us virtually today. My name is Khyati Kawa, and I'll be your host for today. I'm honored to kickstart the prestigious BW HR Excellence Summit and Awards, the flagship event of the BW people community at BW Business World, which is in its 6th year of recognizing and felicitating the ingenious HR strategy and HR leaders who've shaped their domain with their leadership, and this year through the pandemic and into the recovery phase of COVID-19. Launched 4 decades ago, BW Business World today is a fortnightly magazine that has come to be renowned among India's largest and most respected business magazines. BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, is the fastest growing business media house in India. With a thought leadership bent in the domain and network spanning across 15 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. We also curate and conduct close to 100 of our own IP events throughout the year in a focused attempt to keep our communities meaningfully engaged with each other and our rapidly growing consumer base across industries. Now, today's event marks the 6th edition of what has been a quest for the best kept secrets of the HR landscape and the guardians of India's finest people practices. Well, they say HR is the most fun yet challenging job to execute. It's satisfying and challenging at the same time. And today's event will be enlivened by a series of panel discussions that will inform us on the various topics that will cover organizations marching on to recovery, the new facets of HR leadership, technology based strategic plans, recruitment challenges, changing organizational order, and many more. Now, to begin today's proceedings, I would like to invite Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor in Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group, to say a few words. So while Dr. Anurag Batra comes on screen to welcome this August gathering, let me also inform all of you that you can join our online conversation using the hashtag BWHRExcellence. So do join us, and if you have any questions, go ahead and post it in the chat and comment box. Give us your key insights.
To this BW People HR Excellence Summit and Awards. Today's 31st March 2021. We're ending a financial year. Tomorrow we start a new year. So let's look at the learnings for the business leaders in the HR community in the last 1 year of Corona. The last 12 months have been truly unprecedented. There's a new normal or a new abnormal, whatever you want to call. And there are enough learnings for us as leaders and for HR leaders. I think for the first time, we all had, as leaders, we had to embrace our vulnerability. We had to say we don't know enough. We don't have visibility beyond a week or 10 days or 2 weeks, whether it was supply side or demand side, or it was people decisions. Second, we had to all do with less, and less is more as a maxim came true. Third is we had, as leaders, to say never. We don't know what's coming in the future. There are lots of unknowns. So we had to recognize that there are too many unknowns. Fourth, profits are always important, but people, planet, and purpose became more important. And last but not the least, the CEO became the Chief Hope Officer, the Chief Energy Officer. The CHRO became the Chief Hope and Resilience Officer. The CHRO is the new Chief Hope and Resilience Officer. So really, while there was so much negativity,
Thank you, Dr. Batra. And yes, I'm sure he meant that while there's so much negativity, HR is bringing positivity into organizations through its practices. Now, moving forward, delving into event today, we have a keynote address by Patnam Dwarkanath, the former chairman GlaxoSmithKline Consumer, who will talk on the topic of a very pertinent one. Work-life balance is now work-life integration. So let's welcome Mr. Patnam Dwarkanath.
Greetings to everyone. At the outset, I wish to thank Business World for providing this opportunity to address all of you on the eve of their HR Excellence Summit and Awards. At the outset, I would like to commend Business World for taking these initiatives, especially relating to people practices. I have been observing it. It is not that they've started now, but they have been doing it earlier. But during last 1 year, I think the activities have been quite consistently improved. And it is not only in the area of HR, but many other areas where my friends say, that they have been recognized and motivated. One of the fundamental principles, I have learned it in my 50 years corporate experience, is you need to give different folks, different strokes, and as a small pat on the back or an appreciation will go a long way to motivate, inspire, energize people to deliver much more than what they can deliver. So I start with in the introduction in this fashion for the simple reason that I have spent 50 years in corporate life. I've just retired, but I have not changed my name. I have not changed my profession, but the company with which I've been associated has changed its name in my long association of 41 years, 4 times. Ultimately, the name has changed again for the 5th time. What it means, we are in the world of uncertainties. Sometimes it is ambiguous, sometimes it's a volatile, but how we can survive, revive, and thrive is very important. So in this context, what HR has played is a role which is quite significant during last few decades. I started career 50 years back. We moved from the agriculture era to industrial era. From there, we moved to information era. Today, we move to digital era. So which makes us feel very comfortable, and it makes us to see that how HR is evolved significantly during the last 10 years is worth noting. Here, I would like to say the best testimony given by the CEOs in the recent times was this. Many people have said at different times that the people are the valuable asset, but most of the time we find that it is a more lip sympathy rather than actual appreciation. And HR also perhaps not played that sort of a role which they have played very recently. Especially one of the great examples where HR has demonstrated something worth noting is during the last 1 year when there's a pandemic. There is a change in the mindset, and it requires agility, it requires personal resilience, and HR has amply demonstrated to every business leaders and in coping up with this. How could they cope it up? It is digitization, technology adoption will all help you, and we could survive, and we have done it extremely well in our country. And I have to compliment all the industry leaders and the government and the regulators for making it happen. But it's more important, as Richard Dupree of P&G has said many years ago. He said, take away my factories, take away my warehouses, take away my brands, take away money, but leave my people. I will deliver another company in next 5 or 10 years. This was said by Richard Dupree, the president of Procter & Gamble, way back in 1947. I repeat, 1947. How true even today that statement holds good, that after 70 years still that holds good. And this pandemic is just one of the great examples to demonstrate how people can be a valuable asset. If they energize and motivate and inspire them, they can deliver much beyond their even the capabilities by adopting, taking personal resilience as one of the key attributes, and also deliver the outcomes. It is not only delivering what you deliver is important, but how you deliver is also important. This is something which it's very heartening, having spent a lot of time in the HR, that we have doing. So now let us see. I think as Peter Drucker said it, the best way to predict the future is to create it. And the second aspect, well, we have done very well. HR has done a key role in making people enhance their capabilities to meet the immediate requirements which you face. The business cycles have changed. The whole paradigm has shifted. If you see the Maslow theory of hierarchy of needs, one of the things which we have noticed was earlier, all of us were striving to get self-esteem needs or self-actualization needs. But in the recent times, when you said during the lockdown or thereafter, people were struggling for physiological needs like water or safety or shelter. Those have become more important. The needs have changed completely. There is what you call the paradoxical shift. So the change in the mindset is important, when you're making an organizational changes, which we never expected. If you see when we're talking about only the profits, now profits are important, but purpose is important. Similarly, we were believing in holy hierarchies, and a physical presence makes all the difference. Now we're moving to more networking. When you're doing in the remote working and a hybrid way of working, you do not have supervise and control and command the way we were doing it. Then there was a control. Unless you control, people will not deliver, has gone to more empowerment. And then there used to be always a risk aversion, now it's a risk mitigation. And also then there was only a planning, but now there is an experimentation. So what HR has played a role, very critical. How do you manage between the lives and livelihoods? At the same time, how do you manage the work-life balance through work-life integration? So here I would like to add, diversity and inclusion has also played an important role, especially the gender diversity. I think, while it's great that we have adopted, shown a lot of agility, shown a lot of resilience, and we switched over from the workplace. Earlier, everything used to happen at the workplace, mostly start with workplace, most of the things end at the workplace, except for the senior levels or some based on the business requirements or business models. But then the remote working was never considered as an important. When GSK, when 95, we said, flexible working and you can work from home, people were saying, what is this flexible working? People have not believed it. Later, you have seen some back offices and where there is no direct interaction with the consumers and customers, have been, in those cases, it has been considered, but not across. But this has forced us, this lockdown and the pandemic has forced us to differently. And then we were adopted to it within a short span of time. That is the greatness of India. If you give them motivation, if you energize them, you give that what I call the Pygmalion effect. You said that, you can do anything. There is no end to it. In a Pygmalion, George Bernard Shaw novel, he said he made a village girl as a beauty pageant. He can do it because he energized people and motivate, you can do it. That's what exactly happened. This couldn't have been done without the support of the leadership, without the support of understanding of the regulator. Still can't believe that there's important board meetings which were mandated to be physically done have been done as a chair of a company by me, which I can never believe this could have happened, but it all happened. Strategic decisions have been taken through all virtual conferences, done very systematically with the rigid processes, and we delivered results. So what is important, the first thing is that, if you can understand the people, if you can understand the culture, if you understand the ecosystem in which you operate, I think it's very important. When GSK taught us one acronym way back 25 years back, still holds good today. It's called PREST. I think you need to be aware. You need to have an outside in you as a HR people. It is not left to the marketing or the business. HR can play an important role. That means you need to understand the political policies which can impact people. For example, there is a prohibition in one state, which can have an impact on people. There's a regulatory constraints. There's some orders passed by Supreme Court. You can't have a liquor shop or a bar very close to a national highway can impact people, as an example. Then economical, we have seen demonetization or some other financial measures, and also ecological, which is where we are not focusing on this. It is going to impact on us, be it in terms of pollution, global climates can change, and all this. But who expected that this pandemic can create such a havoc and create? This is where. So the other one is the social aspects, the activism. They may be lost, but people may not accept it based on certain conventions and customs. So we need to appreciate it can have an impact on people, whether industry or or employers or employees or small scale or SMSCs and so on. Last but not the least, technology. Of course, technology has played an important role. For me, if any organization, be it in as a leader, you need to ensure that your people are make them to create that learning agility, learn, unlearn, relearn, and also the leaders have to learn what I call GSK parallels, develop self and others. Unless you develop yourself, you can't develop others. Then a leader, as Harvard Business Review said, a leader is one who can cope up with change. Ability to change at a short term. There is a difference between agility and speed. Speed you can rest, but agility is something adapting to the particular situation very quickly from a totally different ground. The business models have changed and the skills have changed. Earlier, who was giving, most of the companies were not focusing on employees' health. They were focusing more on physical health, but not on mental health. Now it's been extended to the family health. Some of the companies have taken. This has come from the experiences we face. Similarly, we face some problems in doing a remote working. People are addressing those issues. So there is a change, paradigm shift in the workplace. Like as I think Maslow theory, there's a paradigm shift in the type of work you do. I mean, it's what you were doing earlier, most of the things which can be done mechanically with the aid of an AI or machine learning or through any other modes is being eliminated. So you need to develop your skills and relearn and develop your skills to meet the future business requirements. And the kind of employees you will have will be different. There can't be any traditional way of doing it. There is a hybrid way of working, both in terms of work and flexible workings and remote working, and the kind of workers. You may have a gig workers, you have full-time workers, you may have a part-time workers. All these changes will happen. So there are three: workplace, a kind of work, the future of work, and the kind of workers. So this is what something, which HR will progressively and in a proactive fashion, if you address this with empathy. It doesn't mean that empathy doesn't mean you should not deliver. One of the things which have changed now is it is not just outcome, it is not just the effort-based reward, but it is also outcome-based reward. It is not what you deliver is important, but how you deliver is also important. These are some of the paradigm shift in the mindset of people. I'm not talking about the very core functional or technical skills. For any leader who is dealing with people, it's not just for the HR. HR has to play the role of facilitator and a navigator. So for HR, you have to embrace the art of tough love. What are my sort of a concluding statements? You need to embrace the art of tough love. That means you have to tough on issues, but soft on people. For example, how people have treated some of them very well during the pandemic or lockdown, be it their migrant workers or the full-time workers or part-time workers. That shows your culture. Culture plays an important role. The leadership. This is where HR has to set tone at the top. It's very easy to send messages. You put in a websites and all that, the value-based approach. But it is not just saying it, but how you deliver it, practice it, walk the talk. It has to start from the top, tone at the top. Walk the talk is important. And secondly, if you don't keep scoring, you're just practicing. It is not just putting value-based statements, which is important. How do you practice them and demonstrate to them others are important? And the other point which I want to say is you have the HR, especially should have the ability now outside in perspective. No longer is confined to employees alone. Need to have a 360-degree approach to the stakeholders management. Now people have started realizing, some of the CEOs when recently said how HR played a significant role during the lockdown and pandemic. After this pandemic, it's very heartening to learn. Though I have worked in HR for many years as the board member and the chair of a company, but I was very heartening to say that now people have realized we are, according to my view, HR is in the right position today than what it was many years ago. And they have a great future if you think not just about the past, current, but also about the future. And one of the quotes I would like to say from the Dave Aldrich is, in HR, we are in a unique position to impact our current financial performance and, more importantly, create capabilities that will grow our future value. This requires a strategic approach to value creation and deeper understanding of our stakeholders. So, ladies and gentlemen, the one of the fundamentals is that you can be a very strategic business partner, provided you enhance the capability, understand the business models, and train and develop your people accordingly, and also manage the stakeholders. Manage stakeholders is no longer just employees, but is your consumers, your shareholders, your joint venture partners, regulators, and many others, which was not, some of them have realized earlier, it's become important. Last but not the least, I think, if you want to survive, revive, and thrive, it's important that, as I said, the corporate governance and business ethics, this is where the culture of the organization, the way we live, the way we work, makes a difference. There is no point in telling for the sake of getting an awards or trying to show that is a great company. People judge by you not only by your financial performances, but also by the kind of people and leadership you have. Most of the scams which you have recently done, it is came because of the lack of proper governance. It's no longer a compliance error. It's much more a governance error. It is not what you deliver is important, but also how you deliver is important. So the whole it's a very dynamic process. And one of the things, very rightly Peter Drucker said, sometimes, the challenge we face is, it is not, the turbulence, during the times of turbulence, the great danger in times of turbulence is not the turbulence. It is to act with yesterday's logic. I think yesterday's logic would help us to take certain decisions, but it doesn't take you to a solution. So you need to develop, as I said, the best ways to predict the future, to create it. There's no one size fit all. It's a different strokes for different folks. So this is what it's a changing world. A leader is one who has to cope up with the change, and HR is in a very, very strategic positions. And now there is the trust. They have created the trust and the confidence on the business leaders that they can also add value. In order to do that, HR has to understand the business, understand the people, understand the culture, have an outside-in view, and have a 360-degree stakeholders management rather than complying only to the employees. Ultimately, there are four kinds of people: people who watch things happening, people who do not know what's happening, people to whom things happen, but distinguished minority are only those who makes things happen. I wish HR leaders would fall under the last category, to make things happen. In order to make things happen, you need to demonstrate the agility, learning agility, hunger to learn, make others learn, and thirdly, you need to be tough, but you need to be fair, what I call the art of tough love. The last but not the least, you need to develop the navigation skills, what I call you should be able to manage from a Mali to Malik. In other words, your ability to manage a doorman or a gardener to the chairman of the company, you should have the ability to manage. I have seen some of the leaders, they're not only HR leaders, business leaders, they had a great skills with people. When I say HR leaders, it doesn't mean only those who are qualified, titled as HR, whoever does the people practices, people processes. I think, those guys are able to manage right from an unskilled workman to up to the chairman of a company, or to even to other higher authorities. And one of the things is, if you can, as I said, if you can give this right motivation. The first job when I joined in DCM in 1971, I think my chairman was Dr. Charatram. He said to me at the time of my confirmation after 1 year, he said, Dwarkanath, I'm giving you a challenging assignment. You have to go to Lucknow, but if your luck starts now. He said it in 1972. After nearly 49 years, still I recall this, because these are some of the very inspirational words that needs to be required. So to conclude, have a great session, and thank you very much for your patient hearing. Wish you all the best. and please take care. Stay safe and well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Dwarkanath, for giving us your perspective. And definitely, I'm sure all of you have some key takeaways from his session. So go ahead and put it in the chat box for all our viewers to see what key highlights you found from this very insightful session. Moving on to the eminent panels we have today, I would like to introduce the first panel discussion for the day, moderated by Abhinav Trivedi, Managing Editor at BWTV and the digital ambit BW Business World. The panelists for this session includes Mr. Srinivas Ladwa, CHRO at Reliance Nippon, Simin Askari, the Vice President of Corporate HR and Business Excellence of DS Group, Jacob Peter, the CHRO of Sterling Holiday Resorts Limited, and Yuvraj Srivastava, the CHRO of Make My Trip. They all will be deliberating on the topic of HR teams leading organizations on the path to recovery. I welcome all of you, distinguished panelists and our moderator on this virtual platform. A very warm welcome to all of you. And Abhinav, I'd like you to take the proceedings forward.
Thank you, Khyati. Am I audible to everybody? Hi.
Yes.
I'm audible.
Yes,
okay.
Abhinav.
Okay. Hi, hello. Good morning to all the panelists. Now, human beings are social animal since the inception of humanity. In the early days, we had Senapati and Rajas commanding the Sena. Thank God we didn't have Manav Sansadhan Mantralaya back then. But today, even in the face of this pandemic, even in the face of humanity facing the most dexterous pandemics, we have shown resilience of coming back. And human resource professionals, some people in the organizations who understand people better, always lead the charts. So we have very eminent panel with us. I can't see everybody in the the speaker panel. So I would request people at the back end, if they can help us, see everybody. I'm not able to see everybody, all the panelists. Okay, now I am. Okay, fine. Welcome, Shini. Welcome, Simin. Welcome, everybody. So I'm able to see only the two of them here. Simin, I'll start with you. Good morning to you as well. How are the communications within the company? How are you leading your path and your employees' path to recovery? What are the letters? What are the content of the letters which you send your employees in this situation where work from home has become, I won't say the new normal or abnormal, because it has been done and dusted, this word now. But people are somewhat losing their patience because of the pandemic. People are also bored of working from home now. So what are the kind of letters? How do you keep them charged? How do you keep the mojo of your employees, high all the time? And also, of course, we'll come to the productivity part later, but first let's talk of the motivation.
Okay, so good morning to you, Abhinav, and rest of the panelists. It's really nice to start the day with an interesting discussion like this. Interesting question, Abhinav. How do we keep up the mojo and the motivation of employees during this period? I think it's been quite a while now that we have been at it ever since the pandemic hit us and the crisis kind of hit us hard. That's the time when we realized that a lot of us were really not equipped to handle a workforce which is working remotely. I mean, I can see other than me, everybody else is sitting at home on the panel as well, right? So I'm the only one working out of the office today. However, I mean, we've tried to bring back some normalcy into our people's lives. There is a bit of, flexibility of when you can come to the office and when you work at home. So, there is still some way that people are interacting with their colleagues on some of the days at least. So I think it's not as bad as if you were working, like my son, he's a lawyer, he's been working from home for the last 1 year, and he's just talking to a screen throughout the day. So that way, I think that their HR probably has a tougher task than I did. In our case also, I think initial bit, when we are a manufacturing and sales driven organization, so we are not used to a work from home kind of a situation. And in that case, to even make people understand what this whole concept is and how are you going to be motivated and productive at the same time without, really interacting with your colleagues through the day was a difficult challenge.
Sure.
I think the way we have managed it as by having constant communication. So we've had a number of very fun activities, which we now do constantly online. So it's a Monday motivation comes to you every Monday. Then you have a fun Friday. So, the start or end of the week is through some fun activity. We also have a lot of, engagement activities, which include having a virtual tea session, once a week, which we've mandated that, teams will be doing that, especially during the lockdown. It's not more so anymore because, as I said, they're still coming to office few days. So it's become a digital. Yeah.
Sure. So keeping the meetings consistent, keeping in touch with everybody, I think that is what your mantra has been. I'll come to Jacob and then, of course, Yuvraj, because they come from the sectors which were most heavily hit by the pandemic. So it'll be interesting to see what is the insight which they have to offer. I'll start with you, Jacob.
Good morning, everybody. And Simon, we have also been working from office for a long time. So technically, we've forgotten work from home. Hospitality, unlike others.
Jacob, I envy you. I envy you. I'm doing this from the confines of my home, and I hate it as a journalist. Trust me.
Grass is always green on the other side, Abhinav. But hospitality for us, we can't do it work from home. So effectively June, most of us came back into office. The challenge in some sense was figuring out how to work in office. We have Zoom meetings even in office. So we kind of, that's our hybrid, work from cubicles and Zoom while being in office. That's one thing. See, the good thing about this pandemic in some sense is brought a lot of clarity to all of us that survival is top. We need to make sure that we survive this. So a lot of, and what is happening in the rest of the industry was well aware for all the employees. So a lot of job losses, a lot of pay cuts, a lot of hospitality resorts, hotels shutting down effectively. So that kind of helped bring a lot of clarity. And we did a lot of communication around the state of the business with employees regularly. And they kind of surprisingly signed up without too much of convincing needed and did whatever that was needed to make sure. So our entire sales team started moving into collections so that the cash flow starts happening. So roles were changed. They had to do a lot of their selling virtually in the pandemic environment. So a lot of upskilling needed to be done. But communication was consistent without trying to talk down to people. I mean, we were also upfront in saying, we really don't know how this is going to play out. We're going to take it a step at a time and we'll see and we'll make sure you're kept abreast of what's happening. That's really what we tried to do as a philosophy.
Sure. Yuvraj, firstly, let me ask you, is the background behind you fake or real?
I'll tell you over the course of this session. I'll move some things around, you'll come to know.
Great. So let's move some things here. How has been the pandemic for you and how have you led the motivation mojo for your employees?
So I think, thanks Abhinav, and great to see Simon, Srinivas and Jacob. Morning everyone. I think Abhinav, thanks for starting this with a huge energetic tone. And I was listening to Dwarka before this, and I think that Dwarka is a great friend, philosopher and guide for that matter. Many things what he said, I could resonate, Clearly, I think Abhinav last 1 year or so had been a reality hitting the road, and people really being transparent and open with the workforce. No more sugarcoating things. Let the reality be really told to people and see how people really decide their own destiny and how do they really want to operate. So I think that was one big takeaway from this whole process of 11 to 12 months. Second realization clearly was that we many a times undermine our own workforce and we look at them with a huge amount of cynicism, right? You never know. You throw a question or a challenge, the type of response, the way people rally around the organization can be really, really surprising in case you really have huge amount of trust from the people you work with. So I think these are couple of things which really struck to me. And I also felt that if you look at HR, how HR had been leading the whole agenda, I think it had never been such in the history of my 20-25 years of work experience that HR had to be on the forefront of so many things, right from deciding on how people will be deployed, right from up to deciding that what should really be communicated, how things really need to be changed. Everything had to really be decided and discussed and done by the HR professionals. So we have come out of this whole thing a lot wiser. We have tested many of the principles and policies of human resources. And I personally believe that many of those principles and policies, I'm going to really pack them in the bag and keep it aside and start looking at things very differently and look at how businesses are supposed to enable rather than really throwing the rule book to the people that how HR and how the organization should really work. And why I say this is because, finally, when we had to really right size 450 people in the organization,
yes, I was coming to that.
We clearly realized that values of the organization comes to the fore at this point of time. What values you hold in the organization, this is the real testing time. And we as an organization have values of care and creativity and curiosity. I personally spoke to all the guys who had finished 10 years plus in the organization, personally 30 minutes to tell them that this is how the situation is working out. And and we need to accept these decisions of the organization because it is in the interest of the larger population within the organization. So I think that the values came to the fore. Values got really tested in all the organizations who had very strong values, and they demonstrated their values in action with the help of their leadership. I think they are going to come out far stronger in terms of their resilience, in terms of their credibility, in terms of their brand post-pandemic, as compared to those who had not been really following these basic principles and had been saying something else and doing something else for that matter. That's the opening remark from me.
Sure. Srinivas, opening remarks from you. How has been your experience? Hi.
So thank you, Abhinav. Thank you for the time and this opportunity. I think when the COVID pandemic issue came up, we had three major challenges in front of us as an HR team. One was we sell a financial service product, which is basically a piece of contract, and that is not something like a soap or some instrument or a product which you can feel. So we are basically looking at a process paradigm shift where an insurance product which was sold in a face-to-face kind of a process, how do we enable the business to sell this digitally?
Okay.
So that was one big challenge. The second part of the challenge was the governance cadence. So what do I mean by governance cadence is a large part of our workforce is distributed. So we are a retail organization. We have 700 locations. A lot of the governance depended on travel. The second part of our challenge in terms of HR support was how do you essentially help the transition of this governance from a travel dependent model to a completely digital model? And how do you make the organization comfortable with that? And of course, the third part really was about, how do you continue to engage, connect with the larger workforce, continue the communication, ensure that the messaging in the organization, the motivation levels in the organization are running high. And those three areas were where we actually played a critical role.
How do you do that?
So let's look at the governance. We were able to create a structure, a digital structure. Now you can call it an analytical framework, a digital framework, being able to bring together data, documents, and a tooling. So, how do you actually connect the last person in the mile, in the workforce through a digital model? So we built a digital platform. This was, of course, a part of our larger digital transformation journey. But we had a digital platform created where a person could use that digital platform on his or her phone to be able to talk to the customer, be able to book the business on the mobile phone, log in that business in the internal systems.
Okay.
We had a tool, the same tool, which you could provide data analytics to the last employee in the field on what was his sales target, what was his level of achievement, what is the persistency, what were the key initiatives that were being run in the field so that they could help and support the frontline sales executive, the customer service executive to achieve their objectives. Our philosophy really ran from a principle that, in such dramatic times or such challenging times, the biggest comfort comes in if you're able to ensure their livelihood. And the guests, they are comfortable and they know their livelihood is safe as long as business is getting generated. Right? So our biggest challenge was to provide that comfort and enable that. Of course, we did not fire people. All of that was there, but it was essentially about being able to provide the tools, the means to run the governance, to enable the sales processes, to enable the customer service processes, and of course, continue communicating and connecting. So creating a digital platform was one big piece. And of course, we did a lot of messaging, both on the platform, a lot of leadership communication, a lot of initiatives, restructuring the R&R to be able to align with the larger agenda on this piece.
Restructuring, technology, and of course, communication. That is what we have learned so far. Now, we have panelists from a range of sectors. We have BFSI on board, we have travel and tourism on board, and of course, we have food and beverages on board. Now, what we would want to understand, HR, and please do not take this personally, my fellow panelists, HRs are personally the most hated people in any organizations. You do a random survey, nobody likes the HR. Okay, they think that their job is confined to announcing mehndis, announcing function in the organization, and hiring and firing people. Now, essentially, I do not, of course, opine that view. HR is one of the most difficult jobs in any organization. You have to deal with people and their negative and positive emotions. Now, a hand raise, I'm sure some of you would have to fire people. And the firing spree might have increased depending on the sector and the company you come from in the last 12 months. Now, personally, how did you deal with it? What did you tell your employees, and also make sure that he or she finds another job? Or maybe if you're retaining somebody, slashing their salaries, what was the communication? I mean, is it all that, okay, times are bad, sab theek ho jayega, sab acha hoga, all those jazzy talks, or was there some more involvement? I mean, how did it fare out? I'll start with Simin first, please.
So, Abhinav, clearly you've not been in my organization. I do not echo your views on HR.
Sure.
Yes, hate is a very, very strong word, okay?
No. I personally do not opine that view. I'm just saying if you conduct a random survey.
Right. Okay, so two things. One, we did not fire anybody.
Okay.
Despite the fact that our businesses took a hit. We are a diversified organization, including hospitality is one of the businesses we have. We took a major hit in some of the businesses, but we did not fire a single person. Whatever firing has ever happened has been due to non-performance or low performance. So there, the job of HR is obviously not as hard because you're actually deliberating on the performance. When it came to taking certain voluntary salary cuts, that was also from the expected from employees who are at a higher up in the hierarchy. So we did not let this impact any of our junior staff. And even for the seniors, I think the way we communicated the business scenarios very clearly as to what the situation is as of date, people voluntarily came and said that we are going to take even higher cuts than we were proposing.
Okay.
So it was, I think, a very, very pleasant, I would think, experience because the entire DS group was one at this given point in time. And we were a resilient lot, so much so that we actually reverted the salary cuts within the first 6 months, and then for the rest of the people in the next 9 months. So everything's back to normal now. So I think it's been more to do with the way we communicated, more to do with the openness and transparency, and the very fact that we all came together as a group to make sure that our businesses thrive.
Sure. Now, Jacob and Yuvraj, revenue for your sectors for the first 4 months was practically zero when the pandemic started. And that creates another level of frustration amongst the key management and the employees. And there was a lot of firing within the travel and tourism sector. Yuvraj, I'll come to you first. How did you deal with this personally and, of course, with the people you had to interact with?
So it's a great question and very honest and straight question, Abhinav. I think that, first thing what everybody needs to realize is that organization, if it's a commercial organization, it's a commercial organization. business comes first, and business is supposed to be taking care of varied number of stakeholders, right?
Sure.
Employees are one part of it, and it's important for you to take care of everyone. If you have an employee workforce of 3,000, and if you feel that there is a strategic decision to shut down some business which you have been funding for some time, but has not been able to give revenue to you, right?
Sure.
So it's not that overnight you basically take a call. It's basically such incidents basically at times accentuate your decision making and basically expedites the process of such messaging. And it's not that people who would ever be impacted in any organization would not really be having an inkling of it. People will have an inkling of it. People will be aware of these realities, right?
Sure.
Other thing is, when you also take this decision, Abhinav, on the face of it, it will look as if so many people have been fired, but it's not always that. There are many things taken into account. There are 30 to 40% people out of that workforce who would be perhaps low performers, who would be really, there'll be 20 to 30% people who would be really given offers which would be very, very lucrative in terms of how they will really take care of their next 6 to 12 months sort of a stuff. So I think it is a question of taking things with a care, being very sensitive about individual requirements and telling people how the reality is, right? It's a question of bunkering majority of your workforce and ensuring that you take care of some of the stuff which is not getting carried away for a very, very long period, right? That's how it really works. In our case, if I have to talk about that, you do this process and we gave everything possible to ensure that next 5 to 6 months are comfortable to people, right? We handed over their existing laptop, we handed over them their insurance policies with the family cover for next 1 year. We gave them generous severances and all that stuff. And a good part was that we also got around 50% of people who got right-sized either back into the organization when things started working well, or we got them also outplaced in different organizations. I think around 25 to 30% workforce which got right size when they were contacted to come back in a different role, maybe 2-3 quarters down the line, people had got an option better than what they were doing in the organization, right? So I think many a times it works for everyone. And it is the way you communicate, the way it gets projected. I don't think any organization really calls 200 people and says, okay, fine, tomorrow onwards you will not come. Otherwise, organizations will not sustain. These are institutionalized processes, and that's very important for everybody to appreciate that HR is supposed to be institutionalizing the processes and driving the culture, not only in the current, but also ensure that rip-off or rub-off does not really affect culture at a later point of time. So I think that's how I'll say. And I think if I mentioned that, I personally realized there were 30 to 35 employees who had finished more than 10 years of work. I personally, in one day, spoke to everybody for half an hour. It was not that communication had happened to the hiring managers. I understood their concerns. I understood how can we really handle them. I have been in touch with them even later on. And all of them turned out to be the great ambassadors of the organization. And today, if you look at all these people have been ambassadors, all of them are still in touch with us. And many of them have got back into the system through one or the other channel to really sustain their earnings for that matter. So I think that's how we had done it. It was a tough decision.
It's a tough and a very sensitive.
It was a very, very emotionally draining, reason, emotionally draining work for all of us. But that's what the tough love is. That's where you are professional. You are not running your own organization. You are running organization. You are supporting organization on which there are thousands and thousands of families are dependent. How do you really balance is the beauty of the game. And the HR professionals, while they may be hated or loved, I don't think that's more important. More important is that they deliver aligning with the organizational objective far, far more than any other function and any other leader. I can really say that. The first day an HR professional gets into organization, he gets aligned with the values and the cultures of the organization. You will never find HR professionals cynical. You will never find HR professional being, critical about the organization. They would always be aligning with the overall philosophy of the organization. And that's what differentiates HR, effective HR and non-effective HR in different organizations.
Correct. And Yuvraj, taking from your definition, I appreciate the honest response. And an effective HR has to think like an owner in times like these. So I'll come to you, Jacob. Your sector, of course, your and Yuvraj sector is the same. Did you also go through these? It's a very strenuous job in these times,
Yes, let me just clarify a little bit about Sterling. So we have two parts of our business. One is we run resorts, which essentially is running like any other hotel. So that literally collapsed. But we also have a membership business where people buy 25-year membership to travel to our resorts. So what happened for us is that there was, when the pandemic hit, we immediately moved our focus on to collecting money. There were outstanding dues from members, there were annual membership fees. So while revenue collapsed, we were able to sustain a steady stream of cash coming into the business, which kind of gave us a little more leeway in terms of figuring out how to run and sustain the business. Then we took a hard call at what parts of our business, which resorts are definitely not sustainable in the immediate and long term. And then from there, we took necessary people actions. And yes, like Yuvraj said, we also had to lay off a lot of people, where it was clearly apparent that it's not sustainable in the immediate to longer term future. Now we've seen that signs of a potential second wave and how that's going to impact the domestic travel industry. So we took a long, hard look at it long and hard, and then took certain calls. We tried to be fair. The judgment of that history will tell us whether we were actually able to execute on that. But we took those tough calls because literally we didn't have much of a choice. Like you said, in a zero revenue situation, we didn't really have that much of leeway to play. But what we also did at the same time is you don't want to discourage the people who are left behind in terms of what's going to happen to them, and they're constantly worrying about the neck on the guillotine in some sense. So we announced a roadmap saying by this month we will be back to normal, and we'll be back to everything as normal as possible before. And we constantly kept communicating our track record in terms of how we are reaching there. And for a lot of parts of our business and for levels of the business, 2 to 3 months ahead of schedule, we are able to revert back to normalcy, and in some cases even hire back people. So the learning is in terms of having the courage to take those calls, but also committing to a timeline and to a horizon where you can tell employees this is the roadmap and this is how we're going to execute on it.
In fact, just wanted to add one thing, Abhinav. A very interesting thing happened for all of us with us. We are a listed company, right? In the month of April 2020, our stocks came down 50% lower. We were around 32, it came down to $15 to $16 sort of a thing. And that's a time when we had to give variable of 19, 20 to people. What we said that instead of giving cash, because we need to conserve cash, we gave them stocks. We gave them stocks at the price of April, which was around $15 to $16.
You gave them ESOPs or stocks?
Stocks. Zero value stocks, I mean 100% value to the stock. It's not ESOP, it's a stock unit. In April, we gave it to $15 to $16, and we said that as an exception, you will be able to really exercise this before the end of the year. And can you believe somebody who had to get 100 rupees and was given 100 rupees share, and before the year end, that 100 rupees had become almost double. So the value of the stock went from 15 to 30, 32. So we conserved the cash. We also ensured that there is the same financial
value enhancement for the employees.
They got the benefit because of the stock. So that's where the HR comes in terms of balancing cash for the organization and also taking the interests of the employees or the workforce in mind, and balance it well so that nobody gets adversely impacted.
Sure. Companies like yours had to be really innovative, Yuvraj, in times like these. But travel and tourism was the worst affected sectors. And we remember we were doing stories early in July, August, and maybe April, March, when pandemic had just started and nobody knew what the future looks like. I mean, especially for the travel and tourism, it was completely bleak. Srinivas, let me come to you. BFSI brands always benefit from any pandemic except if the pandemic is financial, like the 2008. So how did your, in particular, how did you deal with the past 12 months Did you have to fire as many people as much as Jacob and Yuvraj had to deal with? I mean, I'm sure the varieties would have been different, but how did you personally deal with the last 12 months in terms of hiring, firing, and of course, your mental health?
So
we call it right sizing, Abhinav. you are an editor and you are making a news of firing and hiring. It's a right sizing. You know, that's the right terminology.
So
we are all doing our jobs, Yuvraj. Thank you so much.
So Abhinav, broad statement: we fired nobody, and in fact, we hired a lot more. It created an opportunity for us to hire more. Of course, we built some unique employment models which allowed us to tap opportunities of a lot of unemployment that was actually coming through because of the COVID. So if I were to summarize it, March, April last year, I had to go to the NRC, the Remuneration Committee, and the board. Essentially, we took a very long-term view to this. We had our punt was that this could be converted into an opportunity at some point of time. We were technologically well positioned to tap into this opportunity. We told the board, we will not cut anybody's salaries. We will not fire anybody. And we will pay the previous year's bonuses. Of course, we will hold the salary increases for the next year till we find certainty on how this pandemic pans out and how our business pans out subsequently.
Sure.
This message, and of course, we had a plan to this. Our whole approach or the philosophy on this was, as long as our people are enabled to do business or are unable to meet customers, service their needs, identify new financial product requirements, a lot of uncertainty, a lot of debts, people wanted to feel safe. And this was a period when financial products like life insurance became quite critical. Now that was our punt. To report, I think the punt played out well. We never fired anybody. We did not cut any wages. And we grew this year versus the last year. And we'll, of course, report our financials very soon. And we were able to communicate to the organization that as long as we are able to maintain business continuity, the employment remains safe. And we will continue on our long-term path. Sure. So, of course, there were some parts of the business that were not doing well, some pockets that were not doing well, and we had to hold and communicate, engage with them constantly. It wasn't about just talking about saying, "Okay, are you feeling well?" But the conversation from HR was also, what is preventing us as a team member out there in that far off location from connecting to a customer? Sure. And trying to solve those problems. Because if we solve those, then the employee was able to perform his duties and generate revenue.
Sure. Thank you, Srinivas. Semin, let's reframe this question to the future now, and specifically pertaining to your sector, because like you rightly said, for your sector particularly, work from home is not very compatible, if I use, for the lack of better word, you may correct me if I'm wrong. Where do you see the future going from here? Do you see how should the HR organizations, if I use Yuvraj's terminology, right-size themselves, not only in terms of human resources, but also right application of technology, right application of attitude? Where do you see things going from here as we recover from the pandemic, not only from a human resources eye, but also from the eyes of the shareholders?
So, Abhinav, HR has always been a strategic partner to the business, and if there was ever a doubt on this pandemic has proved everybody wrong. We have actually taken the bull by its horn, and we have actually delivered by aligning everything towards the business objectives. One of the things that we need to do for future as well, as in the HR professionals, is to ensure that all our policies and all our structures, everything is aligned to the ultimate goals. So coming back to your question as to in the future, what is it going to be, especially in our sector where work from home is probably not a very, a large possibility for a very long time. However, we have realized that, when we've looked at our structures, we have realigned them. We have made, certain roles redundant, and we've created newer roles. So that has kind of helped us in terms of assessing which of the roles can still be made a little bit more flexible and people can continue working from home. As a result, what will happen is in the future, we will even be able to figure out where is the cost optimization that can happen because of this planning. You know, when you're changing the roles, obviously the comp structures and everything will change accordingly. So there will be a certain bit of cost optimization that will start happening. For us, a lot of emphasis has been given on digital transformation of the processes. So a lot of things which were earlier probably manual have suddenly become a lot more on the digital platforms. And I think that has brought in a lot more efficiency in the organization. So that is one big difference that organization like mine would probably have, like what Srinivas was saying about having handheld devices for sales staff. This we've been doing for a while now. But what we've added on to this is now introduced AI applications which are improving productivity of people, where we are giving nudges. I mean, it's a application where it's based on the principle of nudge. And so, you know, we've brought in efficiencies there. We've brought in a lot more collaboration tools within the organization. As a result, a lot of things which were done in person, for example, meetings or interviews or even team tasks which were done physically, we are now doing everything on a virtual platform. So those things have started changing.
A right mix of personal meetings and virtual is what you're suggesting, right, Sunil?
Yes.
Okay. Jacob?
Going into the future, one of the things, the benefits again for the pandemic for us is it brought a lot of clarity towards every part of the business, is what parts of the business essentially can make money going into the future. So we shed in some sense a lot of fat, and fat I mean not just people, but in terms of processes, in terms of contracts that we entered into. We were, for example, able to launch a new product, which typically would have taken us a couple of years in about less than 2 months' time. So there is a lot of clarity in the business and what the business needs to deliver. The big ask in terms of HR going forward is to develop multi-skill in terms of employees, to be able to perform different roles and be fungible as a resource that can be moved around, especially in a hospitality kind of scenario. And that's a big ask for HR to deliver. To be able to kind of move resources who are not locked into one department or function, and to be able to move that resource across in a hotel operation into something where the current guest need is, will be something that HR needs to focus a lot more on. The second big thing is, I think as an industry, we're going to struggle in terms of attracting talent, because everybody knows hospitality is suffered. So we'll have to look at newer models of attracting talent, and we're collaborating in a lot of ways with the skill development missions of state governments into bringing in talent, training them over 6 to 8 months, and in the ways that we want them to be trained, and getting them into the business. So you'll have to look at innovative ways to kind of bridge the talent gap, because that's going to be another critical element for us.
Bridging the talent gap. Yuvraj?
So I think, Abhinav, a few things. One, clearly, we need to ensure that culture of mutual trust between the managers and the workforce grows better. Why I'm saying this is because, now it's a hybrid workplace to a great extent, right? Earlier also, there'll be 70% people productive, 30% people will be whiling away time in every industry, everywhere, right? I think that how do you really bring in that sort of a trust between manager and the teams, that yes, while people are at home, they are still working. How do you help people really devise right and interesting ways of really ensuring productivity is still being getting delivered? That would be the first thing to really look at. Second, very, very close hawk eye on the cost. And when I'm saying cost, it means that when you are growing as an organization, many a times you don't hesitate in terms of adding manpower, adding people, adding processes, right? I think it's nothing wrong. I think that is how many a times things come to this as a solution in a growing organization. But such incidents basically tells you that, hold on, next 1 year, 2 year, you need to be far more careful, because reducing numbers are always painful. So be very, very prudent. Ensure that one person is delivering 120% of the productivity, so that the person remains engaged, and also you're not adding cost. That is the second thing what should clearly be a focus. Third, definitely building on the brand as an employer for a tech and product company and a travel company. How do you really go back and tell people, hey, it's a great place to really work? And I don't think that one needs to really get too worried about things. Anything which goes up comes down. Similarly, something which goes down also needs to come up. So this is how one needs to really look at. So I think that will be the third aspect of really focus for the next 4 quarters or 6 quarters.
Sure.
Abhinav, if I may, just want to add a couple of points here.
Yes, Jacob, we're running short on time, but please.
Just quickly, I think for the hospitality, there's going to be a lot of stop and go for the next few months, a year. There'll be a sudden wave and a rise. So getting the flexibility within the organization to kind of work around that stop and go will be an important element. And the third thing, which I kind of recognize is happening, is a lot of us have started operating 2 levels below in terms of where we are supposed to operate, because it's immediate what we need to do today. And getting that mindset back to operating at our levels and looking forward into the future and imagining that is going to be another switch on, switch off button that we'll have to activate across the organization.
You can think of an analogy for that, Jacob, in the meanwhile. Yes, Srinivas, please. Closing remarks from you.
Yeah, sorry. So 3 things in my mind. We actually ran a vision workshop in the midst of all of this. 3 priorities: productivity, digital innovation, and agility. Third, process and controls. We are a regulated entity. And given the change in the way we are working now, the processes around controls, risk, compliance, those need to be revamped from an HR perspective as well, to make sure that we do not end up on the wrong side from compliance. Productivity, very important. We don't see or meet people anymore. So how do you manage productivity? What kind of analytics is available to ensure that right from what nudge to give to the sales field staff guy, what kind of call scripts should be used by the customer calling executive? How do we performance manage the organization through this agile and constantly changing environment is one big ask from HR as we go along.
Sure. So HRs have a long and ardent task, but of course, a good one lying ahead of themselves. If we sum up the conversations, then what I gather from my miniature understanding of the subjects is that the HRs coming forward need to motivate like Sandra Bullock of The Blind Side, think like George Clooney of Up in the Air, and act like Jake Black of Avatar. And my HR colleagues, of course, can enlighten me on that. Thank you so much on that note, Simin, Jacob, Srinivas, and of course, Yuvraj. This was a very insightful session. Thank you so much. I learned a lot. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Over to you, Kat.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, panelists.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you,
Jacob. Thanks,
panelists, for your time and sharing your insights here. And thank you, Abhinav, for keeping the engagement really energetic and crisp. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have taken away some key insights from the panel discussion, don't shy away from sharing it with all our peers through the chat box or the comment box on whichever platform that you're watching us on. Our second panel for the day is going to talk about the role of leadership in building strong middle managers. The panel will be moderated by Sugandh Behel, Senior Correspondent, BW People and BW Business World. The panelists for this session, we have with us Renu Bora, the CHRO of Schenker India Private Limited, Dr. Deepak Deshpande, CHRO and Senior Vice President at NTT NetMagic, and Prem Thomas, the CHRO of Blue Dart Aviation. A very warm welcome to all of you. So I'm going to just quickly check if Renu Bora is on the virtual platform already. Request you to please switch on your camera and mic. So then I guess you can start and Renu will join in. Yeah, over to you.
Okay, thank you. So, hello everyone. Thank you for joining us. And I hope you must be enjoying the session which are already taking place, the Power Pack sessions. And I'm really glad to have you on board and begin this session. So, just a small backdrop of what the topic talks about. So, I would say the art of managing and running the workforce is always relied on middle managers, and hence we claim them as innovators. But why is the need to talk about them while discussing about top line growth is a question for everyone. In my sense, I would say that it's because at the end, it's the hard work of middle managers, only which can make or break an organization's growth strategy. Senior executives, they're bound to come up with exquisite strategies for an organization's growth. But if people who design, who talk, who curate, are the ones overseeing operations don't foster innovation in their respective realms, none of the brilliance, I think, will make a bit of difference. And I believe everyone here might agree with me. Here I come on to my first question of the discussion. How has the middle managerial role in terms of organizational agility changed during pandemic and during the recovery phase? We can begin with the Prem sir, and I would really like to have your analysis as to what is your thought upon the same.
Okay, so to start, our organization, we had to come into work because that's the nature of our work. Blue Dart Aviation is a cargo carrier, and we carried all sorts of things from China, the medicine, everything. We had to be at the spot. Now, it did create some initial issues because the families were not happy about employees because of hype about the situation. But we managed to get over this, and basically it was all they came back and told their families that look, very, very good because we made sure that all the sanitization, everything was done. But we did have issues. We had problems with people not knowing whether it's the right thing. How do we manage our people down the line? So we had to spend time with our middle management because they were the guys stressed out, looking at the job at the shop floor. And they had to be in, and invariably they had to get maybe 2 shifts at a time, at least the start of the second shift before they. So these things were, but luckily for us, we had started a succession plan for our middle managers about this time. This was actually started at the end of 2019, but we had scheduled it to continue to 2020. And this introduction of the series of modules related to the succession plan came in very handy for us because they took off from that. They learned from that and practiced a lot of things which they were not exposed to earlier. And we found that a great, great benefit. For instance, one of the things that we did in HR was at the peak of the pandemic, we got in touch with every one of our employees. Asking them about the families, asking about their health, asking about issues that they would have, whether we could be of any help. Now, the middle managers took on this role soon after that, and that gave them a tremendous ability to build the team even further, to bring the teams together, and I think that stood them in very good stead. So, a lot of small, innovative things that we came up with was really effective. And I think today they feel much stronger as managers, and I think they learned it on the job. They learned it by themselves. And it's great they've done.
So, I mean, I would say that you believe that it's better that, if a responsibility is actually levied on them, not in terms of training them first, but then if it is given on them in a practical phase, they would learn it in a much better way.
Yeah, they could apply that training immediately. Whatever was, you talk about empathy, you talk about, being on the shop or being hands-on, everything they had to do. So that was a tremendous, we were lucky in that sense.
Yeah, I mean, I would say pandemic has given a room for everyone to be pro and to be spontaneous.
That's
So
right.
lot many actions, lot many steps had to be taken spontaneously, which weren't planned.
That's right.
So first time I would say, and we've seen that something which has been so unplanned for the industries across has come out so well in different arenas across industries.
Very true, very true. Yeah, and in fact, we didn't have to lay off people. We went ahead with our bonuses and our increments. So,
Great.
So it was great.
And I believe the employees must be very happy also and very contented also with
Very
the
happy.
steps.
Yeah. Our survey on employees to be a very good one last year.
Great. Okay. Welcome, Renu ma'am, on board. Great to have you. I come on to my next question now. How can leaders, according to you, help elevate middle managerial burnout in a work from home module or a hybrid situation where human contact is varied? It's difficult. If you think of it, it's difficult. But then how do you think that the change has been elevated?
You're talking to me or?
I'm talking to Renu ma'am.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So thank you, first of all, Business World, for inviting, and I'm so happy to be in this panel of people whom I know and I've been meeting them.
Great.
Yeah. So to your question, I think your question is not a straight, not a difficult question. It doesn't have a straight answer. Over the years, how have we been promoting managers, all these years? So if you are a very good individual contributor, you are a professional, you have individual competence, you have functional competence, you become, over the years, you become manager. I think in the pandemic situation, it was so unprecedented and it was a crisis for all of us. We realized that managerial acumen is quite different from being an individual contributor. So therein, we found that, the senior leadership were maybe seeing something, they had a sense of urgency, they were passing it down to the middle management for getting things done on tactical plane. And the middle managers had to rely on the frontliners. Frontliners were at times not available, or available, but they may be lacking skill because we were now working in a different environment, facing different kind of complexities. For example, in Shankar, India, we had warehouses who were being closed because of lockdown, and we had to make them open through the legal machinery and other things. So managers who had never dealt with authorities were now dealing with them to make the business open, B, talking to customers, and C, ensuring that the production goes on. At this juncture, middle managers had the buck was stopping at their end. They could not pass it on down, because if the team below them was not available, was not productive or efficient, the buck was stopping at their end, and this put them under a lot of pressure. And so what did the senior leadership do? I can only talk about my organization and my experience. We heard from people at a very junior level that the middle managers were being just task oriented to them. They were being unempathetic because work was so important. We also found in the first 3 or 4 months a series of requests for putting the other team or the team under them under performance improvement plan, because suddenly they found that this team is not competent. And we could understand that it is not performance improvement plan, but it is they are not able to pass on the sense of urgency to the junior team member, and it is difficult, it's challenging in itself to have the shared goals and walk the talk. We ran a program called Good to Great in the organization. We started somewhere in September month. We covered 102 managers. Anyone who had a team of 5 people, we covered them. And we just said that you work with your team on some practices on how to build a good connect with them. Because I think relationship plays a very important role in getting work done. You can't be just task oriented. You have to be people oriented. So, they were working on some practices around their team on connectedness. It's such an important element for resilience. We know that, if I have to enhance my resilience, obviously I need to have a bigger perspective. I need to have a farmer's perspective. A farmer does not know tomorrow it will rain or not, or maybe in the next 3 months there won't be any rains and there'll be huge drought. But we have been brought up in a salaried environment by our parents. Maybe before that, the last 2 generations have been brought in an urban setup where you have water flowing, where you have electricity and everything. So resilience has a very different meaning. That suddenly everything is not there, which we are so used to. So having that perspective, a broader outlook, a positive outlook, that was also done. At the same time with their team, they were doing something called, inspiring. We said that do some practice which would, inspire your team together. And we worked on this particular program for a period of 4 months. And recently we had this Great Place to Work survey in the organization, and we have been certified. So I'm not saying that that event is so important. Yes, it's an event of pride, but it is lot to link with how do we make the middle managers more competent as managers and more resilient as individuals.
One, you said a very great point is that there has been a void. And sir said rightly when I was having a word with Prem sir also, because before, immediately whatever they've been mentored with, whatever they've learned, they had to imply it immediately in such situation, and it has been carried out pretty well. And same is what you said, that we had to fill a void, and it has been a different right for the managers, for the middle managers, to take a role of leadership, I would say, in this arena, to be specific.
Yeah.
And what is your thought on this, Deepak sir? Fighting the pandemic has indeed been challenging, and keeping up with the HR tech. So middle managers' role progressively have become harder. As a leader, do you think that middle managers should stay afloat in order to stay relevant and should evolve themselves?
Thank you. Sugandha.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Great to see you, Renuji. Again, we connect here. It's a virtual world. And Premji, namaskar. It's wonderful to be here. This panel, business world. Excellent. I think I'm very excited about the very concept of the discussion, role of middle managers, how their life has suddenly changed. The workload has become so high. The expectations from them has never been so much, right? They have been, in fact, I think the brief did say about they have perhaps done more work than the frontline workers, which is so beautifully expressed. I think you have touched the nerve of the challenge that every organization is going, especially the middle level. So the simple answer to your question is yes. The need is there, has been not so much, so high, so huge. And this is a wake-up call for all the organizations, especially the senior management and the board. More often, there is a middle class which is ignored in any organization. You take the lower strata or the South Mumbai style, the people in the not so doing well suburbs and people on a different strata, they are the ones who are middle class. They are the ones who are bearing the brunt. In fact, the research also endorses sort of 60% of the population is great, average and above. They are the ones who are doing, majority of them are rating 3 on 5, only 20% of the people they are, and all those concepts are that further kind of puts middle management ignored, and that layer is not looked at unless a situation like the pandemic has come. Definitely, yes. And this is a section of the management layer which is always trying to move up. They are the silent warriors. So definitely yes. That I think this pandemic has taught many lessons to many people, many organizations, even HOD, so to say, HR specifically. So if you look down below now, the traditional models of leadership levels, you starting from high potential employees, trying to do mid-level management development, leadership training programs. There's several initiatives that we take at different layers, but more often than not, it's the middle level that is actually holding the fort, right? I don't want to count the leadership and the guidance, or should I say the insights the top management or the board provides, but definitely yes, there is definitely a need, and this was a great opportunity for middle level to really rise up and show how competent they have been and how they weren't getting the opportunity, right? Well, situations like this, pressures, but there are also rewards. Many people have got suddenly recognized, noticed, these are our future leaders. So irrespective of at what level you are in any organization, right? Every individual, if you're working for an organization, you have to be relevant. And more so, you are in the middle level, because unless the senior guy doesn't move out, you won't get the opportunity. That's what happens.
Very true.
In my life, I've always moved on and got a big opportunity. When my boss got another opportunity, moved on, some major changes were made in the organization. And that is true of life. Somebody has to create a vacancy for you to be there. Otherwise, you have to keep on knocking the door and do so well, that, ultimately you find your own growth within the organization. If you're smart, you know how to work, network with the people. Very fast.
And if you know how to work, you got to know how to stay relevant.
Exactly. That's a short of the long, but that's a great question. And thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I agree with you, and I would say for any role, which is a challenging role, when you're running an organization, every role which you run is a very challenging role, and you've got to keep yourself updated to stay relevant. Because if you're not updated, if you do not know what the industry is going with, if you do not know what your employees want from you, if you don't want what your customer needs are, you cannot stay afloat the boat. It's difficult to run an organization until and unless you're not updated. But I would still have another thing in mind, which has always been a question. Prem sir, you can answer that. How has the pandemic kicked up the need for training the middle managers, particularly in the areas of sensitivity, in the areas of emotional intelligence, empathy, so as to say?
Yeah, I can give you a small example. What has happened over the last 1 year is we've had about 95 COVID cases, okay, of which luckily there were no deaths. That's a plus for us. But what we told the middle management was to keep in touch with each of these guys. We are spread out all in. Keep in touch with each of these guys on a day-to-day basis, while they were either in the hospital or recouping at the house. And that has built a tremendous trust level in the organization. It's not only from the individual employee, but also from his family. Today, the middle manager comes back to me, many of them have come back to me saying that, sir, this is what I said about our organization. that I felt was significant because he was not trying to promote himself, but he was being an ambassador for the organization through whatever he did. And I think that will stand him in good stead as he grows in the organization. I believe, and these are small things that have been done, which has created a tremendous impact on the manager. So the softer skills have come to the fore. The management training that we have given, of course, other than the succession plan, a lot of our training took a hit because we had a lot of training which was basically needed to be done in groups at a particular pace, but because of this virtual thing, we couldn't really run it very well. So we had to sacrifice some of these trainings. But whatever has been done, the succession plan has come out significantly. And I think what the managers at the end of the day have realized is that small things matter. It's not the jargon that you use, but it's small things like kindness. I always draw a line between the hero manager or hero leader and the servant leadership. Okay, the hero leader is one who likes to make himself a hero, and in that process, he will do anything to make sure that he becomes a hero. But a servant leader, and this is where we emphasized during the training itself, that servant leader and what it means to be a servant leader, the empathy, the ability to relate to people, the ability to listen to them. So this is what in our small way we've been doing, and hopefully the years.
But sir, do you think that, with times going ahead, the need for, instilling in managers a different emotion is increasing now from empathy? Yesterday we were having a conference wherein Mr. Marvin, the MD CEO of Eureka Forbes, he said a very apt line, so that now there has been a shift from empathy to compassion. Now it's not just empathy that you would want to instill in your managers. Now the another level that has skipped is the level of compassion. Now you've got to be compassionate towards your employees as well. How do you define the shift from now sensitivity to empathy to now compassion? And how important are these emotions to be, instilling in middle managers or to any other level, any leadership level?
I believe that empathy, compassion, compassion is built into empathy. You have empathy, you have compassion when you are empathetic to the situation. Otherwise, you wouldn't be empathetic. So that's how I see it. I think it's all rolled up in one. It's not a different ball game. So I believe that if you have empathy, you will have compassion, you will have kindness, you will have everything else that goes with it. So that's one thing. But the interesting factor here is that business realities haven't been forgotten. Okay, while we talk about all these soft issues, the business realities of the work going on, the work not suffering, and that's the heartwarming. In between all this, when my middle managers are learning empathy, they're learning how to listen to people. Things haven't changed as far as this reality, and that's heartwarming.
Indeed, it is heartwarming. And do you think that there need to be more emotions towards in terms of dealing with your employees? You got to be empathetic, you got to be compassionate, you got to be sensitive. Now with the pandemic coming over and hitting us in so many different ways, there are many other emotions which we need to cater to. We're working from home. The frustration level is rising. We're not able to meet in person. The meetings are being held virtually. So you have more incoming of emotions from different levels. Do you think managers need to be trained in catering to all such emotions of an employee?
Definitely, yes. Definitely, because that's the reality. I mean, that's the reality that we're faced with. Luckily for us, we haven't been working from home. Because for me, working from home was a disaster. I did that for a week, but I was working overtime, so I didn't really enjoy it. But yes, it is what you said is absolutely right. It is the need of the hour. Yes.
Okay. Ma'am, Renu ma'am, I come on to you, and I really need your advice for people to hear as to how do middle managers ensure a cohesive team productivity, ensuring bonding. Bonding needs to stay. Now, bonding is a very important vocab here because you're not meeting in person, and bonding is usually associated with when you meet a person in person. Now, how do you ensure this cohesivity stays and grows with time, with now work from home being a usual mandate?
Yeah, so I think you have put many questions in this question, and there is no straight answer again. I don't have any advice. I can only share my experience because we are all in it. At this moment, the pandemic is not over. 2020 is still continuing that way in its own shadow in multiple waves. So again, when we talk about resilience right now, that individual capacity, how resilience is so important. I'm not using it as a buzzword. Because every time HR throws a new word, be it say empathy or compassion, but when I say resilience here, I mean to say all the same things that having a purpose. Yeah. So in the pandemic time when things are so outlook is so negative, be it business outlook or health outlook, then what is the bigger purpose of life or bigger purpose of your business? And organization bigger purpose this cannot be to earn profit. Now coming back to bonding, you are saying, so I still believe that the most important quality for a middle manager is to network. At times the leaders only leaders have some kind of connection with their colleagues, the senior management team, and then they have their own function or their product or their business BU. But the middle manager is supposed to be a networker. Networking not only within his or her functional domain or the BU, but with other cross-functional team members. And their bonding is a way of life. They are not connected to the bigger team or to other team members. Things will not improve work. We'll be working in silos. And how do we bond when there is no physical bonding opportunity? So there is no cafe to go to, there is no, and having those virtual cake cutting, virtual cafe, virtual coffee at times appears very superficial, but it can be done. There are methods to the madness. You can really have people coming across with a cup of coffee in their in a virtual stream. And I still believe that we need to give space to each other. You use the word empathy and compassion, and for me, empathy in action is respect to your boundary. So I have this phone available. I can call you at any point in time, but I should not call you. And since I'm in the midst of a work, and I know for every row item I can give a call to you and ask you, but that is not the right planning. And here, managers need to respect boundaries. We need to have days in which we don't have any Teams call, any Zoom call, so that we can. It's not for break. We can be focused in our work. And bonding is important. Bonding is there are multiple channels across bonding. We have WhatsApp group as bonding group. We have the Teams channel. We have broadcasts. And what we have done, I have tried it successfully in a few BUs where we said that let's have a call with no purpose, where office is not the purpose or the work doesn't drive the purpose, and let them come. And we had sessions in which people brought their photographs, when they were in UKG or they were in they were like going to some mountain and doing horse riding. And it was such a fun to just see their photograph, of past yoga, and then they were talking around it, building a team. We had such sessions where people brought in, their musical instrument, and we bonded using a virtual network. We also used WhatsApp channel to share, some kind of housework that we have done. Somebody trying for making a roti and the roti doesn't come up in a good shape. So this brings an element of an element of novelty, an element of humor. And the only thing is that it should not be compulsory. It should not be driven by HR in a very structured manner. It should have an element of surprise and organically driven program. There is no straight answer, but managers, the bonding within the team is managers' responsibility. And the more bonded team you have, I think work will take its own course. Yeah.
So you mean to say that let it flow organically and do not have any structure to it, so that many times it happens that once we have a structure, now we try to put that structure into a stencil, but it doesn't fit. And as you rightly said, sometimes it's got a flow.
I tried this in my group. I'm not that hugely creative, but I wanted to have this element of humor. So I said, okay, let's on Saturday, when I put some face mask, I put my photograph there, and I said, what you're doing on this Saturday, just post your photograph. And then we had a very funny kind of chat on that day. And then I passed on the baton, because I said, why should I now think of a new theme for next week? So I said that, this is like an ice bucket challenge. So I'm passing it on to my other team member. Now you think of a theme and will participate. So they
Great. I really like this initiative.
Yeah.
So you, in this way, it's not you alone adorning the hat of creating inclusivity within the group. You're actually, giving out this responsibility. Exactly.
When fun becomes a task, it's no more a fun.
Indeed. And it's a great way to pass on that, it's not just me who's a leader and who has a responsibility to, ensure bonding. Now it's your turn, think of an innovative way. So let's pass it very great way. I mean, I would say.
It's what I tried. Yeah.
No, but then it sounds really interesting, because I am taking on to myself.
It sounds good, and my team liked, because there are so many youngsters in my team who came with their own idea, and their idea was so unique. I would have thought about only maybe a Saturday mood or a book you have read or a TED talk that you have listened to and want to share, but they came with very new ideas, and it was like a lot of fun.
Now that you're telling me, in a way, it's creating a more an element in my head also, that we should have the same within our teams as well.
So I call it fun day challenge. I said this is like ice bucket challenge. I'm passing out now, nominating Jagmeet in my team. You think of the theme for next week and you do it, and then
that's creative in its own way, that you're not taking it as a responsibility. It's a fun activity. Anyone can take it up.
Yeah.
Deepaskar, I believe you must have heard now the fun element that ma'am was talking about. Now coming on to you, what could be your parting advice in order to create a cohesive bonding within the team? Now she took it as a fun challenge. What about you? What's your take on the same? So could you please unmute yourself?
I've heard some wonderful points here, Sugandh, and I would definitely borrow a leaf when she mentioned about farmers' perspective, right? Enthusiasm and compassion built in, like Premji ne kaha. I think there's some wonderful thoughts. Didi, what are you doing this Saturday with a funny face? Is a very, very interesting. I was just imagining in my mind, wow, that would be really good. Right? Having said that, all that is great. The parting advice is to everybody at any level, anytime, till you hang your boot. You should never do. Okay, that's first number one. So it's never over till it's over actually. So you have to keep on doing your best. Number one is to be good at what you are hired for. You have to be good at functionally, technically, as a manager, whatever role you're hired, right? You have to be good. Number one. Second is about you are not alone. You're working with people. Right? You are a part of a team. You can be relevant only if you are relevant to them.
Right.
Right. So this is the second one. So you're not It's a chain. It's like Vasudeva Kutumbakam, ऐसा कुछ मैंने सुना था संस्कृत में. You know, when you look world as one, you will find deep connect. You have deep faith in universal good or as a human approach, you will find a lot of joy and love, right? And connectivity. That's very important. So therefore, then compassion comes automatically, empathy comes automatically, caring, genuine care, respect, transparency, plus fun element come. What is fun? You are being yourself with people without any of those masks. It's spontaneous, friendly, like a child. At the same time, we are also responsible. I think life is a joy. You have to live it like that. It's a one-time experience.
It's like responsibility being taken in a very fun way.
Yeah, and if you take it too seriously, the whole thing is gone. Yeah. My advice is enjoy it, do a great job. That's it.
What about you, Prem sir? Let's have a parting advice from you as well.
I think what this pandemic is ourselves. We have tremendous ability to never tapped in. And that's what I'm seeing from my middle. They are leaders. Part of them as leaders of this sport. They are tapping into the resources that we never knew they had. And it's a beautiful. So I think every one of us has that talent, that ability. And very often we question ourselves. I mean, like, for instance, many times when I've said, I don't think I can. But today I can say, look, I'll try. I'm sure that I can. I will try at least. And that's what my managers down the line are telling me. Like, I never thought that I could manage in this kind of, in this kind of pandemic. I never, when the pandemic started, I didn't have any answer. But as we went along, we sort of came up with some were bad, some were good. So I think that's something that we understand. We have the ability. It's a matter of tapping.
Indeed, and my take would be, in a way, I mean, clubbing it and summarizing it with whatever talks we have, I would say, now it's the need of the hour for the managers to buck up. And for not only buck up, for take up different challenges in various roles. So it's not a leadership hat that they have to adorn. Sometimes they got to be empathetic towards their colleagues also. Sometimes they got to be empathetic towards their team. Sometimes, you know, compassion is required for your leader as well, because he's dealing with number of different issues which you might not be even thinking of.
Right.
So baseline is, for every role to be existing, one, you got to keep evolving. You got to keep yourself updated. And yes, you got to have various elements of empathy and compassion towards your team as well as towards your leaders.
That's right.
Thank you so much for all of you to take out time to be a part of our event and share out such knowledgeable insights. The number is catching an attraction gazingly. We've crossed a limit of 1100 and it's very surprising to see. And thank you so much for all of you to be a part of the event and to share the insights. Thank you so much.
Sugandha, just one last word from my side. You may regard Talish and Dr. Batra. And two things for our friends, people, especially middle managers. Be patient. Your time will come. Enjoy this period. Go there on the top. There is never a dull moment there. Life is going to be different. Enjoy this time. Do well and just be patient.
I'm sure they'll be taking your advice. Thank you so much.
And Sugandh, I have learned a lot from this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Renuji. Thank you, Prem sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Over to you, Khyati. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all our panelists and Sugandh for steering this conversation so well and summarizing it for our viewers. I want to thank our panelists once again for the time and insights for sharing here on this platform. For all our viewers, if you have some key takeaways from this session, don't forget to post it on the comment or the chat box below so that all the peers can hear and see from all of you. Let's spread the word across using the hashtag BWHR Excellence. We'd love to hear your comments on the session so far. Moving forward, up next we have Ms. Anjali Raghuvanshi, the Chief People Officer of Randstad India, who will talk to us about the best practices of HR for organizational productivity and growth. So I'd like to welcome Ms. Anjali Raghuvanshi.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Business World HR Excellence Award. And it's my pleasure to be here and speaking on the topic of organizational growth and productivity and best practices that organizations can actually bring in to enhance that in today's time. I'm Anjali Raghuvanshi, Chief People Officer at Randstad India, and let me straight take you into the topic. So before I get into what are the best practices that organizations can really deploy today in the new world or the new normal as we call it, let me first of all ask you across the board, across organizations and across strata of employees, if you were to ask one question that really makes an employee give his or her best in today's time, what would that be? There are several factors that actually trigger or motivate an employee to come and give their best, but unanimously one factor that really drives an employee is the question around the why, the purpose of the employee and the reason he or she exists in the organization. Why is the possibility of a how? And I truly believe in this because unless and until we explain to an employee why is it that his or her role is so critical in the organization, there is no way that an employee can really contribute their best. And this is where, to me, making work meaningful becomes a very, very critical aspect in today's time. And what is making work meaningful? And why is it that I am harping so much on the why? Think of your day-to-day work and when you really are on a Sunday evening, motivating yourself to come back to work on a Monday, what is it that will drive you to come back all energized, all excited on a Monday? It's the purpose, it's the role, it's the thing that you drive within the organization. So it's not just about the organizational goal, it's about the you. You becomes very, very important in today's world where people are working from anywhere, where people are working from their home, from a cafe, from an office, and even a hybrid workforce reality. So the more and more an organization drives the purpose behind a person's existence, the more you will see that organizational growth and productivity will be driven. Just to talk about making work meaningful, why is it so critical in today's time and why is it so important? As I said before, what triggers an employee? I mean, as I was mentioning, there are several factors. Let's say somebody is really looking at the compensation that drives them to come to work. Someone is looking at, the learning opportunities that are there at work, and someone is really looking at, the colleagues, the camaraderie that they have built at the work makes them really feel belonging into the organization and wants to come to work. There are several factors, but today a challenge that an organization faces is how do you make each employee feel that there is something that they can look forward to as they come into the work. And this is where I think making work meaningful becomes so critical. Personalizing the workspace to an employee's needs is one of the biggest challenge and also one of the biggest opportunity an organization has today. And how do you drive that in the organization is something that I will share with you in the subsequent slides. But I'll again bring you back to the question of the why. So why it can be driven in many ways in the organization. But unfortunately, many organizations, the mistake that we do is that we constantly only talk once in a year about the why of the organization. We do not make the message coherent or consistent throughout the year in the organization. Largely, organizations have an annual kickoff event or an annual sales event, and then they speak about, okay, what is the objective? What's the strategy for the year that we are driving? And that's about it. But the need of today's time, especially with a work from anywhere culture, is that you actually drive it throughout the year in a very consistent and a very coherent manner. And some of the practices I would like to share, which we have been actually working on in the organization and has really worked in our favor tremendously in driving growth and productivity. You start your year with driving the strategy across the organization through an annual sales event, but it's very important that you cascade it through the year. So at Randstad, for example, we have a culture of having a town hall every month. Now, what is the town hall actually doing? The town hall not just gives leaders an opportunity to speak about the strategy, the goals of the business, it also gives an opportunity to an employee to ask questions around it. And that actually makes it a dialogue. And once it becomes a dialogue, it's not just the leadership driving something, it's becoming a common goal for the entire organization. So very important to drive this. And this also makes it consistent when you do it month on month. It's not about just sharing and then forgetting about it. Then there is something called a True North. Now, these True North initiatives, what the organization does is it actually shares the strategic pillars of the organization. And these, after they have been shared, they get cascaded through quarterly and monthly meetings across the organization. So they are not left at one side and then kind of it fizzles out, through the year. So this becomes a very key initiative to ensure that employees are glued to the goals of the organization. And you just don't speak about the goals of the organization throughout the month and the quarter, but you speak about how can an employee contribute into that. If you do that on a very regular and consistent basis, you'll actually start seeing a certain behavior coming out of your employees. That is understanding the goal and then aligning their activities around the goals of their own goal and then the organizational goals. And this will definitely give you results in terms of really driving the growth and productivity measures, because I'm so aligned, I'm so aware of what's going around me, I'm able to contribute better. So to me, this is one of the most important thing, which is very simple. Anybody would say, yes, you start with a why, but very difficult to drive in an organization to explain the why to your employees. So start doing it and you will actually start seeing a very, very clear behavior demonstrated by your employees of aligning to the larger organizational goals, thus driving growth and productivity within the organization. Now, while I speak about that, one of the things that we actually have learned and realized within the organization is that there is a formula in driving productivity. And the formula is safety plus engagement is equal to productivity. So why safety? As you all know, of course, 2020 kind of really shook us all in terms of our health, our fitness, and of course, mental well-being as well. And what we realized is that it is very important for organizations to prioritize the safety of their employees. So safety comes first, whether it is your, feeling, mentally safe, physically safe. And also I know a lot of people like right now listening may have questions. Okay, fine, safety, you can, drive for an organization which is allowing you to work from home. What about people who are still operating in physical premises? Exactly. And I understand that point. But the thing is, if you are driving safety of your employees, it doesn't matter where they work, wherever they are working, ensure that the right protocols are put. Once that taken care of and you work on making the work much more engaging for your people, the result will always be highly productive organization. If you go back and look at in 2020, all the organizations who actually had much more productive employees, not just because they were working from home, but also the way those organizations drove culture throughout in 2020. So very critical, safety first, add it with engagement, and you get a productive environment in your organization. Here at Randstad, some of the best practices that I would like to share with all of you listening today is in terms of 4 key areas which unanimously you will see will work in any organization along with ours. Number 1 is to make work meaningful for people. When I say making work meaningful, as I was beginning the conversation, I spoke about the why, I spoke about the learning, the compensation, rewards, recognition. All of these elements put together really make work meaningful. It goes like a bar graph. For someone, learning might be the highest motivation, whereas for someone else, it might be recognition, which is the highest motivation. Whatever might be your trigger, as long as I am able to give that opportunity to you in the organization, you are going to feel fulfilled and you're going to feel engaged. So look at creating meaningful engagement for each employee around fun, around learning, around recognition. Peace of mind. In 2020, what we've realized is that you can be productive only if you have the peace of mind. And peace of mind comes from, of course, that you are safe, you do not have a worry and a fear of contracting the virus. And at the same time, you have the financial support to deal with any unforeseen incident occurring in your life. And you feel that you can actually come to your work without really being judged. I think these three elements have come out where an employee feels, yes, when there's nothing playing on my mind, all I'm doing is focusing on my work. So organizations will have to, one, see how you can assist your employees in difficult times. How do you ensure that an employee is able to bring their true self forward every day to work without getting judged about who he or she is and what their affiliation or alignments are? At the same time, giving them the flexibility to operate from wherever they want to operate also is a big peace of mind for an employee today. I think as long as we kind of take care of these aspects, you will see that your employee will leave their worries aside and will focus on their work. You will see more of presenteeism and less of absenteeism from your employees. The second aspect is about the emotional wellness. A lot has been spoken about it, in several webinars, that why mental well-being is suddenly becoming a very critical aspect in everyday workplace. I think it's very important to take mental well-being at the top of your employees as well as your leaders' mind. And how do you do that is by ensuring that you're creating conversations around it, vanishing the taboos around being judged of speaking about the concerns around emotional and mental wellness. So this is something that as an organization we have been driving. And if you do that, you will actually see that more and more people will speak about it and will get the right support that they need at the right time. And if you feel that maybe they're not comfortable speaking to people within the organization, create platforms where they can go and speak and do not have the fear of getting judged. And last but not the least is the physical fitness. Yes, I think while it is our individual responsibility to drive our own physical fitness lifestyle changes, as an organization also you can do a lot by messaging around it. For instance, for Randstad, Paul himself is somebody who believes in fitness, and he ensures that he drives that in every leadership conversation. And today fitness has become a thing that we all speak about, and there could be different ways. I mean, I may love to walk, someone else may love to work out. But the point is, we are all doing our bit to ensure that we stay fit, because the more physically fit you are, the more mentally fit you would be, and then you'll be able to really do and bring productivity at work, because happy mind is equal to productive mind. And while it may sound like a cliche, it's a truth and we cannot ignore it. So see what you can do in terms of as an organization to really drive these things, and you will see a productive employee. So for us, these four things have worked very well, which is meaningful engagement, peace of mind, emotional and physical well-being. You could look at what works the best for you, but to me, I think unanimously, it is something that can work across the organizations. And as I was saying, wellness at Randstad, I mean, just to share, and I'm very proud to share that we've been recognized among the top 10 best employers for health and wellness. And that's why I think it would be a great opportunity to speak with you in terms of what is it that makes really an organization focused on wellness and makes your employees productive. I think three elements that have come out is be kind to your body, as I spoke about physical well-being. Be kind to your mind. It's about emotional and mental well-being. And be kind to your spirit. And that goes about the fun that you're having in life. Especially working from home can at times get very monotonous. And you may get a bit isolated from the rest of the world, as well as from the rest of the organization. So how are you as an organization ensuring that your employees are with you and you are part of their journey? So you have to launch initiatives, bring things that makes an employee feel that, yes, fun hasn't gone out of work just because I've gone out of office. And you have to continue this even when you become a hybrid workforce, which means while some of your people are sitting in office and some are sitting from home or working from anywhere, they should not feel that they both have been separated, but they should feel that they are coming together. So being kind to your spirit is a lot about creating fun, celebration, and engagement across the organization while you are operating in a very, very different environment now. a couple of things. I mean, this can of course change for different organizations, but looking at fitness challenges, having happy and healthy vlogs from your employees talking about their own mantras of how they drive lifestyle changes, health in their life. I spoke about financial assistance, and I spoke about the peace of mind. So of course, giving them the right insurance, giving them the right assistance when the family goes through some difficult times. And we do see a lot of people along with their families at times get COVID affected, and how do we as organization help them come out with challenges, and of course ergonomic benefit. I mean, we are all operating from home, we need the right chairs and the tables to operate, right? So these are some things we've done, and these are some things you can follow as well in your organizations to drive fitness and to drive the right behaviors, like having the right postures while working in the organization. Being kind to your mind. I mean, we've partnered with Your Dost. I'm sure many organizations have partnered as well with a third party to ensure that mental well-being and emotional well-being is taken care of. But I think we have to go beyond that. It's not just signing up with a partner, but it's about making that conversation so very so many times in the organization. For instance, you should be able to talk about it with your manager, that what's bothering you, and how can you really bring your best self to work, and how can you have those conversations. So we drive that in the organization by bringing mental wellness to the top of our minds of our leaders and our employees. So conduct webinars, create conversations to let people know that it's okay to come and discuss the situations that you may have in your personal life, which might be stopping you from bringing your best self in your professional life. And so that's a very helpful way of leading your employees as well. And I always believe, as I said, happy mind is equal to productive mind. So how do you help people be able to bring their best self to work? That's something driving can definitely make you a much more productive organization as well. And as I said, be kind to your spirit, right? I mean, it's so very important to create fun at work. And throughout 2020, as well as in 2021, we at Randstad have ensured that people don't forget fun at work. And of course, the medium is virtual now because you can't be in office, but technology has really given us platforms that can bring us together as well. And in fact, our employees now feel that we are far more connected to them than we were in the physical space. So driving fun at work initiatives like Randstad's Got Talent, Randstad Radio, and having family time are some ways we drive a lot of fun element at work. And these are open to employees. So you feel you have the time, you feel you want to be part of it, you come on board and you do it. There shouldn't be any force and compulsion, and people should be allowed to choose whichever platform appeals to them the most. So I think that voluntary bit is also working in favor of the organization. Otherwise, in the physical space, we were pushed. I mean, whether we like it or not, we had to be part of a certain celebration, which is not the case in a very virtual format as well. And as we speak about that, at an organization, finally, it's all about the outcome. Right? We all want to know that, okay, fine, you're doing all of this, but how is it that it's driving the right things within the organization? So we've noticed that, by driving and doing all of this, we actually took our engagement level several notches up in the year 2020, and it continues to be so even in the year, 2021. And I'm very proud to say that we are a twice in row GPTW Great Place to Work certified organization, and we've even made our name in the best employers for health and wellness. And this doesn't come easily, right? You have to drive a lot of behaviors, starting from the leadership levels to your employees, to ensure that right engagement levels are created within the organization. And this is not, while I've shared the engagement scores over here with all of you, this has a clear impact on the business outcomes as well. And it clearly shows in the growth and productivity that we as an organization have seen, because you cannot separate the two elements, and one does not exist without the other. So while engagement is something important to drive, and it gives us a lead indicator because we do it very frequently every month, and it's a survey that runs for 3 weeks, so I can go live and see how my employees are reacting to things that have been launched in the organization. I also clearly see the impact that it drives in in the business growth and productivity. So these two elements go hand in hand, and many research have proven that when you are a highly engaged organization, you are a highly productive and a organization that's driven towards performance, profitability, and growth. So this is something, it's a proven mantra from our end. So just to kind of summarize in terms of things that I have spoken about so far is number one, always answer the why for your employees, and not just once, but do it throughout the year in a coherent and a very consistent manner. Second thing is, design your engagement in a way that it appeals to your employees. So personalize the elements of engagement for your employees, from meaningful engagement to peace of mind to emotional wellness and physical wellness of your employees. When you do all of that and you create a holistic package, your employees are going to really take on to it and then start really showing the right results. You will see demonstration of the right behaviors, the elements of right culture coming into your organization. And needless to say, these are all to be driven at all levels. No one level, if you drive it with, will give you the results. So if you say, I'll only be talking to my employees and create awareness, it won't give the results unless leadership has a buy-in and leadership is driving it as much as you are driving it as an HR function, because all of us have to work in a very collaborative way to really drive that kind of element within the organization. And with that, I would like to say a thank you to Business World, and also a big thank you for all of you to listening to the conversation so far that I've had. And I hope you definitely drew some nuggets that you can go and drive the right engagement within your organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Anjali. And yes, she shared some great insights into HR processes and practices, also strategies. But if you have any questions that you'd like to pose to Anjali, then kindly send us your questions at this email ID that I'm just about to tell you. It's janani@businessworld.in. It's JANANI @businessworld.in. If you have any questions that you'd like to pose to Anjali, you can write to us on this email ID, janani@businessworld.in. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, requesting all of you to share your nuggets of takeaways from the session so far, so that all of us can take away the key insights of these sessions. Moving forward is our third panel of the day, where we will be talking about managing flexibility at work and equipping the workforce. Our panelists here include Malika Bhargava, CHRO, Airtel Payments Bank; Nimisha Das, Director, HR Kellogg's South Asia. We also have Santosh Ghate, MVP, HR Gartner; and Harshvendra Soin, Global CPO and Head Marketing Tech Mahindra. Yes, eminent panelists coming up in our third panel. But before we move on to that panel, let's take a look at the BW Business World legacy. Can we have the AV, please?
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism to a technology-first world. hosting over 250 virtual summits and webinars across its 17 niche business communities, with millions engaging with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars, and hosting 20 plus virtual summits. 33 million page views on an average, 21 special issues in 2020 hit the stands, and multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months, BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
So thank you, everyone. And I hope everyone is geared up for our next panel discussion. If you'd like to join our online conversation, don't forget to use the hashtag BWHR Excellence. If you'd like to comment or give your key takeaways from the session so far, to put it in the chat box or the comment box below. Moving forward, like I was saying, we have the next panel discussion here talking about managing flexibility at work and equipping the workforce. We have with us on our panel Malika Bhargava, CHRO, Airtel Payments Bank; Nimisha Das, Director, HR, Kellogg South Asia; Santosh Ghate, MVP, HR, Gartner; and Harshvendra Soin, Global CPO and Head, Marketing Tech, Mahindra. The session is moderated by Mr. Ruhail, Senior Editor at BW Business World. I'd like to welcome all of you this afternoon, and Ruhail, you may take the proceedings forward.
Thank you, Khyati. I hope I'm audible to everyone.
Yes.
Great. So we have a very relevant topic, something which is a conversation these days, managing flexibility at work and equipping workforce. Just a little bit of context to it, we have seen how this pandemic has highlighted the role of HR. They retain the entire responsibility of ensuring collaboration and productivity. And I think it's now in a very new context. So we will talk about and touch upon the changing face and the changing role of HR. So I want to start my first question with you, Ms. Bhargava. My first point is that, with people looking forward to returning to offices gradually, I think now there's a little bit of hesitation in that again, but yes, largely people are looking at it. What role can HR play in ensuring a safe, motivated, and work-ready environment?
Yeah. So I think that COVID has actually been a watershed event for a lot of us, and especially HR, because we were pushed almost overnight into experimenting with the ways that we work on. And slowly, as things return to normal and as people are looking forward to come up with, I think the first important thing is to maintain strong safety measures and creating a psychological safety amongst the employees as when they come back. That means making sure that the hygienes are placed, ensuring people are adhering to the safety manuals, identifying roles that can be work from home so that some people are in office, some people are able to work from home as well. So one is the whole hygiene and the safety measures, I think, which is very important for us to institutionalize in the organizations. I think secondly is rekindling the human touch and the events and celebrating people coming back to work. Because in last 1 year, what people has
missed is the social touch and the social capital that they have built over having conversations in the offices, etc. So how do you rekindle that in the organization? I think that is the second important point. And third is also we need to be mindful of the fact that not everybody is going to come to office. And the hybrid workforce is going to be the workforce for the future. So how do we make sure that people who are working at home as well as people who are in offices are getting the same kind of experiences in terms of the work, in terms of the engagement? I think these three factors are very crucial from an HR perspective to make sure that the people come to work, are motivated and engaged in the organization.
Right. Mr. Soin, tell me, what is your perspective on the changing role of HR in getting people to that same motivation level in the office space, which was before COVID? What measures are you taking at your organization to ensure that?
Yeah, so, and that's a good question, and thank you for asking, Ruhail. I think COVID has clearly taught some of the organizations a different way of doing things and a different reality, which we call it the new normal, right? Or the now normal. Clearly, if we have to look at how we have to work with agility, what we have to prepare, I think on fundamental basis, organizations have to prepare for a normal workforce as well as a gig workforce. We have never actually done a large scale. You know, TechM, for example, has got our own tool called Flex.ai, which is now got about 20,000 gig workers around the world. And it's an open platform, which is going to go up to 100,000 workers. But that's going to be a reality, right? So you actually efficient on getting gig working. Second, you have to have a different take on culture or fostering trust, because this pandemic really sort of shown the fault lines within what we were doing, while most of the organizations are already looking at the physical well-being of people, but the mental well-being has become a massive ask today as people come back into work. The most important thing in my mind will still be, how do you make sure that structures remain flexible? Because your agile structures have to be agile. Your performance management system has to be a lot different from what it was. And I'm not talking about appraisals. I'm talking about the whole performance management. For example, at TechM, we've instituted a monthly dashboard, which is automated, fully available, AI-driven, which is available so that not only do we know how people have performed on their potential as well as performance, but also what their impact on the company has been vis-a-vis where they are on the role and salary.
Right.
Experiences are reality. People are asking for it. While initially people were okay swiping cards and coming and doing everything which is a touch experience, today people are looking. So whether it's our K2, the humanoid answering queries, or our facial recognition system instead of the ID cards, because at TechM nobody wears ID cards anymore. I think those are things that have actually excited people and enabled them to come back. We also have care has gone a different way. We use a tool called mHealthy, which is the foremost diagnostic tool of COVID. In fact, we now commercialize it and sell it to some other companies. But all our employees on a daily basis, for example, I've been coming to office for the last 8 months. Every day I can actually go through, it's a 7-minute diagnostic, which can tell even an asymptomatic case whether you're high risk or low risk or medium risk. I think that's going to be a huge thing. And finally, 2 things, we'll have to set companies with a purpose which is beyond the company, which is beyond business, which is beyond profit. And I think a lot of work has to be done creating a company with a purpose. So I think those are the things that will be very crucial. Overarching, I would say, extreme ownership is what companies will have to drive to engage, motivate, and enable people to perform.
Right. Ms. Das, I want to bring you in at this point and just try to understand that in the last 1 year, has flexibility now become a norm? What have organizations learned? What have been the key takeaways for them as far as a remote work culture is involved, as far as that is concerned. What are your observations on that front?
Sure. First of all, thanks, Rohel, and thanks for Business World for organizing this forum. It's just great to hear industry leaders and learn from them. So really thankful for that. The last 1 year, if I were to look at it, I think flexibility as a norm is no longer a question, right? Because it's been a titanic shift in terms of how the context has been, right from last March, April. And organizations which were completely sort of brick mortar, which almost said that we don't see ourselves ever remote working or, work from home, etc. I think a lot of them have had to relook at their entire structures and models. For us, if I may speak about our, so if you look at our setup, we have 2 plants, we have frontline field force. For the first few months, obviously, everything had to sort of work remotely, and you start getting used to the rhythm of it, right? So there were tools which got set up, there were reimbursements given to people to ensure that work from home or working remotely is enabled in the right manner with the right infrastructure and the right support. Also, the digital enablement of collaboration, right, is something which needed to come into place very, very quickly. If I were to look, even if I were to crystal gaze ahead, I don't think so this is going to go away, even in a post-pandemic scenario. Right now, we are still grappling with the fact that there's a second wave of pandemic that we see. But at least for Kellogg's India, we don't see 100% work from office coming back ever, right? We are very clear that the flexibility and the remote working and the choices given to people are here to stay. And we are enabling that with policies that we have in place. We are, as we start getting back to the office, we are looking at something called Locate for Your Day, where you can actually choose in alignment with your line manager, where would you like to work from, right? So you have to decide what is comfortable for you. And bear in mind that there's also a realization that there's a fatigue setting in for folks who have been, doing this remote working very long, right? So actually the choice is now given or is with the employee, saying you decide if you want to work 5 days in the office, that's possible. If you want to look at 2 days, work in office and the rest work from home. If you want to, sort of locate your role to some other part of India, that's possible as well, right? So flexibility is definitely here to stay. And it is something that we are enabling through our policies and systems.
Great. Mr. Gate, I want to understand from you the reimagined role of HR that we see now. It has become more proactive. There is more responsibility now. I think it's one of the core engines. It was always, but I think it has kind of revved up all the more. How do you see this reimagined HR?
Thank you, Rohel. And then first of all, pleasure to be on this panel. And then I think my co-panelists have covered some of those important aspects of what some of the HR teams are managing and going through at this point in time. I think if I were to go back to the initial couple of weeks when all of us started working from home, and especially in India where work from home is not a norm yet, was never a norm, we moved from one end of the pendulum of work from office to work from home overnight. And I keep joking with some of my teams that for the first 2 weeks, it felt like we're playing cricket on a football field with golfing rules, right? We were just trying to figure what all of this means for us. Basic processes like onboarding, exits, were out of the window as well. So I think over the last 12 months, I think a lot of us have, in a way, reimagined, redesigned some of our processes to not just in a way survive the next 12 months, but to look at, as Harshwinder mentioned, the new normal. And we actually call it the new possibilities as well, because what these 12 months have provided us are possibilities to look at different ways of working, engaging, and in a way, working with us associates across the world as well. there are two aspects to the question, Rohil. So the first aspect is, and I'll answer it by saying that traditionally, employee value propositions have been grounded on three principles. And I think the HR team has a big role to play around how this can be repositioned with the new possibilities. And these three principles typically are defined around employees, designed to provide an exceptional employee experience, and they're focused on delivering features that match employee needs. So that's how traditionally value propositions have been for in organizations. A 2019 Gartner survey reveals that on an average, companies spend approximately $2,500 per employee per year to improve employee experience. And this expense is only expected to grow in the coming future. The survey also tells us that the employee engagement over time hasn't increased nor has it decreased. It's remained unchanged. So what this means is that with people kind of coming back to workspaces staggeredly, some of them are still working from home, some of them are wanting to come back to work. I think it's time for us, HR leaders and HR organizations, to kind of reinvent the value proposition and make it a more human deal by moving away from adding more features. And then some of these thoughts, which I think will help us reimagine, how HR can play a role. I think it's about building deeper connections. Clearly, what employees want at this point in time is not just work, but how do we as an organization help employees strengthen their family and community connections as well? So in a way, the employee is telling us, I want to be understood. And the second one is around providing flexibility. And then that's the theme of this panel as well. How do we provide flexibility on all aspects of work? Not just when and where they work, but a lot of questions around that as well. And I think the employee here wants to feel in a way autonomous. And as my co-panelist Nimisha mentioned, if we can leave that choice with them, I think that's about helping us engage or re-engage with our associates. The topic of holistic well-being has been spoken. It was covered in the previous panel as well. Harshwendra spoke of shared purpose. I think that's a very, very important aspect that our associates and employees are wanting us to take a stand or a collective action on purpose and not just make statements anymore. So they feel they are invested as well. So in a way, Ruhail, I think that's how HR leaders and organizations in a way should start reimagining the value proposition as we start exploring new possibilities.
Right. Ms. Bhargava, coming to you, tell me, this flexible culture that we are witnessing, has it also made it more complex to look at various employee metrics that used to be there from, to kind of gauge them? Has it made it more complex? How does it pan out from here on?
Actually, it's an interesting question, see, because it calls it has called, in fact, for a change in the mindset in how we perceive activity or how we perceive the measures and the outcomes, right? I mean, traditionally, one way of looking at is that how much time people are spending. The input measures are more important at times in terms of what are the people, how much time people are spending in the organization, the attendance, etc., are the input parameters which the organization have taken. But now the focus is on measuring the outcomes and the outputs for an organization, right? So flexibility enables greater organizational agility. And in order to redefine and institutionalize agility and performance, I think the focus is now shifting on greater focus on outcomes and outputs in performance management. So I think in our organization, what we are slowly looking at is, while we were on that process, is having very clear expectation from the employees, strong KPIs which are clearly deliverable and very objective in their approach. We started and we are in the process of doing quarterly check-in for the employees, wherein every quarter you look at the outputs or the KPIs of the employees and what are the outputs that the employees have given, so that you measure the productivity and output quarterly rather than doing a yearly objective output. And secondly, also the people are aware of what is it that they're supposed to do. So I think we were on that process, on the trajectory of redefining how we were evaluating our performance management process and how we evaluating the performances of the employees. I think this remote working and hybrid model of working has just accelerated that process for us.
So, to you, tell me, if somebody tells you now that I want to work from home, what kind of a reaction is there compared to the COVID, pre-COVID, era, if I call it? And also, is there an overarching aim of organizations to go back to the pre-COVID? Is that if I use the word, kind of a fantasy that they have, that no, we want to go back to that era, or have we completely already shifted?
Yeah, so it's an interesting question. Let me put a paradigm to it. One, I don't think we can ever go back to the reality that was, because some things have changed and the transformation has been permanent. Let's not confuse ourselves when we talk about flexible working and home working, because what we are talking really today is work from anywhere, on any device, at any time. And when I look at my own organization, 130,000 employees across 105 countries with 125 nationalities, we know that we have to change the way we work. When people say that, and we've had strange reactions, to be honest. We've actually had people wanting to come back into the office because for an extended period of time of a year and a half now, they've been in their houses. And remember, specifically in this country, where people still live in small houses, where we still have internet issues, where we still have problems where the electricity goes off, it's not been easy. So, we actually got a reverse problem. We are saying don't come, and people are saying we want to come. Right now, we have about 10% workforce working only from the office, but people are wanting to come back. However, I think when we look at our customers, I think the most important yardstick to look at is from the customer's perspective. There are some customers, and we work for customers all around the globe. So some customers are absolutely comfortable in working from anywhere, which means, we have obviously got complete protocols in place. They've had a fabulous experience during COVID. In fact, TechM, we were up 94% in the first 24 hours. And therefore, the customers are pretty comfortable. However, there are some customers, especially in some categories of industries like defense, some in banking in a few countries where they want people to come back and work from what we call their ODCs. So it will also be driven a little bit by what the customer wants. But as far as we are concerned, we are very clear that we have found a new way of doing things that we never thought was possible. So while it's a social calamity, the pandemic has given us a lot of opportunities in how to do business differently, on how to compete differently. And I can only reiterate that if we have to be successful as organizations today, we will have to demonstrate complete flexibility, not only in the way we work, but in our org designs, in the way we evaluate people, in the way we look at our policies. We have to be completely flexible in our structure. Then we have to look at saying beyond the employee into the family and beyond the office into the homes. All our policies will have to take that. And I think for the people function, and I call it the people function and not the HR function, because that has undergone a change. And mindsets have to be changed to really create a people function that's effective, impactful, and leads the business rather than lags the business. So I think a lot of opportunities that I see, and in the new way of doing things, we will see a very active role for the people function in the new normal.
Great, very well explained. In fact, Ms. Das, tell me, HR, there are new demands and new needs now from the employees and the organizations. How do you see how are the HR leaders anticipating that need, that new need that is there, and what steps are being taken to address those needs?
Rohit, the way I look at it, there are three areas in which there is a massive transformation which is underway, courtesy the pandemic, right? So if you were to look at the pandemic impact, one big area which is undergoing change, and I would say which has already undergone change, is the organization culture, right?
Right.
The other area I would say is employee experiences. And going back to what Santosh was talking about, there are areas within the HR processes which have been easier to digitize or take it online, because it's just about moving a physical process to an online process. But there are other areas like new joiner experience, or how do embed the culture of an organization for a new joiner. Those are much more difficult sort of areas to look at. And the last piece is really about the physical space and the infrastructure which is there. So if I were to look at it today, the challenge is for all HR folks to start looking at these three pieces very crucially. And there is also, therefore, the demand of what is the role HR has to play to support this, right? So there is, of course, the role as an HR sort of process owner, culture custodian, etc. But increasingly, because of the massive transformations, I see the ask of HR to be someone who's also a change manager, right? So how do you support the organization navigate this change? And I think HR can't really play this in a solo capacity. You have to entail the larger leadership team to make many of these changes. To give you an example, the culture which is, whenever you're looking at a hybrid working or you're looking at a remote working, you cannot work with many layers or a hierarchical structure in place, right? So if you are part of those organizations, you have to somehow dial up employee connect, you have to dial up empathy, you have to dial up, just the sort of openness and communication that you have. In Kellogg's, just to give you an example, last year we've done more than 250 employee connects with the leadership. And this is a combination of the town halls you've had. We've had the org check-ins where it is one to many, right? You have the leadership team interacting, but you've also had, and we were very clear on this, that one-on-one connects which the wider leadership team would have, particularly cross-functionally, and we call this the ILT Connect sessions, is just about checking in and, saying, how are you doing? And it's less about work and agenda and more about checking in on the well-being of an individual, which starts sort of transforming the culture. And you have to program manage it, right? So you can say that we need more connect, but it will not happen if as HR, you're not ensuring that we put the structures or the process in place for the connect to really happen, right? So that is the role which I see, HR playing, helping the organization and leaders navigate this change, as they start getting back to work and as they start giving shape to the new culture. The other piece is on this entire thing of hybrid or remote working. The crux of the flexibility is not in the policies which you put in place. The crux of the flexibility is what are those micro cultures which are existing, in smaller teams, right? So I could put a very fabulous policy in place and you will still have pockets across the organization where the line manager is very uncomfortable in this flexible way of working. Your policy is set up for failure, right? And therefore, in a situation where you are navigating all these changes, I think right now the ask from HR leaders is to really monitor these micro pockets of cultures and therefore have a very high feedback mechanism from people to say what's working, what's not, and how do I address pockets which are not behaving the way they should so that you can really provide flexibility. Otherwise, you will have a very nice sounding policy on paper, but the reality will be very different, right? So I think those are some of the areas where HR needs to up its ante in terms of, supporting these changes for the larger organization.
Great. Taking from what you shared about hierarchy, I want to go to Mr. Gate, I'm sorry, and ask you about the interaction with leadership. It used to be, of course, multi-layered, and that's how the structure of the organization is. How has this pandemic impacted that communication? How has that communication with leadership changed?
Thank you, Rohil. So, while I get to that specific question, I think on the topic of flexibility itself, I don't think they were linked in terms of flexibility. It's a continuum. And I think we are just about starting off on the journey of being flexible organizations. And what I mean by that is right now, again, organizations are in a way defining flexibility as letting people work where they want to work from. But nothing else is flexible at this point in time. And again, this is a Gartner research that I quote, something that was done earlier this year. It said that almost 60% of employees, and over 5,000 of them were surveyed globally, 60% of them expect to work remotely at least once in a typical week. And that number kind of goes up. But where I'm coming to is, I think it's time to think about radical flexibility as well. And I think that is the other spectrum of flexibility. And what I mean by that is an associate or an employee saying, I want to be able to work from wherever I am. Seems to be a reality. I want to work when I feel most productive. Somebody might say, I'm an early riser. I think between 5 and 9 in the morning, I'd be most productive. Are we able to provide that flexibility to our employees? The third one is I want to choose how much I work each week. That's another question that comes to mind when we're talking about flexibility. And interestingly, and this is something, that's why I call this radical, is because I want to pick who I work with on certain projects. Can that kind of flexibility be provided as well to associates? I think that's where we'd possibly go from where we are right now, which is you work from home or wherever you are, to including all of these points. And that kind of brings me to the question that you asked around leadership and hierarchy. And I think to a large extent, I think what we're watching right now in real time is how one sub-microscopic virus has rendered all standards of human hierarchy meaningless, right? It's kind of impacted the best of actors, the cricketers, we call them gods in our own ways, they are impacted. So in a way, the virus doesn't see hierarchy. And I think the same will be true for leaders and hierarchy in organizations as well. But I think this is again a continuum. It will happen over a period of time, and inevitably in a crisis, I'm sure all of us have seen that the leaders who've had the biggest impact on the most people are rarely the official leaders at the top. And these are things that are kind of coming out as well over a period of time. So today, anyone still relying on their title to validate their sense of power or control will soon find out that that title is meaningless. And I think this is where the standard model or a model where leadership was based on command, control, hierarchy, silos, power will start. We're already seeing some of these disintegrating. And what we're seeing coming into fore is the age of personalization, wherein in our age of personalization, leadership means being courageous enough to be compassionate, something that a couple of my panel members mentioned at the start of the session panel as well today. It's also about making sure that we're being courageous enough to set aside metrics that are no longer relevant, even if that means appearing to fail, right? And when I say metrics, typically organizations say metrics are typically, this is the amount of growth we've got, this is revenue, this is the bottom line, the top line. But can we, as HR leaders, and then maybe this is the best time ever we could influence getting a people metric in there to define success of an organization as well. And there, for me, there lies the answer to your question. I think leadership today is about breaking down those barriers, about giving people the freedom to create unseen previous opportunities. And as leaders change, we will see this hierarchy and leadership structures as well change over a period of time, Rohil.
Right. Very valid points. I think giving that kind of a hyper-local, where you totally choose your leaders, your projects, I think maybe that is at the next stage of this flexibility. Ms. Bhargava, we have only 10 minutes, so I want to come to you with this last question. So we're talking about managing flexibility and equipping the workplace. While that sounds very doable and that's the way it is, but it also has its own set of challenges, I'm sure. Can you tell us briefly, I mean, what are the broad challenges that you face while ensuring this?
I think one big challenge is that one size does not fit all in the organization. So you have different teams in an organization. You have frontline teams, you will have your tech and product teams, you will have other support functions. You cannot have one overarching policy which kind of works for everybody. You have to find the right solution which works for everybody. Right now in the organization, that what we see is that our tech and product people are totally comfortable working from home. Right. But on the other hand, functions like sales, etc., are totally in the market, and that is the way it's going to work. Right. So you have to kind of make sure that in your organization you have the right set of balances in terms of the policies, incentives, etc., that you are creating. I think that is one challenge. The second challenge is also which has happened, but I think it's still a long way to go, is change in the mindset, because typically in the organization we want the people to be around us. So it's this little, and the talent, we want talent who's available, readily available in nearby location. But this pandemic has taught us that it's very easy to work in distributed teams across the locations. And as Nimisha mentioned that, I mean, some people are comfortable with it, some people are not comfortable with it. How do you make sure that slowly that institutionalizes in the organization when it becomes a way of work? I think that is the second biggest challenge that we face, is in changing in the mindset of the people. Third, I would say is we have focused a lot on the outcomes in terms of revenues, in terms of what is the growth of the business, etc. But slowly, the softer aspect has increasingly become important. As we see, for example, collaboration, right? It has been there. I mean, it's one of the key cultural trait of the organization, but it's so much more important now today in the kind of environment that we work. How do we create collaboration tools, deploy collaboration tools in the hybrid model that we work? Even the whole leadership hierarchy is changing, right? So as one of the panelists mentioned, that command control center is not going to be anymore. But at the same time, the leaders need to develop more skills of empathy, compassion, looking at things in a different way, breaking their silos in their own mind. And that is, I think, the biggest challenge that I feel, is that how do we break the silos that are always being conditioned in the way that we look at things. So how do we break that silos? So I think as an HR leaders, I think the most important thing for us is to manage the entire change in the mindset, in breaking the silos, creating the right set of culture across the organization. Before pandemic, as I mentioned, we were on that process. We were trying to build in some teams. For example, Agile is a method, way of work that we were working out in our tech teams. But how do we put it out from our tech teams and kind of institutionalize it across the organization, right? So, I mean, it's just, we were working out multiple models there, but now I think in 1 year's time, it is totally accelerated the way that we're looking at.
Right. Mr. Soin, if you can hear me, your take on this?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
So we're looking at, I mean, while we're talking about managing flexibility and equipping the workforce, it has its own set of challenges. What are those according to you?
Yeah, and the challenges are far and wide. So let me start by telling you how it impacts leadership. See, the definition of leadership has changed, and a lot of leaders who are actually quite successful in the pre-pandemic stage are not really very successful. Leadership has changed from what we call command and control to ownership and resilience. The fact that people are working from home and at home, it's almost a double shift fatigue, which is initially a euphoric activity because everybody said I'm cooking and I'm having fun. But right now, it's been a year and a half of cooking and everybody's fed up and wants to go back into the office. The third thing is that obviously, and it's important to know that especially in areas where the houses are not very big, everybody is on, whether it's an office, whether it's school, whether it's, everybody's on their own on this box, and everything is virtual. And after some time, it's taking an impact and toll because really there is no way around it. And finally, we actually also see that we have to have a discipline, like in office, but on virtual, we seem to have crossed the boundaries a bit on personal and the balance bit. So therefore, we do know while the productivity has suddenly shot up in the beginning, this fatigue and the mental, fatigue has come in. And therefore, I think the biggest challenge would be to sustain an effective environment, culture, and replicate the culture, especially for people who are coming in fresh, because all the hirings have been virtual in the last year and a half. As the people function, I think, again, our biggest challenge would also be, I think Malika said it, it's not only collaboration, but becoming effective. Effective for the customer, effective for internal collaboration, effective to deliver a high EBITDA and a high revenue year. And most importantly, to really pivot the company to say, in whichever company we are, to say, how can we look at the new normal and say, we are ready for whatever comes in? Because all our BCP plans went off the roof when the pandemic hit us. And therefore, it is up to the people function today to be ready for any other calamity that comes in. And sustainability is going to be a crucial factor for companies to thrive.
Great. Ms. Das and then Mr. Gate, we have 5 minutes left here.
You want me to respond to the same question?
Yes.
I think most of the points have been covered by the other panelists. The one build I would have on this one is when you're looking at flexibility, and that's a real challenge that we are already sort of grappling with. It works differently for different sections in your organization, right? So Malika has talked about it, the fact that there are salespeople, there are my plant people in the factories who were up and running within 15 days, 20 days of the pandemic, the lockdown getting announced last year. As we go about providing this flexibility for our people, how are we consistent in the principles that we are applying? I think that is going to be very, very critical in communicating fairness to people because it is going to create a divide on roles which lend themselves to flexibility and roles which do not, right? So I think the critical piece for us to look at it would be to ensure that the principles around where we provide that flexibility and where it cannot be provided is consistently applied for all employees, and they walk away or they understand that that it is fair and consistent. That's one of the challenges I would see.
Right. Great. And finally, Mr. Gate, big challenges for managing flexibility in your view?
One challenge, especially around leaders, Ruhail, is in the pre-COVID world, we were all operating over the same office. So the entire team was right next to you. Even if you're not speaking to them every day, you'd see them walking around, you'd see them doing stuff. So there were dots that you'd have through the day. In the morning, I saw them, afternoon, evening, and you know what's happening because there are facial expressions, they're discussing with each other. Whereas in the virtual world, the only time you're connecting and speaking to people is when you have a one-on-one or a team meeting. So those absence of dots is something that's impacting leaders. So in the absence of those dots, how do you, in a way, manage the team? How do you make sure that they're engaged, motivated? I think remains a big challenge. But having said that, there's one point that I also want to draw out, Ruhail. You mentioned earlier that how have things changed from pre-COVID to now, especially working from home. If an associate had to ask you, I think one positive thing that I've seen in the last 12 months is the increase in trust factor between the employees and the managers and leadership. Especially in the first few months when people started working from home, there was a burnout situation. We had to tell people enough. You don't have to be logged in 12 hours, 14 hours, 16 hours. I think that equation for me has been a highlight. And I think in a way, my advice to leaders has always been, don't look at micromanaging your team members when you're working from home. I think they are much more accountable and trustworthy than you believe they are. So I think that's another positive, Ruhail. Back to you.
Right. Right. Thank you. We are out of time, but what I love this discussion, it was, I want to thank all of you for joining us and taking time to be with us. Thank you once again, and over to you, Captain.
Thank you, Ruhail. You were wonderful.
Thanks for organizing this, Rohel.
Thank you.
Really loved our discussion, and thanks to the co-panelists for sharing so many thoughts. It's been great exchanging ideas.
Pleasure, pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Stay safe. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Once again, thank you to all our panelists for taking out the time and sharing your insights here with us on this platform. Thank you, Ruhail, for steering this very interesting conversation. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, before we go on to the fireside chat that is about to start, I'd like to inform all of you that do not forget to share the excitement with us online, with the online conversation going with the hashtag BWHR Excellence. Also, do share your insights and your key takeaways from the session so far. So go ahead and put it in the chat box or the comment box on whichever platform that you're watching us on. Moving forward, like we said, we have now a fireside chat between Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group, with Mr. Kulmeet Bawa, the President and Managing Director of SAP Indian Subcontinent, who will discuss the role of Human Resource Department in organizational conversions. So I'd like to welcome both the gentlemen on screen. Request you to please switch on your camera and mic.
Good day. It's my honor and privilege to welcome Mr. Kulmeet Bawa, who's the Managing Director of SAP in India and the Asian subcontinent. And thank you, Mr. Bawa, for joining the BW People HR Excellence Summit and Award. Mr. Bawa is also the jury chair of the BW People HR Excellence Awards. So thank you, Mr. Bawa, for chairing the jury and selecting the winners. We wanted to do this conversation to contextualize what's happening in the HR domain, what's happening in the business of work, how's it changing, how's the role of HR changing. So let me start by asking you, we're talking almost 12 months after COVID has been there, and a lot has changed since then. What has changed and what remains the same?
Yeah. Thank you, Anurag. Firstly, thanks for having me here, and it's a pleasure, right? It's a pleasure to be part of the jury. Like I said, yes, these have been strange times, right? If I can call it that. We are living in exciting times, of course. The world is getting flatter than ever before, and I think to your point of what has changed. Change is the only constant, right, today, the way I look at it. And organizations today very clearly need to constantly evolve or reinvent themselves, right? Which is what we saw, in the last 1 year, essentially to stay relevant, to meet expectations of the market. And I guess, to the point that this does warrant a lot of things that we are seeing around us through the pandemic, both individually, from an individual perspective, as well as from an organization perspective. There is a culture of learning that has changed from the way we had learned it initially. I think leadership styles, while the basic tenets of leadership don't change, but I just think, the fundamentals remain the same, but we've all had to tweak a lot of ways in which we lead today. I know I took over SAP. I came on the helm of almost, I think it is exactly 8 months ago, in the midst of the pandemic. And it's been different, to say the least, Anurag. Trying to build trust and credibility and relationships across a screen with people you've never met, right? It's not the way we've grown up. It's not the way we've learned to sharpen the saw over the years. But loads and loads of learning, and I'll pause for more of your questions. But yes, it's been different times, and I guess all of us have learned and evolved in the last 1 year, Anurag.
Thank you, Kulmeet. The two cues I take is, one is the constant nature of learning new skills and new ways of being. Second is the fact that we have to engage with stakeholders without being able to meet them. And, when you're doing this for the first time, it is not the same as knowing the person for a while. I think these are two definite trends that have happened. Now, let me focus on when you work with your HR head, your HR leader, what is the kind of conversations that you as the CEO have with the CHRO? You know, I want a real slice of what is the role of the CHRO, and especially its interface with the CEO.
Yeah, no, that's a great segue, and especially because I said that things are changing so fast, and you know, we've all had to learn and sharpen the saw. Look, to me, Anurag, and I know we discussed this earlier, but you know, the HR function, and I'll come to the CHRO, but the HR function in itself has always held a very prime importance, right? And is key to the functioning or the smooth functioning of any organization, SAP included. And I've always looked at HR as this execution engine, you know, responsible for realizing the vision of the organization or translating the vision that you know, top management may be setting. How do you? They are the ones responsible for translating some of that into reality. Of course, to your point, as in our CHRO, working in tandem, working very closely with me at every step of the way, right? So to me, you know, when I look at SAP and the CHRO here and the HR team as a whole, I guess they are the bridge between me and the workforce, as would be with any organization, right? A bridge that needs to carry that that very balanced view, which is very, very important. Be sort of a maker-checker, you know, as part of their function. Now, you know, to your first point, what you started with or what you alluded to, I think there's been a lot of change. Change has been the only constant, and this change could have many facets, Anurag. You know, based on the stage of business or the kind of transformation that organizations have had to undergo in the last 1 year or from an SAP perspective. And these changes could range from anything from cultural and mindset changes, behavioral changes, down to you know, the other end of the spectrum, which to me is just sharpening of the saw or day-to-day processes, which is more tactical. And in most of these, my HR team and the CHRO, I guess they've occupied a very pivotal role, right? A very pivotal role, one by virtue of you know, HR as a function being responsible for the entire employee life cycle, you know, from recruitment to onboarding to training to retirement. I guess that whole gamut is the HR responsibility. And second and more important, and I always say this, the word human as part of the human resource is so critical, right? Because it's all about bringing these changes, the transformations that I was talking about, ensuring empathy at any given point, ensuring the appreciation and the pride of place for diverse thoughts and diverse perspectives, right? So it's so important, which is what I saw our HR teams do so beautifully, to actually support the employees through these trying times so that there is proper alignment to the vision. And like I said, you know, from an SAP perspective, we are at that cusp of, you know, we're in the midst of a transition, Anurag, you know, to becoming a true cloud company, because that is the critical need for the hour. That is exactly what our customers have been coming back to us with. So while we are investing billions of dollars towards R&D, towards becoming a cloud company, towards creating our next round of legacy at SAP, and as you can guess or imagine, it's not a technology transition, right? Transitions or transformations like this are holistic in nature. They need a difference in mindset, thought, agility, nimbleness, stuff that we may not have been used to. And I think a lot of this has happened thanks to our HR team, our CHRO, you know, in ensuring this smooth implementation of the change or transition, whether it is, you know, adding brand new mindset or genre of employees with that new mindset, or just upskilling or reskilling our existing teams in these new areas, or keeping them motivated, or just helping people get inspired as we navigate or march towards you know, our new tomorrow or the ambitious goals that we've set. So I think the HR has been a true a partner in crime as we've gone through some of this, Anurag.
Thank you so much. Now let me focus, technology and technology tools have become much more important in our life, especially when it comes to work over the last 12 months. We are now talking through this video platform, and there are multiple video platforms that one can use. So all I'm trying to ask you is, as the role of technology grows, how do you bring in human touch? How do you bring compassion? How do you bring the ability to be able to, touch someone, so to say? So, one cannot ignore the positive aspect of technology, but how do you still say human-centric and bring the human touch in everything you do as a leader and as an organization?
Yeah. No, thanks a lot. And in fact, two parts to the way I'll answer it, Anurag. One, of course, and I've said this several times, it's all about people, right? Finally, whether it's internal, external, upwards, downwards, customers, the employees, if you can get the whole people equation right, I think success is easy, right? And a lot of your dreams always get fulfilled. And I'm infamous for saying this, but to your point, look, we have been in transition. Lots of organizations we've seen over the last year have had to reinvent, get back to the drawing board in various ways, right? Whether it is making changes to their structures or processes or just the way of working. Right, a lot of organizations, as you know, have had to create or invent new business models or pivot to new business models, right? While others have been reborn, they've almost gone into an oblivion, and then again been reborn with a new added vigor, right? And reinvented themselves. But I think very, very important to your point, and even at SAP, like I mentioned, so while we undergo such transformational initiatives, right, at whatever level, we cannot let go of the basic tenets, like organizational ethos or belief systems, because that is truly critical to what we do. And it's important to bring in the changes that you were talking about by keeping the moral fabric, if I could call it that, by keeping the moral fabric of an organization intact. Only then these changes become truly worthwhile, and only then can we be truly successful if we don't get the empathy piece that I was talking about. And as you notice, and I can give you tons of examples, but as you notice, organizations that have embraced this change by taking people along, by ensuring that everyone in the org is rowing in the same direction, rather than by leaving them behind. Have definitely built themselves, Anurag, to last longer, right? They've created a much stronger value system. They've created stupendously loyal workforces, right? Which can actually continue to hold these organizations in good stead and to ensure success in the future years. And like I said, even at SAP, we've transformed across a variety of pillars, whether it was the adaptation of workforce skills or bringing in technology to your point, to integrate into business processes. So a lot of that has happened in the last 1 year. But however, I'm proud to say, and you can feel it in the passion when I talk, but we've ensured very well that organizational transformation happens in consonance with our employee welfare, right? Always making it a point to keep our employees, or as I call it, the heartbeat of the organization, always front and center in what we do, Anurag. So yes, it's super critical to keep a balance between the changes and transformation, whether it's technology or any other way, and to keep the moral fiber, the basic tenets of an organization, and the people front and center always, Anurag.
Beautiful. If the organization is truly human-centric, it has a positive impact on all aspects of the company and the society. Now, since this is a human resource-led initiative, this is the BW People HR Excellence Summit and Awards, I just want to ask, within human resources, the use of technology for all domains has gone up, whether it's identifying talent, onboarding talent, recruiting talent, in terms of performance management. The role of learning, as you said, has gone up because learning cycles are shortened. You need to learn new skills. So clearly, technology in human resources, tech in HR has really gone up. What do you think will it lead to? What are the areas you see an improvement because of technology in human resource function going up?
Yeah, no, great question, Anurag. And you know, I alluded to it earlier, but it's always about a balance to me, right? So not just the HR function, but any form of leadership that you see, it's always a balance. So we will have technology, we will have you know, new avatars coming in, but how do we still manage to keep people, like you said, front and center? And I don't think we have an option, right? So whether I look at customer centricity, right? So if it's SAP or any organization, you have to keep the softer areas of, you know, customers in the center, whether it's your business or mine. Similarly, internally with employees. Now, coming to your point, look, I said this: the world is getting flatter by the day, right? And change is the only constant all around us. And today we don't have a choice. And let's face it, and this has become a stark reality. It's like become you know, it's come and hit us in our face in the last 6 to 12 months, right? So we have to constantly evolve. We have to continuously reinvent to stay relevant. And to your point, one of the finest and the sharpest and the fastest ways to do that today is to harness technology, right? And what I've seen, of course, is that you know, these changes that we are seeing all around us, Anurag, is it also warrants a culture of continuous learning, you know, within the workforce, if I can call it that. So irrespective of function or experience or which area in the organization you're at, I guess everyone needs to learn at scale, right? Which, to your point on technology, all of us, and I'm seeing this need arise more than ever, you need to create learning platforms, right? Taking the help of technology, create learning platforms, build relevant content within that platform, right? Which helps an employee remain productive. And that productiveness is not just in their current roles, but to me, it's very important for them to prepare for the future, because of the manner in which the world is moving so quickly. And for example, at SAP, we've got a fantastic platform called Open SAP, which is an online learning platform with more than 5 million individuals, you know, have already been trained, or 5 million, not individuals, but they've been training imparted almost 5 million times. Now the second aspect, you know, while we talked about technology, I guess is always to this continuous learning is the whole experiential aspect of this, Anurag, because you know, today, whether it's SAP or loads of other smarter organizations, they're driving experiential learning through initiatives like you know, either stretch assignments or internal fellowships is something big for us. Job rotation of early talent. I think this helps immensely, right, in providing that exposure and building the whole well-rounded individuals that we are so looking for, or the leadership of tomorrow. And my last point here is, of course, being custodian. Since you said this is an HR summit, you know, that we are talking about, I think the custodians of you know, these employees, or like I said, the heartbeat of an organization, or the most precious resources, I guess, is with HR, right? So they are the custodians. So and by virtue of that, I think they are so well poised. The HR individuals or professionals are so beautifully poised to identify these skill gaps that we are talking, and helping people, employees, workforce truly design their career paths, you know, thereby bringing the vision that I was talking about, that I may be setting, right? I could set the vision, we could get people to have a shared vision, but it's the HR that are actual custodians who actually help realize that vision. Anurag, long answer, sorry, but those are my feelings.
Perfect. Thank you for being detailed about it. My last question to you is, if you had to predict, you already talked about continuous learning, the need to upgrade the need to be human-centric, the need to be able to, in some way, use technology as a leapfrogging tool, but not take the humans out of the equation. But if you had to predict 2 or 3 trends from a future of workplaces, from the future of HR standpoint, what would those be?
Yeah. Look, Anurag, one of it is what I said. Yeah. So the harnessing of technology needs to happen sooner than later, but keeping the right balance, keeping the mix between, we don't want a world like 1984, right, where Big Brother's watching you. So we don't want that world, but however, we do want the right mix to come in every facet, right, of an organization. And like I said, HR is the closest, this function is closest to the organization's workforce. And I'll relate it back to the future of work, like you said. They understand the pulse of the organizations better than anyone, hopefully, right? And that's what I've always believed. And they're instrumental in actually steering the entire ship or getting the organization to work as a single fighting unit. Now, look, to your point, I think some of the things that I'm seeing is, and again, I'll touch technology for just a second, but all the steps in the hire to retire process, which is connected or linked to employees or individuals, need to be made smarter, right? Back to my point, we don't have a choice today, right? Keeping that mix, of course, or the balance correct. Number 2, I think, apart from this, more and more today, and what we've seen in the whole work from home in the last 1 year, with lots and lots of organizations, it's tougher to build the vibrancy, or motivation or inspiration in an organization, as well as it's getting tougher to build the psychological safety, which is so critical, right? So I think that's the second bit I would call out, because a safe environment, Anurag and everyone, is clearly something that helps employees deliver their best, right? It actually helps build a culture of where there's no fear of failure, a culture of experimentation. So that's the second piece that I would call out, where organizations are heading, and it's better to embrace it, build that culture of experimentation where people don't have a fear for failure. Allow them to fail, allow them to play for failure, which is so important. And lastly, probably I would always call out, I think what's super critical from a future perspective is to get the correct mix in an organization from a diversity perspective. Now, I don't mean, typically it's cliched, right? Gender or generational diversity, but let's think beyond, right? Just diversity of thought and approach becomes so critical as we move on. And while we ensure that, I think it's super critical, Anurag, that we truly weave, inclusivity into the fabric of the organization. And I mean this, intrinsically weave it into the organization, and not just at a superficial level that we find sometimes. So of course I have one thought for all the HR leaders here, but I'll hand over back to you. I guess visionary leaders, not just HR leaders, are always thinking of the future of work, to your point, helping businesses create that talent pool, not just for today, but to embrace the market shifts and pandemics that we are hit by so often. Anurag.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bawa. That was Mr. Kulmeet Bawa, Managing Director and CEO of SAMP in the Indian subcontinent. He's also the jury chair for the HR Excellence Award. So thank you, Mr. Bawa, for talking to BW people and BW Business World. And hopefully, with what you've shared, some of the thought processes that the HR leaders have will become even more aligned to the future, if I may say. And mindfulness matters, so we got to be in the present, but being in the present is the best way to prepare for the future. And the HR leaders have made sure that the business continuity planning and execution that needed to happen in the last 12 months has happened well in alignment with the CEO's vision, and also keeping the employees' welfare at all point of time. So thank you for talking to BW people. We're grateful to you, and we wish you luck in your endeavors. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anurag. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra and Mr. Bawa. Thank you for that insightful session. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope all of you are taking note as the BWHR Excellence Summit. We're moving forward to our fourth panel discussion of the day, which will talk about new facets of HR leadership and technology-based HR strategic plans. The esteemed panelists include for this session, Vandana Tilwani, CHRO, Havis Group India, Prashant Kullar, Senior Vice President, HR of Max Life Insurance Company Limited. We also have with us Jaya Shubhake, the Chief People Officer at TVS Credit. The session will be moderated by Sugandh Behel, Senior Correspondent, BW People and BW Business World. So firstly, a very warm welcome to all our panelists, and Sugandh, to you. I'd like you to take over the proceedings. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you.
Thank you, Khyati. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kate.
I welcome everyone on the board. Thank you so much for attending the conference. Hope you're having a great time. We're having a power-packed performances, and we're having number of sessions which are really knowledgeable, and the traction is catching a good number. So let's begin with our session. Just to be brief backdrop of what the topic talks about. So I think, HR management is now evolving into a more technology-based profession. Employees are seeing HR not just as a person, which was earlier just believed to have been an individual sitting in a cabin sorting your employee-related issues, but then it's rather more than a portal now. Now the time is such that the HR professionals are not only required to master the traditional HR skills and knowledge, but they also need to have the ability to apply the knowledge via technology. And I hope you all might be agreeing with me on that aspect. We can begin with Prashant, sir. I would like to know your views upon as to what are the alignments an HR leader would look for in a technology strategy with key HR and business goals.
Thank you, Sugandh. Interesting question. And let me just bring, I think, everybody's attention to a quick few basics, when we talk about this alignment. And the first, I think, which most companies, if not all today, are focusing on is the employee experience one has defined for the organization. I think that really sets the bedrock when we talk about alignment, investment, or really where one wants to be. And that can be unique. The employee experience is what one chooses in the organization based on the culture that one has set, based on the future where the organization sees itself, and based on really the business proposition. What is it that the business requires? So that understanding, I think, for not just HR leaders, but leadership as a whole in the organization is important, that what is the employee experience we want to create. Second is, as HR, or as, let's say, I would say business leaders, do we really know what we want? That's the first thing. Today, there's a plethora of choices really available when one looks at technology. There's no limit to what one can really go. The question is that, do I really understand what people want, as their representative? Do we really understand what efficiency is being spoken about? What we run the risk of running is far too much investment, where we want to not just digitize, but from a technology point, bring everything that's really available in bits and pieces. And then we struggle that people are not adapting to the technology. It's not really adding to efficiency, because somewhere perhaps we've really not asked ourselves that what is it that I really want? Am I clear of the entire blueprint of what it looks like today and what I want it to look like in the future? So to start with, those are the first couple of things I'd like to add: the employee experience and knowing what you and your people want before you really, tread this route of the overall tech gimmick that we're talking about today.
Mm-hmm. Also, I would like to add a point is when you said that now there is a change which is required of what we want,
people have built a stencil in mind that when you are working for an organization on a particular role, this is what your organizational needs are. But then with changing times, the needs evolve, the needs increase. Hence, it's important to stay updated as well.
Yes, it's important, and more than what's really changing out in the market is once I know clearly what I want, what the company needs, then one starts playing a role in design of the kind of technology you need.
Very true. Vanna ma'am, what's your take on the same?
I'm fully aligned to whatever you all pointed out, but I just want to add a couple of things. I think it's I think it's very important to understand how your business, if you have a vision and if you have an idea of how your business is going to evolve, right? Because over a period of time, I think that really that alignment, in my opinion, is also very important. Because you if you know, for example, how you're going to grow in the next few years, if you know how many more people you're going to add going forward, what kind of growth pattern you're seeing. And I think in that sense, it's, if you know what your short term and long term needs are, that really kind of helps you have an alignment internally with your business, because then it's directly linked to what your business is. So any kind of a technology investment, in my opinion, will need to have that perspective.
Basically, we have to streamline the thoughts.
Absolutely.
That is when we can decide as to what kind of technology do we require in order to cope with the changes which are needed.
Exactly. Because you don't want to make an investment, and usually technology is a huge investment. It requires so much time and effort to deploy. You want to make sure that it meets your, at least for the next five years or more, right? I mean, anything less than that would be a complete disaster.
Plus, it's got to fulfill your holistic needs. We might have number of needs, and for number of needs, we cannot have different technologies being deployed. So a particular piece, if we're investing an X amount, I believe that you got to have that kind of an investment, which is like a holistic need, at least for two, three issues.
Absolutely. I think a platform. So it may not always be possible, but as much as possible, you want to look at something which is all pretty much covers every aspect of your function, your business, as much as possible. Because otherwise it's like, I've worked in a lot of organizations where we often just invest in standalone products and technologies that don't talk to each other. And HR is always struggling with multiple logins. You don't know what to drive. If you have everything under one platform, it really helps as much as possible, as much as realistically possible.
Jeswa ma'am, what do you think are the key points that you would look when for an engraving agility into your HR tech strategy?
So adding to what Prashant and Vandana is saying, I mean, obviously the experience is what matters at the end of the day. Even at the time of hiring, what we look at is not the person who's rigid and following rules and processes, which is what we used to do 20 years back. But currently, even that has changed. A person who addresses employee experience, that's the skill that we look at while hiring itself to begin with. And I would think we also need to clearly define what is it that we are trying to address in this, rather than, because there are a lot of tools in the market. Every other day, all of us keep getting calls or mails saying that, this tool is there, this is world class, this is that. But what is it that we want? What is our ecosystem looking at? So, like somebody was saying, we need to keep our ears and eyes open and to understand what is the requirement that we have internally, and also scan the environment to see what is it that is changing in the workplace. What is it that's going to help us? And then look at that. That's what I would do.
Okay. And Prashant sir, one, I would like to know what are the key points which you would be looking at while hiring. Two, I would also want you to shed light upon, like, once you're hiring, of course, you'll have a strategy in mind that why am I hiring this person? what are the presets that are dealt that is got to be there while I'm hiring. Plus, apart from giving an employee experience or having a mindset wherein he is looking after the employee experience, what are the other aspects that you will look in that person?
So then let me just clarify. When you say hiring, do you specifically refer to hiring for the human resource function or overall hiring at the leadership level in the organization?
No, sir, I wouldn't say at a leadership level. Here, I'm focusing more on the HR part.
Okay. So I think there are two ways to look at it. One is the understanding, or let's say really the mindset, that HR people have today, and more and more, what we're encouraging in our organization is to challenge status quo, is to challenge every process that exists today. That why can't it be digitized? In any process, what is happening? There are two choices you make. Either you want to be the first mover and have that advantage, or you wait it out and see what is the world really doing, what is the kind of technology tools that everybody is using, and I want to go for the tried and tested. First, we need to be clear of that. And I think what Vandana also said a little while earlier, a very good point, where there are bits and pieces of everything today available. And, the frequency with which one is really forced to change after every few years is maddening. And that's where we miss out, where not knowing that what is the overall strategy of the company, where are we headed, the number of employees, and what is it my value proposition that I want to create, what is my experience employee blueprint for the employee experience that we want to take the journey. Number one, once that is clear, then when you're hiring, and HR of course has different facets, whether you're hiring for your hiring team, or let's say a complement team, or for example a HR business partner, I think it's a must today where people understand, what technology plays a role at. How can I make my processes more efficient? Now, people may be in different cycles or different stages of the cycle of investment in technology. But one thing which is a must is that, do I have that understanding of what the world is, number one, doing? Do I have an understanding of my specific function? For example, let's say if it's comp and ben handling overall appraisal process of the company, what is it that I really want? On that depends, or flows out two things: self-service model for the employee and a manager service model for the manager. Two things. And you can only enable that when that understanding exists, not just within your HR folks, but also down the line. Because today, what we're really doing is, more often than not, technology is to create self-service options. Most companies will speak that language, to all of us, that we want to create self-service for our employees. At the same time, manager lesser dependency for data or analytics on their HR business partners, and more that do I have access to it myself. Once these two are in place, then I think it's fairly simple from the hiring perspective of what you really want to get in the organization, somebody who understands the landscape.
And how open would you be in trusting the new age technology strategies that your new hires may be coming up with?
So that I don't really know if I have a choice over there. The larger point is that today it's a must, where one needs to walk down that path. So the question of being able to trust with the hiring to understand that is not really a choice. It's a must today. So we have to.
So I understand, sir, that you don't have much of a choice because you're hiring somebody who might be having an expertise into that domain, of course. But then, would you be deploying your own strategies with what you might be seeing in other companies?
See, like I said earlier, once you are clear of what your roadmap looks like, okay, your employee experience, your strategy for the future, all you need to do is then dovetail that. Where will technology play its part? What are the processes that need to be digitized? Where am I using more time for basic administrative tasks which can be done at a click of a button? Number one. And to give you an example, if we're looking to add 2 to 3,000 employees over the next, let's say, 2 years within the company, the model that I am choosing today, or the structure or the platform that I have today, is it capable of bringing, let's say, 20,000 people in an employee together? If I'm looking at creating a workplace where communication is easily flowing across, those are the questions that I need to ask today. That today, easy for me to reach out to 10,000 people. Will it be as easy to reach out to 20,000 people at a click of a button and making it relevant at the same time? That's one would need to look, and that journey will be different for everybody. So if you're doing something and I get inspired that, my God, there is something that Sugandh in business world is doing extremely well, and this technology is fantastic, it may inspire me, but would it be relevant to my organization? Would it serve the purpose of my organization? Uh, uh, I
Yeah,
can't be sure till the time.
relevance is the key. I completely agree with your point. Something that is working for me does not necessarily might work for your organization or for your team. So yeah, relevance is an important key takeaway here. Vanna
So, but
ma'am,
I think one needs to be very careful when adopting best practices also.
okay. Vanda ma'am, how does technology, according to you, enable the effectiveness and efficiency of our people, program, and initiatives?
I think it's I think technology. I mean, technology is supposed to make life simpler for everybody, right? And if today, let's say you're choosing to use technology or implement technology at a large scale to automate, all your HR functions, and which basically to achieve what two, three objectives, it should be able to help you attract, retain, and develop the right people, right? So you want to make sure that you bring in technology that's pretty much kind of achieving these three objectives for you, right? So I think the most important piece that you need to understand is that technology when you're looking to invest in technology, and what is important to understand, that technology should not be it should be an enabler and not a distractor, in the sense that it should have tools, it should have systems that are making life easy for you. So which means that a really good evaluation of the product that you're considering is very important. I think the other aspect is understand that you're not doing this only for HR. This is not only for HR. This is for the organization, right?
Of course.
This is going to directly, because most of the modules today have set, modules which are operated and used by employees, finance, other functions, and so on. Make sure that there is alignment. Make sure that you're getting the right advice. A tool, don't do it by yourself. There are other people in the organization that can help you kind of evaluate the effectiveness and efficiency of these tools. Make sure that it's user friendly. I think at the end of the day, the whole idea of a technology is to be able to not only become more efficient and effective. I think that's not the only objective today. It's also about how it is enabling you as a business to make smart decisions about your people. So in that sense, is the technology that you're adopting, is it giving you analytics, it's giving you information that can really help you, because that's going to help you make smart decisions, and that's going to help you like make maybe make be more efficient and smarter. So I think keeping that in mind also, it should be I think today especially in today's context, what is most important is technology should be, it can be used on the go, right? Today we are all working from, a lot of people are working from home, a large section. A lot of people today should be able to use technology. It should be on the go. Make it cloud based. It should, people should be able to access anything on their phone. I think when you have these three, four things that if are able to achieve, so there should be, user interface should be good. I think the fact that it could be cloud based, the fact that it should be able to give you information and analytics to help you make good decisions. I think then that you're really making it work for you,
Make a
you know,
difference. Yeah.
then you're making a difference, you know. It's and remember that it's not for you, because you know we often as HR tend to get into this whole you know thing that you know we're doing this because we want to bring about an efficiency into what we do,
We do.
but let's not fool ourselves. It's really not, it is as much for the organization and other people as it is for us.
Very true. I mean, the thought wherein you said that it's not for us, it's for the organization as the goal is what matters. Because yes, we do misunderstand it at times that it's for our betterment, it's for our team. No, it's not for us. It's a holistic goal that we got to achieve for an organization on a whole. And Jaya Subha ma'am, what is your take on this same? Would you like to add something new to it or something new which you were doing at your organization?
Yeah, sure. To add to what Vandana was telling, we do something called as a pantry boy test, so that I'm not clouded by what I do and I don't, because it is my product, so I'm already in love with it. But does the user understand it? So the first thing I do is I go to the grassroots, that is a pantry boy, or I call my field officer and ask him to use it and tell me what is it that he's learning on. कितना आसान है ये करने? That's the basic idea. And आपको कितना फायदा होगा ये करके? So these are the things that we ask him. Then we know, okay, we've passed the test. Only then we go and do the pilot and roll it out and whatever. That's point number one. Then what I wanted to add is, see, whatever we do, we cannot forget the human in this. Technology is just an aid here, and it's the human that's the most important thing here. These high tech, high touch, strategy. So everything is about what does he want, how is he going through it, what is his experience in that, and how fast is it. As Prashant was saying, it's all about self-service. How do we encourage that, and how do we make him take good decisions based on the data that the technology is throwing to him? That's point number two. Number three is how often are we revisiting our processes? I think it's about not being possessive about what we've developed. It's about unlearning those things or willing to give it up for the larger good. So I think these are the three things that I would think would help.
Ma'am, one point which I really liked was that you're going to a level of a pantry boy and asking them how easy it is. But then day in, day out, we're coming up with number of technologies and we're coming up with number of needs. How often and how easy has it been for you to go down to a level and, ease the problem out to a level that a common man can use it?
So it's not an easy thing to do, considering that we have 17,000 employees spread all over India, and the guy is sitting in some remote location. So how does he understand? So we pick and choose people who's going to be the user for that particular product. Get his pain point first, then develop it, then give it to another group. I wouldn't say it's not very. It is not very fast, but definitely as an organization, the turnaround time has been pretty fast because they are the ones who are going to use it. And the biggest challenge as a human resources head is to get them to understand that this is for your good. So if that is done, then half my problem is.
And how open have you been to customer issues, like while they're using it, the interface issues, and how easy has it been for a team, for any HR team for that matter, to sort the issue and get the app going or get the software going and, deploy it in various segments of a company?
So one thing is keep the ears and eyes open. Keep your feedback, the channels of communication open is what I would say. Second is, as I told you, not get possessive about what we've developed and continuously look at how we can, what are the things that we need to incorporate. Once in a quarter, we also have to revisit this in terms of, is it addressing the current requirement? Especially since the last year, what has taught us is what we did for 3 months itself is not relevant for the next 3 months in some areas. So every to sit and force ourselves to spend time on this. So that's how it's been so far. It's a learning as we go along with.
It's been a learning on a different ride altogether. So we've been hearing number of sessions since morning, and the learning has been growing because we get to know new things which the organizations are doing. be it in terms of updating your technology or in terms of employee experience. I mean, it's good to hear that companies are taking that standpoint that yes, one, we got to evolve, two, we got to stay updated if we have to stay relevant in market. So yeah, that's a good take. Prashant sir, what would be your personal recommendations for building an ideal HR technology strategy? As I said that yes, you got to be very open in what your young hires are coming up with ideas, but then if you got to recommend something, how would you recommend that an HR strategy should look like?
Okay, Sugandh, thank you. It's a lovely question, and I'm going to use the opportunity to link HR strategy and technology together, because it's very important that they're used together if one has to. And let me give you an example. I think first your priorities have to be very clear, and I use the example where each organization today is working in technology for its customer, the external customer, and a technology platform for popularly referred as the internal customer, the employees, and you're trying to create a good experience. So the first question we ask ourselves is that, is our attention and focus equal on both? Because more often than not, we're really keen of making a fantastic user experience for the customer. And let me do the Amazon test. Today, the Amazon app is perhaps one of the most widely used apps across the globe, where anybody and everybody, even the pantry boy at TVS, what Jayashubha mentioned, would find it very easy to scroll through, get what she or he wants, and be able to make a purchase. Okay, it's simple, it's intuitive. And that's an approach I think many organizations look at when they're looking at their customer and marketing their product, or what their app really is talking about. And we being a life insurance company, equally so. Does that focus exist for the employee also? Very recently, we've tied up with a new provider for our entire HRMS. And let me tell you, COVID year, where everybody's been looking to save costs, we've gone ahead and signed up for an expense of close to 17 to 18 crores in investment in this technology. So the first thing is that, is the intent clear? It could have been very easy to say, listen, we're still coming out of difficult times. Let's postpone this expense to perhaps next year, financial year 23 or so. Is it really urgent? People understood. The leadership understood the urgency that we're not going to compromise the employee experience for the sake of either cost saving or at the cost of investing more for the customer. Number one. Number two, I go back to, again, the overall employee experience. That what is it that you're trying to provide to the employee? And my strategy for both technology as well as HR emerges really from there on the priorities we have decided. Because once you've made up your mind for something, then you're going all the way in for it. Number three, it cannot be a top-down approach. The end user is the person right at the bottom who's using it. Are we taking her or his opinion in the matter? That if this is the new platform or if this is the new technology, number one, do you find it relevant? Will you use it? Is it going to serve a purpose for you doing your work better, what you do, and not an HR thing over here? Okay. That really is what goes into the overall design and the strategy. That what is it that I need to invest in? What is it that I not? Is PMS more important for me or the employee down below? Is it hiring? Is it your ability to provide feedback? Things like that. For example, when we reach down to our employees right at the bottom, let's say the frontline supervisor who's interviewing candidates said that I find it very cumbersome to type feedback on the app, even though there's an app that exists. Can I just record my feedback and it can automatically put my feedback on paper? We said, why not? Let's speak to the service provider, and they enabled it. So again, the question that, do you know what you want? Because technology out there perhaps is ready to meet any need that you want, but you're the one who's going to come up with that need. You're the one who's going to ask that need to people at the front line, that how can we make your lives better? And that flows in then with your technology.
From there on, it's the organic flow then. I would say from there on, it's the organic flow then, because you've sought the purpose.
Correct. And more importantly, I think it's not about what's serving you well. It's about getting the right thing, make it as intuitive, as easy for the person to use. It doesn't have to be fancy. It doesn't have to be high tech. If your frontline employee can use it easily, can provide feedback, do what he or she needs, you're sorted.
Agree. I totally agree, because you very well said that technology is out there to meet our needs. It's just that we have to figure it out. What do we want? That's the first step. I would say, as a key takeaway, that's the first step for anyone. You got to realize, and Vanda ma'am said also same, you got to realize what you want. And once you know what you want, then you can actually strategize it, that how can or which kind of technology can help you aid your needs. Vanna ma'am, if I have got to ask your recommendations, apart from what Prashant sir has already quoted, is there something extra that you would like to add?
Yeah, just a couple of points. Like you said, I think the starting point is to really know what your future and current needs are, right? I mean, that's you need to be very clear, and that's a massive exercise. I think if you start on that premise, you're probably you're on the right track. I think it's the other important, because at the end of the day, what do you need this technology to do for you, right? At the end of the day, that's what matters. I think the other big aspect for every organization to consider is obviously what is the amount of budgets that you're working with, because obviously there are a whole lot of products, all sorts of platforms out there. You need to see what kind of investment. So I mean, for me, that's personally, for me, that will be a big question. And is it something that, is it worth that, whatever we bring in, is it going to give me enough value for the kind of investment that I make in that product? Also, I think, and once you actually do decide, like I said, I mean, once you've taken inputs, got everybody to evaluate, assess the product, and you've decided that this is the best product, that will meet your requirements. I think it's very important to, I think how you structure the deployment of that platform is also very important. So you can you can say that, I may do it, I may, like for example, today we use Workday as a platform, right? We've not taken, Workday is a big, expensive platform. So we've decided that, we don't want to use all the modules. So we've started with 4. So we have the hiring, we have PMS, we obviously have the HRIS, and then there is one more. So we said, let's do this. This is how we wanted to start, and we say if it works well, then as we go along, we might introduce elements and modules which will make sense. So you can either choose to deploy it in a more phased manner. Sometimes, because the scale at which you're operating, you really don't know what can go wrong, and you need to be really smart about this. So you can either do that, or you could say that if you're a large organization, I think it might make sense for me to do it in this particular business unit first, to see how it works. So I'm just saying that from an overall strategy point of view, there are 3-4 things that I personally, so for me, obviously the cost is a big element. I need to know for sure that this product is going to meet my current and long term, and like I said, at least 5 to 10 years, because it's a lot of effort. Because I would want to leave a legacy. Like tomorrow, if I'm not here, I don't want somebody to say, "Arey, ye kya deploy karke chali gayi?" That should not happen, right? And then the last bit is, how you actually roll it out, because at the end of the day, that is the most important experience of which will matter, because the experience of using the different modules, the ease, and then okay, now it's working. Let's now look at scaling it up. That's how I would what I would say.
Yeah, and scaling is actually the last point, as you rightly said, that once everything is done and dusted, now there's a point that let's see how to scale it ahead. And yes, the organic flow is there, of course. Jayasubha ma'am, your recommendations on building an ideal HR tech strategy, something that you would like to add, or something, an example which you would like to quote as to how it needs to be done. We have to do it, is everybody, I mean, me, you, everyone knows it, but how to do it is a question. So your take on the same.
So, like I told you, first we will have to look at what is it that we're trying to address. Is there a problem in the first place, or are we bringing technology for the sake of technology? Because we all know there's a lot of tools available, and at various prices, various benefits that it comes along with it. That's number one. What is the point? What is the pain that we are trying to address? And what is it that we want to look at? And what is the strategy of the organization? These things need to be kept in mind. Closely keeping an eye on the ground in terms of my internal customers. What is it that they want to look at? And then design something which will take us forward. But I would add one thing to what Vandana is saying is, what Vandana said actually applies to me too. We also need to look at what is the benefit that is going to give in terms of rupee value. And then at the end of it, that also matters as a business. So that needs to be clearly written, or at least we need to have it in our minds, because experience, all this is elements. At the end of it, it translates to something else, which is what is it doing to the bottom line in terms of culture, in terms of your hiring, your retention, whatever. So that's something that I want to add.
If I talk about your company in person, how has the technology brought about the element of effectiveness in managing the talent?
If I give you an example, probably it will be easier for me to tell you. My feet on street is able to take daily decisions based on the data that goes to them, and this is only enabled through technology. And today we all know there's hybrid work that's happening, and there are a lot of people who are sitting at home. How do we track projects? How do we track what's going on? How do we see that they don't get burnt out? All this is technology has been aiding us to support in all this endeavors as of now.
Okay, and we've had this wonderful session, ma'am. If I were to ask 5 key takeaways from this session, what would that be? What would you want your viewers, your audience to take 5 key takeaways from whatever you wanted to convey or converse?
So the most important thing I would think is not adopt technology for the sake of looking tech savvy, but looking at the person. We are human resources professionals, and I believe human is 42 size font, bold. I mean, that's the job that we should not be forgetting, and look at that element first. And then bring technology as an aid to it rather than looking at it the other way. Second is, what does my customers want internally? I mean, that's the second most thing that I would look at. Third is, what does the business want? Then what's happening outside? And then deploying it inside.
Prashant sir, your key takeaways?
I think pretty much Jayashubha has summarized everything, but quick few takeaways. Be very clear in your mind what your blueprint of the employee experience looks like. As important as the customer experience journey today is the employee experience journey from end to end. Experiences cannot be broken. I should have a one-point stop for everything, even if there are multiple platforms avoidable, I personally feel. But for the employee, it has to be a one-stop shop for everything. Should not be expected to go on to different platforms, number one. Number two, I think very important to keep employees' opinions and views over there, because more often than not, we will roll out some great tools, technology, the adoption is very limited. And I'll give you an example where many companies looked at collaboration tools, etc. Why is WhatsApp still the most preferred tool for people, in spite of other tools being brought in? So I think it's more about convenience than the sake of it. And lastly, the scale, that what I'm able to provide 10,000, or let's say in my organization 16,000 people today, will I be able to provide that for 25,000 people in the next couple of years without having to change much? So the scale will also be very important. Keep that in mind.
I'm sure people might be making note of all these things, because they're really engaging and important to know that, organizations are now paying attention to such smaller aspects as well. Vanna ma'am, what do you have to say on the same? What would be your key takeaways?
I think more or less similar to what Prashant and Shubha said. I think the most important thing is the technology going to add value? So when I think that's very important. So when you're evaluating, check how this makes sense, and eventually over a period of some years, you should be able to, say that okay, this was the right thing, right investment. I think where the other point is, when you're as much as possible, make it a stand, like one platform and not multiple. And like Prashant said, the employee experience is very important. Uh, and also remember, the other point very important is that don't forget that you're not doing this for you. You're doing this for
The
of
organization.
course it's you're trying to standardize and make HR processes more efficient, but that's not the only goal. There are a lot of other things that you need to keep in mind. Also, I think that whole aspect of some of a technology which is more wholesome, right? So when I say that it should cut across functions, so for example, let's say your hiring information today feeds into your onboarding module. There is a feedback module at the end of the onboarding. There's a feedback section at the end of the onboarding module, which is then linked to your ongoing employee pulse check system. I'm just saying that if you have everything that is talking to each other, you can just it'll be like a flow, and you can just make that whole your own life easier, because you just have everything at the in one place, and the experience of the employee is also much better. And lastly, I think in today's context, because the way I see it more and more, the workplace in the future is going to be more hybrid. So you need to definitely look at a technology which is more on the go. So make sure that it's easily accessible. So be it cloud based, uh, you know, just the fact that today employees are not really coming to office, so you need to keep those things in mind, because that's the way, I mean, even next year, who knows if everybody's going to come back to office, who knows,
Indeed.
right? So keeping all that in mind, I think a cloud based solution would be most appropriate.
Thank you so much, everyone, for the knowledgeable insights. Prashant sir, Vanda ma'am, Jessica ma'am, thank you so much. It's been amazing interacting with you, because you've got so much to share for people. You've got so much of knowledge that we've got good audience attractions as well in such sessions. So thank you so much for joining us in the session with BW.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. We really enjoyed interacting with all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, ma'am.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Jai Shubha.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Bye.
Prashant. Thank you.
Over to you,
Thanks
Khyati.
for
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Suzanne, for steering this great conversation. And thank you to all our panelists for taking out the time and sharing their insights here with us at the BW HR Excellence Summit. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to the next panel discussion of the day, which will dwell on the new organizational order and recruitment challenges. The session will be moderated by Sanya Kapoor, Assistant Manager of Events at BW Business World. She'll be talking to the panelists, Sudhanshu Misra, CHRO Tata Coffee, Milan Chaturaj, Chief People Officer MTR Foods Private Limited, Ruhi Pandey, CHRO Godrej Housing Finance, and Keith Pritchard, Global HR Director, Cient. I hope I've pronounced their names right. Very warm welcome to all of you. Requesting all our panelists to please switch on their cameras and mic and join us on screen.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope I'm audible to everyone right now.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Kathy, for the introduction. So we are having Mr. Sudhanshu, Mr. Milan, Ms. Ruhi, and Mr. Keith with us in the panel. So I hope every one of you are having a really good time to listen to all our panelists' insights about the topic going on right now. So we have got a very interesting topic if we'll talk about, that is new organizational order and recruitment challenges. So giving a bit of a context to it, I would like to add on that recruitment strategies and onboarding efforts have witnessed many changes in their operations during the pandemic that will forever after their working post-pandemic too. So while work from home is expected to increase the female workforce here, small town aspirants and geographically distant talent pools as well. HR team will have to prepare face a significantly changed workforce as organizations recover. So moving ahead with that, I would like to start with Mr. Keith, sir. Sir, I would like to ask you that how has the rapid technological adoption also opened the doors for new job profiles in the company ranks? And what do you think that would you agree that freelancer and consultants are in vogue for that same?
Yeah,
Over to
great.
you.
Yeah, no, thank you for the invitation and great to be part of this panel and
You're welcome.
people are pleased with the discussion so far. So I would say, you only have to look at the research that's suggesting that, ultimately by 2030, 85 million jobs will be, technology orientated. For us at Science, that means that we have to essentially accelerate our hiring for hiring for 5 years time, 10 years time. We're looking to build the skills and ultimately buy some of those skills. So we have a clear roadmap. We have to go from almost 30 digital expertise to 500 to 1,000 within the next scale of a year to 2 years. So you can extrapolate that out to the next 5 years. Our business has to be significantly orientated towards technology and digital capability. So yes, that's there. I would say in terms of your question around freelancer and contractors, I think they will have their place in operating as another additional layer of our workforce, because that capability can be embedded in our organization and work with our organization, and we can flex with that. So I think that still will be there across both India and globally for us, I would say. So yeah, that's certainly in our plans.
Okay, sir. So great to know your insights about the same. So we are having Mr. Sudhanshu as well joining here. Good
Hi.
afternoon, sir. Hello.
Good afternoon. Hi.
So good afternoon. So we were actually having a discussion and we had the insights of Mr. Keith now. So moving ahead, I would like to ask you, sir, that to present your views on, do you think work from home is the answer to fostering diversity and inclusion in the workforce? How you go ahead with that, sir?
There are two segments of workforce. Whatever we are discussing on work from home, it is mostly, we are limiting also to the knowledge workers or the white collar workers. But the world has around 80% which are blue collar workers. Most of the discussions that happen is around this white collar workforce working from home. Of course, it is beneficial for diversity population to join in the work from home. Not only necessarily, women as a diversity segment, but if you look at it is true for all kind of diversity for rural population. Or I am having challenges to work to shift to another city and I join the workforce. So I think it is of course beneficial for the white collar population where knowledge works and where IT integrates to the work. But when the factories or agricultural lands, bridges, a lot of infrastructure projects, without people, you cannot do anything there actually. And that is where, can you really make work from home for the nurses? Where patients will go? Let us understand that as a challenge. So 90%, I don't have a solid calculation. Whatever I'm referring from the internet and all. But 85% of people who are working, they are working on fields, they're working on factories, they are working. So it is still going to be a challenge, and there will be a segment of population which will prefer working from home, but not necessarily across industries, across segments.
Okay, good to know, sir. So thank you. If I'll talk about the same, what are your point of views and insights, Ms. Ruhi, if I'll talk to you about the same? That
Okay,
do you think work from home? Yeah.
The question about the diversity piece?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, great. Yeah, very good evening to all my co-panelists and everyone on this call. Very happy to be here. And we are discussing like a very pertinent challenge on recruitment, which to that extent remains like a backbone of any organization. So if I specifically come to diversity, I think I think we are still in a bit of a flux, if you ask me, because there are two aspects to it. So organizations at one point of time, if you would ask me about a couple of years back before the pandemic stuck, and when we would talk to line leaders, at Godrej, we always had a policy of allowing our employees to work from home, which was more to provide people flexibility, more women, I would say, because they can kind of execute some of the part of the work from home, take care of their domestic responsibilities. And the idea was to encourage more and more women to come into the workforce. Now, but I would see hesitation in a lot of leaders because there was the thought in the mind that work cannot be done from home. there's a very, very strong mindset which leaders used to carry, which used to constantly. So they used to say that if you're working from home, that perpetually means you're on leave. Now, one great thing which has happened is, Sanya, that the entire shift, everyone has understood work can be done from home very well. Businesses have been running. Some of the businesses we are in have been growing. So that, at least that myth has been broken, that paradigm has been shifted. And also, if you look at some of the statistics Keith talked about and Sudhanshu spoke about, that the gig workforce or the flexible workforce is growing. So ASSOCHAM has pointed out that the gig economy and the gig workers coming to the workforce will grow by 17% CAGR, which means a lot more people will come in. Some recent surveys also show that more housewives are now applying to jobs in the gig economy.
Exactly.
One, organizations are open to allow people to work from anywhere. Secondly, more and more women are now focusing a lot more on getting into the workforce through the gig economy route, which I think earlier they were a little close to. Now, Sudhanshu, unfortunately, Sudhanshu's point is absolutely valid, that diversity is not only gender. Unfortunately, a lot of published research even today is about that. So in the absence of any other data to say, okay, how many people from small town, how many ex-army officers, how many LGBTQs are coming into the workforce, I'm still going to refer to gender diversity as being the chunk. That's one side. And I see it gives us a lot of hope. The second side is also that there is equal amount of statistics and data which is getting published from many companies, which says women are constantly falling out of the workforce. So more and more women are getting so bogged down by their household chores or by their duties and responsibilities at home that the dropout continues to be high. If you look at a sample size of the gender diversity percentage in our country, whereas over the last 5 years, so much has been done. And I speak about that with a lot of passion because one part of my job is also to do a lot of research on diversity studies and focusing a lot on women. That percentage is dropping year on year. And unfortunately, even during the pandemic, it's dropping. So I really don't know where is this method to the madness and where are we really losing the plot? Now more opportunities are coming in, organizations are opening up, but still more women are dropping out of the workforce and percentage of representation across Indian corporations is not growing. It's very small, minuscule number, but it's dropping year on year. So I would still say, Sanya, we're in a bit of a flux. Second wave has also hit us. So as we were preparing, saying, okay, now we're in a position of stability, all leaders across the call will agree with me when I say that last 1 month have again pushed us back into the same chaos we were in about a year and a half early, right? So I think it's a bit of flux, but I think there is hope. Opportunities are getting created. Now we just have to say, this is the supply, and how do we kind of get the demand together with that? So that's my 2 bits on it.
Beautiful, beautiful insights, ma'am. I really appreciate your thoughts about the women workforce here. And that's moving ahead towards, let's talk about Milind, sir. I would like you to present your insights about. So as we see that the pandemic forced organizational transformations in terms of rethinking processes, measuring productivity and communication and socialization amongst others. So I would ask you to present your views on what are the transformation you perceive most important and should be further developed on. What do you think about it?
Very good afternoon to everyone, and thank you, Sanya, for having me
You're
here.
welcome. You're welcome, sir.
I think it's an extremely important question that we're deliberating upon currently. And to answer your question, let me share example of how we have approached it in our organization, which is MTR, which is into the food space. So what we have tried to do is we have not tried to suddenly adopt a transformation or suddenly adopt a practice which we thought is a buzzword. What we have anchored ourselves are on 3 key things. Number 1 is, what is our purpose? And if you look at our vision and purpose, we always say that we are a friend in everyday life for our consumers. And that has to stay. Number 2, whatever transformation we are talking about has to be anchored on value creation. Is that happening? And therefore, the third and the most important and the critical one is thereby what is our culture? And our culture is also embedded on very clear principles. So if we take these 3 things in our scope, we approach the entire thing within the lens of purpose, value, and culture. And then we said, if we look at purpose, if we have to be a friend in everyday life, we have to adopt this transformation towards higher standards of safety, hygiene, and well-being across the organization. what started off as something which was, learning without a playbook, learning without a blueprint, is now being established as a very, very standard practice, particularly in our context of the industry. And not only about setting it up through policies, processes, etc. The challenge for us and what we want to achieve is a cultural transformation towards this subject, where whether it is a factory, whether it is a sales, whether it is a corporate office, that orientation towards safety, well-being, and taking care of oneself is extremely important. And when we do that, we'll be able to do that for our consumers. Next, when we look at value creation, what is the transformation we think which will be the differentiator? We feel it will be the digital transformation. We all know about it. Yes, I mean, digital is sweeping the entire industry, but we have started this journey almost 4 or 5 years back. And I think we were correctly positioned at this point in time to make this as a differentiator and ensure that every point of the value chain, the digital revolution or the digital transformation creates the right impact for us. And accordingly, if we look at the culture, if we look at the processes, etc., another area which we feel that will undergo a transformation, and we are already working on it, is the way the organization is designed, the organization is structured. We have suddenly realized that those who are doing the doing are certainly managing the doing. And these are, say, for example, whether it's sales, whether it's in operations, and we realize that technology has actually raised the game. And if we have raised the game, then probably there's an opportunity where now we see our supervisors and managers are in a better position to manage larger spans. And this also opens up the opportunity to create, agile teams. And agile teams cannot be a buzzword again, as I repeat, that it has to be program managed. We have to have a very clear focus, and we are already in the process of identifying prototype agile teams, which can be replicated and which can be scaled. And thereby, to make all this happen, the transformation that has to happen, we are focusing very strongly is we are putting premium on decision making. The ability of our leaders and managers it's not about taking the right decisions. It is about taking high quality decisions backed with data and analytics. Second, transformation, we are already treating it as one of the most priority areas, is how do we manage our talent? And we know that talent will be our scarce resource. And while we are discussing this in our leadership management meetings, we are ensuring that we have our eye on whether the best player is managing the most critical skill. And as I said, all this together is finally tied up to our purpose, value, and culture. This is how we are managing our transformation.
Yeah, great to know, sir. So if I'll talk about the same as Milan sir is talking about the cultural and the digital transformation. So Keith sir, if I'll talk about what are your views about it, the transformational changes?
Yeah, I think to build on Milan's point, it's almost if he's at Cyient, I think the story is quite comparable in terms of our journey. We're principally working to, put it into perspective. I think, we can't underestimate the degree in which our employees or associates adopt technology and use technology. I think first and foremost, we should keep up with that challenge. At Cyient, certainly from our perspective, back to Milan's point, around the purpose, we've been very clear. We're using different technologies to talk to people differently, more frequently than we've ever done before. We probably used quite traditional methods before, just email somebody something or pick up a phone to them. I think the reality is people will become more accustomed to using app technology, different platforms. That's for one, certainly on that technology side. I would say certainly around our culture, we've been very clear that we're breaking down the old adage of you can't fail. It's a problem to fail. So we're creating a culture where we're almost investing in people to experiment, fail fast, and develop. So I think from our perspective, we are trying to keep up, quite honestly, with the future of our employees and the capabilities of our employees. At the same time, making it clear in our communication from the top down to the bottom up that we are on a journey to being this company that represents this. So I think today, that is a big focus, the purpose. Most of us will find people moving across our industries and different skill sets, but they want to work for a company with a sense of purpose. I think that's fundamental, right? I think that's what's clear for us now in this pandemic. It's thrown up the necessity to have a purpose, a sense of belonging in our organization. And we're having to do it differently because everybody is stuck in their home, right? Or they're out in the field, or they're at their place of work, sometimes in a hybrid way. So it's really a acceleration of that.
Great, great. Great to know, sir, about the thoughts of yours regarding the transformational changes here. So moving ahead, we have Ruhi ma'am. I would like to ask you that what do you think, how we can virtually build a strong organizational culture without the walls of an office space?
Yeah,
As you were sharing your thoughts about the same.
absolutely. I just truly enjoyed what Keith just mentioned about this word called purpose, and how the pandemic has moved huge amount of focus, both of the organizations and employees, on things which are larger than just business numbers. And if you really notice, Anya, I mean, all of us have been we're also HR professionals, leaders, but we're also employees. So, initially when this entire euphoria started of the work from home happening, we've gone through multiple shifts. And initially everyone was very excited. You would have people post pictures of the food they cooked every day on Instagram. And slowly fatigue started setting in. Boundaries got very blurred. So some of the good things which happened were when we specifically talk about culture. I think some of the things which happened by default and some of the things which organizations did later. The boundary between work and home got totally blurred. So work came home, which is your families would hear about stuff happening, what you were doing at work. But now you're technically sitting with your family, children in the background, children in front, and thereby your work became a part of everything you do at home. Second is that the organizations became very flexible about how they would view home. So initially, if you were doing a call from home, you'd be very careful that children have to be quiet. Or I've had situations when my cat walked across the laptop screen multiple times, and everyone's very happy about it. So this is a very good thing. So culturally, I would say one of the changes which happened is work and home came closer. Organizations and leaders became very, very comfortable with addressing people's families. They also became, I would say, I'm not getting the exact word for it, but also conscious of how the families are perceiving. So if a boss is to an extent raising his voice at a colleague or at his subordinate, people at home are viewing that. They're observing it. And that made our leaders far more conscious about their responsibilities towards their employees. And automatically, some of these cultural shifts started happening at home.
Okay.
The other thing which I think a lot of organizations did is it's a mindset that you have. We're programmed that way, that conversations, which is about performance or open houses, all should be done in person. Personally, a lot of leaders in our organizations, and I'm now a part of 2 startups, so we're building everything from scratch. And actually, in one of them, about 80% of our workforce got recruited and deployed. Our business got launched during the COVID scenario, so everyone was so uncomfortable. And bosses would often feel that, let's just call people, make 200 people stand across the table and talk to them. But that's gone. So I think what organizations started doing is creating this virtual culture. What does virtual culture mean? Creating certain norms which perhaps did not even exist previously. What time would you have meetings in? In fact, I've heard of organizations, and in fact, we did that there's something called a rule of 9. Unless you can prove otherwise, only 9 people should be in a meeting. So otherwise, unnecessarily, it's very common, right? When you're at work, you also come, and 15 people are sitting in one room discussing, out of which only maybe 5 are required.
Yeah.
So, meeting times became far more sharper. Milan spoke about the agile way of working. People started defining it. What is agile? How do you take decisions faster when you're not in person? So you can't walk into your boss's cabin to discuss something. So what? How will you have these agile decisions being taken place? So virtual culture, creating norms for managers, how they would deal, meeting timings, work-life balance. And in fact, I kind of, one of the leaders I was talking to told me that earlier traveling for them would mean traveling out of the country. Now, when there were no travels happening, people became far more rigorous and disciplined in town halls. Because what do you need to do? You need to log in. Like we're having a webinar right now. We would have been having this in a conference room somewhere. We're all here. Effectively, I can hear each other's views. I also think that it makes you far more sharper. You're able to focus much more on what the other individual is saying because there's no noise. Imagine the same thing was happening in a classroom or in a banquet room. I would be looking at my neighbor. Some phone would ring. Right now, I'm only focusing on what each HR leader is saying, and they're adding so much value. So I think that's the entire discipline rigor of creating these things.
last but not the least, I think the HR teams have really come to the eye of the storm, if I may put it that way. And while they've always been doing a fantastic job, I'm very proud of the entire fraternity, the way they took everything into their hands and the way they responded, the way HR teams have actually really connected with employees.
Yeah.
And it's not in my organization, as I talk to more and more HR heads. And while, they don't know more than the other person, but you got to be holier than thou. So you don't have the answers, but you can't say, okay, I'm in the same boat as you. So I think HR teams have gotten together. They have connected with each and every employee. So a lot of good feedback from companies about how HR teams were empathetic, how they reached out to their families and connecting with each and every employee on calls or virtual. So I think these are the things. And just one last point, I want to elaborate on it. There is a huge need now to get our managers, middle managers, ready for this virtual era.
Yeah.
They still have a lot of mindset, while leadership would be changing slowly because of what they have experienced. But how do you equip your middle managers to now handle performance, recognition, compensation, biases, everything virtually would be a very important test. So
Great to know. Yeah, very well said, ma'am. So I would also want to know your point of view, Mr. Sudhanshu sir, that how would you say that how we can build a virtually strong organization culture when we are not in the office space? What do you think about the same?
So, in the initial phase, after 3 months of this first lockdown, in our company, the executive committee, we started discussing about, are we deviating from our culture? Then the 3 points have come very clearly to all our discussion. 5 of us sitting almost with masks, we were discussing all these things, and we found that there are 3 key components of culture which is not going to change. The first component is values, the second one is behavior, third one is actions. Now we looked at values are not going to change because people are working in different places, because the organization spread across the country, 17,000 people work across. So values are not going to change. Is the behavior going to change because there is a work from home or there is a pandemic in place? The change, we found that whatever change is going to come, that is not going to really impact too much in terms of the behavior. People will get more oriented to practice how do they really balance work life. That is the only thing we need to do. So we had ample of communication. I don't want to reiterate what Ruchi just mentioned. We have done almost a similar way. But the third one, which we are little mindful, is actions, because actions are going to directly impact the organizational performance and also our commitment to the society. Because if people are not monitored on action, many jobs are required to be monitored day by day. It is not that you can monitor once in a year. Leadership jobs you can monitor once in a while, but some jobs day by day monitoring. So are you going to maintain quality standards? Are you going to maintain productivity standards? But that is what the culture we wanted to build. So last couple of months, I mean to say around 7 to 9 months, the entire focus of our communication, orientation, and dashboarding was related to actions, which are so the other thing I want to just mention that we mandated no meeting should be more than half an hour. Because we realized beyond half an hour, people will start talking a lot of English and there will be no substance. And then it was decided that any meeting is being held, if the person who is calling for the meeting, he is not circulating the write-up about the meeting or the agenda about the meeting and the documents about the meeting 1 day in advance, that person should cancel that meeting. And practically, we saw a lot of cancellations happening, because if I am unable to send the details a day in advance, that means I'm not prepared. So we found this is emerging all around actions. How do we really maintain the action culture which Tata Coffee used to have? We maintain this. So our entire focus was action, behavior, and values. We found action is where I think we need to give a little additional focus. Values and behavior are intact. They are our colleagues. They have been hired through a process. They have been living the Tata values. So we didn't bother too much on these 2 aspects. So that's all in a nutshell, in a precise manner. Thank you.
Very well, sir. Thank you, sir. Milind, sir, if I'll talk about the same to you, what are your views about having no office space, and then how we can build the same culture, the work culture around us? What your point of views are for the same?
Yeah, so very similar to what Sudhanshu just now said. So in MTR, we have done a very focused intervention to ensure that this entire subject of managing culture, whether it is hybrid, whether it is in office, whether it is virtual, is driven by how is culture defined within the organization. So for us, the culture is defined on two very important pillars. Number one are the values, which Sudhanshu mentioned. We also have values, but at Okla, globally, and thereby at MTR, we have ensured that these values are not left open to interpretations. So these are codified into 10 leadership principles, and subsequently for each one, there is a 3 behavior, thereby 30 behaviors, which all managers or all employees are aware of what is to be demonstrated. Number 2 is our important, very popular employer brand theme, which we say a home to grow. And as an employer, we say we are a home to grow, where people are eager to learn. We say we find like minds. We are be global locally. And also we say that we continue the love. So these 2 important pillars are non-negotiable. So what was important to us was actually very simple. So unusual times required unusual wisdom. So we had to find out methods of deploying this culture in the new normal or the new situation, which we call the hybrid. Hence, our engagement framework, which is defined around physical, emotional, and the cultural well-being, was deployed by using various other means. For example, when we spoke about the physical well-being, as a foods company, we always had a food appreciation culture within the organization being driven. So there were various events which were conducted in the past. This time we conducted that celebrations at MTR completely virtually. In fact, there are teams and families who participated in the cooking events virtually, and the entire company watched how it is being cooked, how the recipe was being prepared, and it was learned completely virtually. Wow. So the same experience, same intervention, no compromise, but it was only the platform got changed. Similarly, when it came to our emotional well-being, when we had to connect with people, we started with a program called Reach Out. Okay. Reach Out means the leaders identified people and bucketed them into various categories. Say, for example, those who are the new joiners, who are the ones who are staying without families, who are the extroverts, who are the high performers, who are the low performers. So we are aware that each type of employee would have different challenges at that point in time. So the idea was to reach out with them with a clear format of how to address each of these buckets. And we then exchange notes to see where is that action required. Similarly, the HR reached out to everybody in the sales function to connect, just to ask, how are you? Yeah. Similarly, we also had a third-party engagement to engage people in terms of counseling services. And similarly, many such activities were rolled out, and all the events that we otherwise did physically, for example, the annual R&R were done completely virtually. Even the Okla Growth Awards, which is a global event for which we actually traveled to Norway, was done completely virtually with the completely same experience. So the sum and substance, what I'm trying to summarize here is that the anchor is same, the base is same. So what we want to achieve is same. It's only what the means changed. And when the means change and the purpose remains constant, I think we have a very enriching learning experience. And as I say this, we are still learning. We are still experimenting. But so far, I think we had excellent engagement score results that we got in the month of December. So that's the submission from our organization in this subject.
Very well said. So I really like the reach out program, what you organized, and wherein all the team members and family members are getting, in all together for learning new recipes and cooking. Actually, that is very much needed when you're at home and you're not working in the office space. You want to have that emotional connect. That is called the inclusion. You have to have that bond with the teammates and the managers and everyone. So that is the best part I liked about it. And moving ahead towards, I'll say that how should leaders and managers prepare for a hybrid workspace? As we remember in our PowerPoint presentation, when Ms. Anjali Raghuvanshi was speaking about the same, I would talk about, starting with Ms. Ruhi, that what are your views about that? How should leaders and managers prepare for a hybrid workspace? We'll move ahead with the same question, and I would like to get to know the insights about the same with everyone.
Sure. So I think, Sonia, very important question. And we speak about the gig economy, and we speak about the fact that flexible folks are coming into the workforce, and it's changing the way we do business, whether it's banks or retail organizations, IT, etc. But one of the things I still feel is that how are we perceiving this shift? When you talk about hybrid, there are two parts to it. One is that the workforce itself is hybrid composition. You have gig workers, you have permanent employees, you have flexible workforce which are working. And then second is also that in the hybrid, you mean that there are some people who will only work from home, some people will come into office sometimes work from home. So these two dynamic models of work will be coming in. I think the most important thing is in the first part, which is when you're getting the flexible workforce in. I still believe there's a lot of work to be done where it comes to the culture. Are you creating an inclusion culture? Are you creating policies which are inclusive, or only looking at this workforce using a hyperbole here to exploit them? Are you, because a lot of this workforce is experts. So how are you valuing their contribution? I know of organizations which will have this hybrid workforce come in and say that, okay, come in for 3 days a week only, but eventually the proof of the pudding is in the eating. So we may talk about culture and a lot of these practices, they are beautiful words, but finally what people experience will eventually either encourage or discourage them to be a part of this workforce. So are you respecting their time boundaries? Are you creating policies where simple things like social benefits, mediclaim, security benefits are applicable to these? Or are you creating boundaries where, oh, employees will only get this and this workforce will only get this? So I still believe there we are still very nascent, and organizations need to do a lot about practices, policies, culture, and sheerly understanding what is the strategic imperative in getting these people on board. So that's number one. Till that assimilation happens on ground, these will remain words and they won't push beyond a particular point. So that's one aspect. The second aspect is this entire thing about the hybrid workforces itself. So I think that leaders, organizations, and HR teams really need to curate experiences. They have to identify what is this culture and curate it in words. So if it is all about values, how are leaders and managers, transferring those values down to the last common person on ground? So I think Milan just spoke about the behaviors, which are the virtues of the behaviors which are written. HR teams then need to pick up these examples, which are now in the virtual world, and start evangelizing them, so that there's a very clear culture defined, which was in the erstwhile stage. There were values defined, which were in that reality. The paradigm has shifted in this reality. How's that culture manifesting? Someone talked about the fact that only half-an-hour meetings. What value does that talk to? So you've got to kind of curate and nail down each and every value and experience to very fine examples, and that's how this entire thing evangelizes. The second thing I spoke about is that the new workforce you're getting in, how is it that you are actually assimilating them from a policy, from a compensation, from rewards, all perspectives, not just the soft, also the hard. The third thing is how are leaders now looking at concepts of mentoring and coaching? Earlier what would happen is employees were on the floor and they would see a leader interact with someone and observe what exactly is going on. A lot of that coaching would happen on ground by people observing behaviors of leaders, but that's not happening. So in the current context, how are you going to promote networking? How are we going to promote mentoring? How are we going to ensure that organizationally we have sponsors for a high potential talent? So translating a lot of these on-ground coaching, mentoring practices into what that would be in the virtual space, right? So that's the second thing. The third thing would be that you're looking at flexibility only in terms of either a flexible workforce or person working out of office, person working out of home, or hybrid. Can we look at people working flexibly? Is it possible that you just say, okay, in a work week, you need to clock in so many hours and do it at your own, do it as per your own convenience? And on the organization, because that actually linking the first question you'd ask me in terms of diversity, I think that will really help bringing back into the workforce. If you're able to give them the flexibility of not just working from anywhere, but also the time they are clocking in.
Okay, very well said, ma'am. You want to add on to it?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just one last point. was about biases. I still feel that now with the offices opening, there is still a propensity I still see amongst leaders. I don't know the other HR heads have experienced that or not. That people still have that bias for people coming to work, saying, I want to see that person. And how would you ensure that these biases don't play out in promotions, in performance management, and ensure that the HR teams and leaders keep addressing these unconscious biases? That's my last point. Those were my tips.
That's very well said. It's a beautiful insight. You are so much having so many key points over here, and we are having such a great panel. So if we'll talk about the same, Mr. Keith, sir, what are your point of views about the same if we'll talk about? So as we are approaching, yeah, please go ahead.
Sure. I know, I think Rishi summarized it very well. I think, fundamentally, we should probably see this as an opportunity globally, the pandemic as an opportunity to rethink how we're doing it. I think the panel have referenced the fact that they're changing maybe their orientation towards culture process. I think fundamentally the future work is rapidly evolving. I think the fact that we've got to harness new technologies, effectively lead differently, engage the workforce differently is critical, right? We probably plan year on year before. I think the reality is, one, I think we have to build, intrinsic trust within the organization to make sure that we're comfortable with the hybrid way of working or the different ways of working that we have. I think that's one that we have to have from leadership down to make sure we develop that. I think the importance, as it's been said before, around the purpose, the purpose of being an organization that's going to differentiate the employee, the community, the organization itself, or the community and wider world around them, I think is important. I think for us at Sign, it's clear we've been on a journey around diversity and inclusion and won awards around the world for some of the stuff that we've done, but we are nowhere near finished, and nor will probably anybody be anywhere near finished. One is that you've got to, if anything, focus on the inclusive piece now more than ever. The reality is we need to have a workforce that might not want to join us today, but certainly would want to join us in the next 2 years. I mean, people listening to this call and this panel should be thinking, okay, I'm happy where I am now, but I'd love to work for this person. I'd love to work for that company. That is critical now. And that's going to be a major play in terms of the branding and also the faith that they will have in that organization moving forward. I don't have more to add than Rishi has already kind of outlined before, but that would be my points.
Great. What about your point of view, Milind, sir, if we'll talk about the same, as it's been summarized beautifully?
Yeah, thanks. So I think Rui and Keith have actually covered the what part of it. So I don't want to repeat and add to the what list because that can be a huge wish list. But I only share an example of what we have done on the how part of it. How should managers actually prepare for a hybrid workplace? So the two key themes that are emerging for us in this industry and this company was about creating an agile organization. It's not that we are not agile, but how do we define agility? So as an MTR, we have established a very clear framework of agility and involve the top 25 leaders in co-creating it. That's number one. Number two, for the current year strategy, we have made the theme very clear. Strong today, stronger tomorrow. And why stronger tomorrow? Because Ookla in India is growing. We are growing. We now have a large space to manage and huge growth opportunities. So it is important for the top 25 leaders to scale up. So what we did is, with all these 25 leaders, we have created their individual agility action plan. What is it that they will do to drive that agility, which was actually based on a diagnostic that we did around the agility framework. Also, we made all of them co-created My Stronger Tomorrow plan, including myself, including all the CXOs. And this entire intervention was created with these 25 leaders across around 3 to 4 workshops, done internally by my CMO and myself and supported by all the CXOs. And it has emerged as a beautiful exercise where people have taken very strong objectives of seeing themselves at the next level, and which is also partnered by the other stakeholders. So the point I'm driving home is we have embarked on a very interesting journey, and we are confident that as we are constantly reviewing this in every 45 days, we will actually see a stronger tomorrow for the organization by the end of the year, and obviously going beyond. So the substance is that, yes, we know what all we need to do, but I think for us, it was important to pin it into how to do, how to execute, and how to make that change visible. And that is where the rubber hits the road. So that's my response to this.
Great, great. So moving ahead towards Sudhanshu, sir, as we had two what's now, so I guess we should have two hows now. So what about you? How you are going to go for it?
So, actually, the points are very relevant. I just wanted to share some of the experience what we have done, addition to what Keith, Ruhi, and Milan has already said. So generally, the workforce planning, organizational planning, workforce planning process starts in Tata Coffee in the month of October for the next financial year. So for Keith, the financial year is April to March. So we start planning from October. So this time we have done something different. We have actually talked to all our unit heads to give the workforce planning in 3 different segments. How many positions they require part-time, how many positions they require at flexible resource, and how many permanent resources are required in the structure itself. So we have questioned the structure, and that actually took a lot of time because it is a change in the orientation. They used to give some number and we to kind of maintain the number for the year. This time we have started asking, what are the numbers? And that back and forth happened almost for 2 months, and we got to know a figure. Okay, this is the number now, and that is significant, change in the way the organization used to run earlier. That is one. So we thought of let us look at workforce planning. Then the second one is we have to look at the hiring process. For that we started engaging. How do we really hire flexible resources? How do we hire people working from home? How do we hire people for 2 months? Or how do we have people who can come to the office only for 2 hours? So this engagement, we identified some 10 talent acquisition partners outside and had a roadshow. Then we identified 3 of them who will supply. So that is the second action we've done. The third one is actually we are changing the performance management system because if you adopt the same performance management system for all 3 categories of employees, it is not going to really address. So we are changing that, and also we are looking at changing the compensation structure, the way we pay to employees. So these 4 activities, I think, I just wanted to borrow what Keith just mentioned, this is first step, and at least I have another 20 steps to travel in the same journey. It is not going to end because it is tremendous effort, and you don't know if anything else happens as a pandemic, you may have to change the entire structure and work from office only. We never know anything about that. Right now, we're presuming this is the way people will work, this is the way. So we are assuming that if this is going to continue, the 3 fundamental parts of the function, workforce planning, we have started changing. Hiring, we have started changing. Compensation and performance management put together, we're going to change from April 1st, that is tomorrow onwards. The already planning in place. And of course, culture is really supporting making these things to happen. That's all from my side. Great.
So we really had such a learned discussion over here for the topic. And it is very great that with this, I'll conclude our session with great insights. Thank you all the panel for joining us, giving us the time and presenting your views on the topic. And it was very nice attending and, seeing the gracious presence of yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sonia. And thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Very valuable.
Thank you, Milan. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Thank you once again to all our panelists for taking out the time and being here present at BW HR Excellence Summit. And thank you to our moderator for steering that conversation. Moving forward, we're going towards the 6th panel of the day that will deliberate on HR tech for effective and convergent workforce. This panel will be a conversation between Praveen Menon, CHRO India First Life, Dr. C. Jaikumar, VP and Corporate Head HR Larsen & Toubro, Dr. Ankita Singh, Senior Vice President and Global Head of HR Signex Datamatics. And the session will be moderated by Janani Janarthanan, who is a part of the editorial team at BW Business World. And I see Janani is already here. Hello, Janani. Very warm welcome to you.
Hi, Kathy. Hi, Kathy. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I would request all our panelists to kindly switch on their cameras and mics and join us on screen. And while they do that, I'd request all of you to join our online conversation using the hashtag BWHR Excellence Also, do share your key takeaways from the session so far in the comment box and the chat box below. So Janani, I think our panelists are here. Very warm welcome to you, and over to you.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you so much. Very warm welcome to all of you joining us virtually and to our panelists here today. We're discussing a very important topic today, how to use HR tech to foster organizational convergence. Now, listening to the discussions that happened so far, we understand that the workforce is constantly changing and is undergoing so much. We have the gig economy emerging. We have a geographically distanced workforce working from home. We have different generational talent pools, and we have all of them dealing with varying levels of technological ease and convenience. So when it is such a diverse workforce, what becomes key at this point for HR managers and the HR domain is to ensure there is convergence and alignment in terms of business strategy, in terms of how organizational culture is maintained. And so I would like to dwell on that in this topic. When we're talking convergence, primarily, we're looking at three levels for those of who are watching. We're looking at institutional level in terms of belief systems and organizational culture. On the second level, we're looking at alignment with business strategy. And on the third level, we're looking at an industrial alignment, how customers are aligning with the company employees and how HR is ensuring that all employees are working as different spokes of the same wheel. So right now, I'd like to open it up to our panelists today. A very warm welcome. Thank you for joining me today. So firstly, I'd like to direct my question to Ms. Ankita. Ma'am, what are the changes you have witnessed in your organization in terms of infusing HR tech to ensure organizational convergence and alignment?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Jenny. And more than that, thanks for having us here. With respect to your question, I think with increased reliance on technology and with, as you rightly said, with diverse and distributed workforce, I think the way we work, connect, collaborate, or exist for time being has all seen a significant shift. So we all know virtual is the new real. But primarily, if you ask me, what are the major changes that I have seen, especially because of the technology in my organization or in general, first is there are a lot of improvements. So, we always had our existing processes, and those processes were taking care of everything that was needed at organization front. But because of technology, inclusion, it has all either expanded or improved, which is, I think it's going to be a continuous process for a very long time to come in. Second is we see that all our processes are very well integrated. So one is improved, second is integrated. Because of technology, few functions which are functioning in silos, they are all very well connected. So you talk about performance appraisal, you talk about feedback sessions, you talk about connecting business with people and with the external world, which is other stakeholders or the market needs. I think anything and everything that exists in the system is very well integrated. And the third point I would say is it's much more innovative. The way we have started thinking and evolving with our processes, it's much more innovative as compared to the phase we were in without technology or without the impact of that humongous impact that we see because of technology in the organization. So you talk about L&D, you talk about hiring, you talk about retention of employees, you talk about campus hiring. There is not even a single function. When we talk about delivery, we talk about productivity, project management. Everywhere you will find that the processes are much more efficient, much more effective, and that's purely because of the innovation that we have seen because of the technology inclusion. So these are the three major changes that I have witnessed, which is more of improvement. Processes are much more integrated, and we have a lot of innovative processes flowing in because of the impact that technology has gotten.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Now I'd like to take this to the panelists, say Dr. Jayakumar sir. I want to understand, Larsen & Toubro is a huge organization. And when we're talking about, was this the same level of integration that you also witnessed, or were there any challenges in particular?
First of all, Janani, thank you very much for the invite for being part of this panel. I fully agree with Dr. Ankita what he said. But one more thing, but today this technology or embracing this technology has become a necessity. It's not a luxury. Okay, in order to be competitive, in order to be effective, every field has to embrace technology. Naturally, quite naturally, HR also. But the major out of all the changes, if I have to pinpoint and prioritize and say 1, 2, 3, which is really created an impact because of technology in HRS. One is the personalization, super personalization to the individual, right? Uh, which lead to employee experience and candidate experience in every field, whatever it is. Next is the entire decision has become database decision, because there is every touch point, every place we are collecting the data when you brought in technology into force. That leads to a better analytics, decision making, predictive, prescriptive, and different levels of analytics. And this too naturally brought in efficiency in terms of cost, in terms of time, in terms of convenience. So these are the three major. But I can give examples of this in every field. If you take talent acquisition, whole lot of revolution is happening in the field of talent acquisition. Use of AI, ML, in terms of huge database, passing of resumes, connecting with JD, creating a stack ranking. Not only that, in an organization like us, we have a huge database, right? With more than 7-8 lakh of resumes. We need not, over the period of people have applied, but the shelf life of the resume becomes very less, right? But today with the technology, you have a chatbot batch which shortlists identify some of the resumes from the whole lot. Then it can shoot some particular questions to the individual, get the answers, validate the resumes, find out whether they are interested. So recruitment has gone to the next level, like that different way in terms of processing of offer letters or in terms of negotiation touchpoint.
Right.
Sorry, can I go ahead?
Yes, sir, please go ahead.
Same way, if I touch next, if you in the recruitment onboarding, it has become, so we in the last pandemic time, we decided to onboard the entire trainees, more than 1,100 trainees. We onboarded through a virtual mode and including induction program, everything we did it quickly adapted to that. And thanks to our investment, what we made in the technology a couple of years back, it helped us. And it had a lot of advantages. Not that we have compromised just because of pandemic, we tried to do virtual, but it had its own advantages. For example, one particular advantage you see, in our induction program, we have 7 full-time directors. Each one could address the trainees. Otherwise, in an actual training program, it is not possible to get them to either to Lonavala or to Chennai. And then, so 1 hour, each of the directors addressed all our trainees, and there was a question and answer session. And we could get faculty from different locations. We used gamification. We used different technology to do that. Next, same in terms of learning and development, it's a huge amount of revolution happening in terms of digital learning. So I'll stop with this, and further I'll get into details as and when required. So for me, to be precise, 3 areas is, one is personalization and candidate experience or employee experience. Next is data-driven decision making. Third is, which has led to an improved efficiency in terms of cost, time, convenience, etc. Everything.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your insights. Mr. Shrikant Lonika, if I were to put the same question to you, sir, how has Pernod Ricard used HR tech to build a more convergent workforce?
Thank you, Janani, and thank you for inviting me. Pleasure to be here. We are Pernod Ricard, we are a wines and spirits company. We are into the consumer goods. So as I look at how the impact of technology is experienced by our business, and then I relate it to the human resources, that would be very relevant for us to look at. We are into a digital journey. We are into a technology journey. So we've been a brick and mortar kind of business, but of late we have already, started this whole process of technology and digitalization of the business. So when I look at how we interact with the customer or consumer, that is undergoing a big change. So there is a fundamental need for agility, and that means you are on the front end to solve customer problems, consumer problems, as well as provide them opportunities to understand how they can experience our products and brands in a better way. Okay. There is a design thinking into overall sales and marketing field that we have. Now, that is fundamentally looking at, again, consumer at the center of the whole process. How do we really collaborate with our consumers and proactively understand what is it that they need in the future, and then start providing those products proactively. There are processes like Scrum being used in a company like Pernod Ricard, which was never heard of. Now, on that backdrop, when I see HR, I think we have a long way to go, but we have already started the journey, and thankfully, a few years ago, we started technology in HR with a huge platform coming in to integrate all HR processes. So not that we did not have it, but Pernod Ricard works in a very decentralized way. So each market, each country had their own technology platform. Now we have a centralized platform for all 85 countries. That is giving us, like, just look at the talent mobility. Okay, the careers of people and requirements of the business. Now at a click of a button, a HR head of a business in any market is able to see what kind of talent is available that they can actually source from other affiliates, because there are talent cards which are digitalized, and we can assign rights to people to look at certain data. Managers are able to make their own decisions. So the role of HR in providing data for decision making is reducing, and they are able to spend more time in partnering. And most important thing is the employee wellness that has been a focus of the company. Now it has become a huge thing, and particularly during the pandemic, we experienced that had this not been for the technology, probably this world would have been different. Because of the technology platforms, companies were able to run their business, stay in touch with their employees, and employees were able to contribute value to the organization. If that was not the case, most of the employers would have stopped paying salaries to people. Nobody can pay salaries for 1 year, how much ever generous and profitable your business is, So it's a huge impact, and we have been leveraging very strongly on this particular technology drive that is happening. But as I said, there is a long way to go. It is just a beginning for us.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your insights. Mr. Praveen, the same question before I delve into, I want to understand the ground reality at India first about how HR tech is being used there.
Yeah, thank you, Jenny. Good evening to everybody. Thank you for inviting me. So I've heard the other panelists also. I completely agree with all of them. See, the fact of the matter is that if the business systems can get integrated with HR systems, that's the cliche. And as we say and as we speak, we often see that the business systems keep getting progressed. There are new technologies that is coming into the picture. It's more agile, more up to date. So that will happen because the company would, by and large, would be focusing on technology, technological advancements, and that would be connected to the business itself. Gone are those days of HR actually lagging behind. So with the fact that the business is actually moving in a digital direction, HR also has started that journey quite some time back. Now, due to COVID, a lot of things have got preponed. Right. Now, otherwise, in terms of the roadmap, something would have got implemented maybe 3 years down the line. But, here we are that it's already implemented or is under the implementation stage as we speak now. What we have done at India First Life is the fact that, of course, it's a life insurance industry. We have more than 2,700 to 2,800 people who are sales guys actually on the field selling insurance product to the customers. We often ask them about the target achievement, etc. But we have actually taken one step ahead. We have actually told them saying that there are input parameters which you are supposed to do, which essentially, if you actually, do as we say, the output also, the probability of the output and achieving the target goes up substantially. And, we are through the systems, we are actually triggering off a lot of these, so-called triggers wherein people are aware that what they are supposed to do. So the entire, journey mapping for a month is getting triggered through the system. Thereafter, though that system is getting integrated with the HRMS. So we are saying that, okay, if you follow the input parameters which is specified by the company, mind you, it is not mandatory, but in case, so something has to work for you. Either the output parameters of you coming back and telling us the target has achieved, which is fine. if you come back and say that the target has not got achieved, then we will question you saying that, have you followed the input parameters which has been given to you? So if they follow the input parameters, we are saying that the probability of a success goes up drastically higher. So that is getting tracked and it is getting linked to HRMS. So the need for HRMS to be agile, available with a click of a button in a mobile platform, etc. All those things actually came through. And I'm glad to say that both of these things are integrated now. So it is helping people to do their job well and helping them to be successful in their roles. And that's the kind of change that I've seen in last at least about a year, if not more, about integration of business systems with the HR system.
Got it, sir. Thank you, and congratulations on that milestone. If I were to now move on to the next question, and I would quickly like to understand what is the positive return on investment when you're undertaking something as a huge cost investment like HR Tech. Now, HR Tech is something that is extremely expensive. A lot of time and effort goes into implementing this. So I want to understand what is the positive return on investment that you have seen and you see in your organizations going forward. So I think I can begin again with Ms. Ankita. Dr. Ankita?
Sure. Generally, you're very right. I think there's a lot of investment when we change our processes from manual to, tech-driven, and we automate the system. But when we talk about ROI, I think as Shrikant beautifully mentioned, you have to plan it as per your organization, the nature of business, the kind of people you have, the kind of processes you already have. And when you create the right mix for your organization, when you pick what is needed, we keep talking about HR trend, what is actually going great in the market. But is it everything that you should be having in your kitty, or you have to define your own mix and define your own pace? A lot of organization, they go slow, they plan it on a daily basis, few plan it on weekly and monthly basis. And when it is as per the wellness of the workforce or the productivity of your workforce, when everything is designed in and around it, I think ROI is quite evident and quite visible. If you talk about my organization particularly, I think with the change in the structure, because everybody started working from home and that change was in a couple of days, it was only technology because of which we were able to sail through. And now when things are becoming little normal, are we going back to the same phase where we were in Feb 2020? Probably not, because we have seen the ROI and we know if it is improved in the required and phased manner, it will further grow. So my take is, yes, it is very much evident, and that has been proven as well.
Dr. Jayakumar, sir, your inputs on the same.
Very important question, and we keep thinking about it very often. And Dr. Ankita rightly said it's based on the organization, based on their strategy, based on their requirement. You have to decide. So let us see when you are talking about the cost of HR automation or leveraging technology. One is typically the software, cost of the software or the platform. Then it becomes the customization charge, how much you have to customize it accordingly. Then data migration, then regular updates. And the recurring cost will be, if you are going for a cloud-based solution, it is the license fee. Sometimes if you get into on-premises, then your servers, etc., and other cost. When you look at the value add, it is in terms of productivity, in terms of efficiency, in terms of effectiveness. Lot of intangibles like enhanced candidate experience, employee experience, engagement, all those things. Two ways of looking at it. Are you looking at the cost of what I have invested in that? It differs differently. As Ankita was telling, first you make a decision whether you buy or make. Most of the time you go for buy. Then it is going to be whether a single platform to covering the entire aspect, or you will have multiple for each talent acquisition. You'll have a central database, and then you have a different thing for talent acquisition, learning and development, etc., and try to integrate it. All this combination implementation makes a huge difference in the cost part of it. That again, it is based on the organization. But to my experience, definitely it adds a lot of value. In terms of recruitment, if you look at the number of resumes we shortlist, number of interviews we conduct, number of whether integrating with Zoom, Team, etc., or with Adobe in terms of offer letters, etc. In terms of time, in terms of speed, in terms of quality, when you look at it, it's really worth that. It is not now a decision whether to invest or not. It is a requirement, it is a necessity, but how effectively you make use of it. And certain things you cannot measure in terms of the experience, and next is the data. Because of this investment, you look at the data and the type of decision you can make, how agile it is, all those areas. So according to me, we have not exactly started to measuring what is the investment, what is the output exam. We have not done, but but it is very much required. We have to put effort to measure that in a systematic manner. Yeah, but as a gut feel, I can feel that yes, there is a return on investment is much more than the investment is a necessity. It is required.
Right. It is an investment, a necessary investment. While I pose this question to Mr. Lonikar, I'd also like to understand how moving from traditional technology tools, do you see any resistance when it comes to people accepting this? HR tech can be a little overwhelming for some employees. So how is your organization dealing with the employee buy-in? So the same question on ROI, and followed by on how to ensure employee buy-in, Mr. Lonikar. So you're on mute, sir.
Sorry. Let me first take the ROI part of it. Okay. For me, as my personal and professional philosophy, I've never seen investment in people and particularly in HR as a cost. Okay. So that has been a fight with the CFOs all the time because they do look at it as a cost and they're fair in their approach. But when it comes to technology, there are two aspects. One is if we look at opportunity cost, that means if you do not have the technology, what are you going to miss? So you have saved the cost, but you have missed something as a big value. And the moment business understands that, no business does investments on somebody's fads or whims or just because some CHRO is very influential and trying to convince the board saying that bring this technology. Unless they see the value coming out of that investment and until they experience that, there is no buy-in on that. Okay. So the cost versus returns, this happens beforehand, not after the technology has been brought in. This has been my experience. Second is the cost of technology or investment, whatever word we use. It is about understanding that it is not an additional cost. The technology is replacing something as a process that is already existing. Like Jay Kumar was explaining, a variety of HR processes. Now those are getting digitized. That means the manual processes are replaced by technology. So now it is seen more as an advancement and not as something additional that is coming there. So to that extent, business always is benefited by this. And I don't see there is a 1 + 1 = 2 type of equation that is possible in a profession like HR, where it will be there, but sensible and people who are leaders of future, they understand that this is an investment for the future. And it definitely gives returns. Otherwise, this will not become a wave like it has become globally, that everybody wants to have HR technology. Okay.
Right.
So, and sorry, please remind me your second question.
The second question was based about how moving from traditional methods to technological advancements, how is there any resistance in terms of employee buy-in, and how to transition this change in a more positive way?
So definitely, introduction of technology comes as a top-down kind of a decision. It's not a democratic decision that you ask everybody, should we do this and all that, It's done by a bunch of people who are decision makers of the company. And when they are convinced, then they have to convince the rest of the organization. So introduction of any new process always will meet with a resistance. And that's a resistance to change that all of us are born with. So understanding that, people would definitely ask, why are you doing that? Now you have to have a very powerful answer to that question, why we are doing that. And that answer has to be provided proactively to people who are going to use that technology. For example, most of the time, this technology, what it does to people is lot of HR work is transition to the people managers. And it is not necessarily the use of technology. It is the transition of work that what you were doing till yesterday, why should I do that? Like I have to dig in the data from my computer about my people. But yesterday I was able to call my HR partner and say, give me this data and it would be readily available to me. This is the kind of thing. And then there are decision-making things. Many organizations who have not empowered the managers at middle and front level, resistance is huge in those cases because they do not want to make decisions knowing the risks involved in those decisions. So that is where the resistance is greater. In companies like in Pernod Ricard, we have already had this kind of a model that frontline managers are most empowered. So we have not encountered big kind of a resistance, but I won't say zero resistance. First layer of resistance was very hard. When people experienced it and they started doing it themselves, it became a little more interesting and entertaining for them. And now it is order of the day that everybody is doing it like they have been doing it for ages because it's very easy. And thanks to the social media, the mobiles and the gadgets that we have at home, everybody is now accustomed to the technology and the advancement. In fact, it is something not so fashionable to say that I'm not good at technology. So, and because of that social feeling also, people normally are not resisting this, but the fact is it has to be convenient and useful for people. If people do not see that, and it is cumbersome that you have to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things. You have to undergo multiple training programs, keep the manuals next to you while doing that. If those kind of things happen, that technology is worthless. But it has to be very user-friendly and easy for people to operate.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for explaining that so very well, sir. Moving on to Mr. Praveen. Sir, what are your tips and steps to manage resistance and how to drive this change positively and ensure a positive response and an employee buy-in for that?
Yeah. See, according to me, HR technology has actually moved from just being a database management system to a decision management system. Now, when we talk about decision management, as Shrikant mentioned, you can't really associate a return on investment directly because the decision that gets taken is based on authenticity. It is based on employee touch points right from inception. It is based on various business management systems that gets integrated, etc. So that is one piece when it comes to return on investment. Now, the second piece, as I also agree to the fact that creating employee experiences, is very, very critical. Now, when we talk about HR systems, there are a couple of variables there. One is the people who actually join you, which are your candidates. They experience HR technology before coming into the system. And of course, then the second piece is that your own employees who are there as a part of the system who actually use various, HR systems, be it learning management system, be it HRMS, etc. Right? The candidate doesn't have a history at all. So the candidate who is the prospective employee will always benchmark the systems with some of the other experiences that he or she would have had in the past. So it is quintessential that the organization is actually able to give them the first-hand experience so that they are very buoyant of what they have experienced just before joining, so that they would be more than happy to come and join you as a company. Now, these days systems are, of course, it's a cloud-based systems. You directly send a link, the entire thing gets uploaded. It's like half an hour journey that, you bring the candidate onto a stage that the candidate can become an employee. And so it's kind of completely, progress. And they then become the brand ambassadors by stating that my onboarding experience has been fantastic. So that's kind of something which HR can take a good cue of and then take it forward. Now, when it comes to the employees who are there in the system, they are also somebody who would have experienced some sort of technological platforms, whether within the company or outside as well. They will always want to see something which is very different, which is very agile, which they compare it with the likes of, let's assume an Amazons and Mintras of this world, because they link employee experience to shopping experience, because a lot of millennial population also come into the system. So they also become brand ambassadors if you're able to kind of give them a good experience. Now, the third piece is that the HR employees themselves, and your resistance actually to a certain extent would come from them, because they are a part of the system. They were managing the system in a certain way. And the moment you decide to make a change, of course, the change also needs to be managed by them. So you could possibly feel some kind of, or get some kind of a resistance from them. So my views or my suggestions would be that involve them in terms of designing the system itself. If they get involved in the very first stage of right from the designing the system and the process mapping, then they become the brand ambassadors of the new technology that you are going to bring into the into the company. And thereafter, the candidates, they experience it. The employees who are not a part of HR, they any which ways are hungry to experience something which is very agile and very new. The employees of HR, if you make them in the decision making process, involve them in the in the design as well as process mapping, they also become the brand ambassadors. I think this is the way one could possibly help any kind of resistance in case if it exists.
Right. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Dr. Jayakumar, now you've already explained to us how HR Tech helped your organization in terms of recruitment, how it helped sort through applications, and how chatbots were also utilized for it. So it has been beneficial for from the organizational point of view. Now I want to understand how the people took to it, how the large workforce took to it. Was there any pushback from them, or how did they experience it smoothly? Was it millennial population? How was it in your organization, sir?
I don't find, let us look at two ways. One is the technology or digitalization in the business front, in the project sites, etc. Another in the HR part of it. In terms of in HR part of it, implementing, absolutely there is no pushback at all. Okay, because it makes their life easy. You look at recruitment, instead of scanning so much of going through the resume, shortlisting, the life becomes easy, and you are able to make quick decisions. Systems, as somebody said, systems are all integrated, so it is not seen as a pushback. It is in fact an enabler for them. It gives a personalized experience. To be very simple, to put it straightforward, what is the whole ecosystem? Outside, he is ordering food in Swiggy, taking a Uber, coming here, using technology at every point of place, right? When he comes in, an employee, if he has to apply leave, he has to fill a form, etc. Who will do that? And so definitely the adoption is much fast. That too, in terms of millennial, it is much faster. So I don't find any difficulty. But what is required is, if you introduce a system, the change management, how do you train those people? How do you make them to move from one end to another? Anything, including your bank account. If you start a new account, you get a little confused using it, right? So some amount of user training, handholding, and that has to be put. Those effort has to be taken by HR, and integration of system to give the actual data. Because biggest problem in organization like us is, there will be different systems. Over the years, we would have developed systems. There will be a separate performance management system. There's a separate learning and development system. The learning needs from the performance system may not flow there. So how do you integrate those system? How do you bring a system, integrate this from all this, you bring in to a data lake, use data analytics for making decisions. That is more important.
Right. Dr. Ankita, your viewpoint on steps to manage the transition, going from traditional to technology, and how to drive a more positive response to change.
I think Shrikant and Praveen, they beautifully covered a few points. How initially it is difficult because people are habitual, they are doing set of things for such a long time, and suddenly we tell them that this is what we want to do. Probably there is, there are a lot of benefits attached to it, but it totally depends how we go about it. So I would say the first point is own it. I mean, probably HR is not the team who would have entirely decided it, but take the help of management. When you communicate, you have to ensure that you say that yes, we have thought through, and this is the reason why we are doing it. Like Shrikant said, when we communicate, the why has to be very strongly put across, and it should not come as a reaction, but it should be more like a preparation, where before you launch, you just tell your team why we wish to do it, when we
Right.
wish to do it, how you want to go about this change, and what will be the impact. So these four questions should be answered so that people know what they are getting into, and whether it's long term, short term, what will be the overall impact, should they be participative, they should just sit and see what's happening in the system. Those things should happen. Third point is change agents. Generally, people perceive that anything that is coming from HR is management driven. They are more of a communicators, or they are more of, middlemen. When you create change agents in the team, they manage informal change so well, and people have more acceptance when it's coming from their own people. So that a group of change agent should be maintained. We should proactively work on it, that whatever is for the benefit of the organization, for wellness of people, for productivity, overall a holistic point of view should be communicated in the right way by the right people who are part of that group.
Right.
Third, that's third. Fourth and the last point, I would say, a lot of times we change our system, we change our processes, we do tell them why, when, how, and what. But what we miss after it's introduced, we miss on taking feedback. We don't go back to them to understand how has it impacted your life or your work culture or your team composition. Do you see any difficulty, and if at all there is any such feedback, we should definitely get together and work on those things, and at the same time get back to them that these are the changes which are possible further for your comfort, or probably this is something which is beyond our scope and this will remain as is. With the communication loop, the entire process has to be closed. And if at all we take care of these 4 points, where we own it, communicate, we have change agents in place, and we give and take proper feedback, I think people generally are of that level where they understand and go with the organization and the decision.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for structuring it so well. I hope our audience are taking notes of this. And before we wrap up, I think I'd last ask one last question to all the panelists about there is a lot of data we get from HR using HR Tech and HRIS. Now, using these data points and maintaining the human touch in human resource management is a big question. It's something that we've been dealing with ever since technology was introduced into the realm. So I want to understand how to maintain the human touch that HR managers can do, middle managers, HR middle managers especially. So Mr. Shrikant, if I could begin with you, sir.
The philosophy of human touch, generally has evolved. What I mean thereby is, it's not the sole responsibility or not even the primary responsibility of HR to provide human touch. It is the manager of the employee who is supposed to provide that human touch. So to that extent, HR technology does not inhibit that process. As far as HR's view and closeness or proximity to the employees is concerned, that definitely gets impacted when technology comes in. But it all depends on how the HR organization is designed. Like the main touch point, the front end, the players on the stage from HR are the HR business partners. Rest of the COE players work in compensation, talent acquisition, and all that. They are the backstage players. They don't normally interact with employees as much as the HRBPs will do that. Now, focus on HR business partners' role in managing talent in the organization. That philosophy has to change with the technology coming in, to the extent that now HR should enable success of the talent in the organization. And for that, organization has to devise some new philosophy, new processes of talent management. If that happens, technology will be an enabler for that, and it will not inhibit that. Like in our case, I can tell you, our Ananda is our employee wellness program. Now, with technological platform, last 1 year, we are running multiple activities and programs for people on wellness, be it involvement of families, or be it, the financial support to the people, guidance given to them, or a clinical psychologist coming and talking to people, whatever we are doing today. I think this technology has come as a boon to us in making that happen. So that human touch continues to be there. And there are different personalities that actually evolve in this. My personal observation is that there are people who we categorize as introverts. And in a conference room, when you're sitting with 20 people, these introverts, they are generally not saying anything unless they are asked to say. But it doesn't mean that they have nothing to say. But they're not outspoken. They're not vocal people, right? In this whole thing, like we are talking today, if there is an introvert in this meeting, they will definitely pick up and raise their hand and say that I want to say something. And I have invariably seen that happening. These are the behavioral changes that people have. So there are positive sides to this. And I generally don't believe it is going to impact human touch anyway adversely. My experience also has been that it has been a positive change.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. Praveen, quickly in about 30 seconds, your idea on how is HRIS posing any threat to human touch and how you see it?
Okay, see, according to me, there are two E's when we talk about people processes. One is emotion, which talks about why, and execution, which talks about how, right? The HR technology to a larger extent talks about how. The emotion, which is the why quotient, still remains the nucleus of people processes, right? Now, typically, as I completely agree with, Shrikant, what he mentioned, that I don't see with technology coming through, the human touch, per se has gone down. In fact, the way of, dealing with your employees, way of communication, way of making sure that the engagement drivers are on, etc., may have slightly changed. So we today run let's assume a learning program which is completely digital. We run a learning program which is phygital, which is like this, and we run a training program at times, if it is possible due to COVID, the classroom as well. So in my learning roadmap, all the three mediums are there. Because if every time I keep calling people to a classroom session, whether be it phygital or physical, they don't have time. So the expectation from the other side also would be saying that you give me an ease of a program which I can do it at whenever I have time. And even if it is digital, doesn't matter at all for me. So the advent of technology, according to me, as mentioned by Shrikant, has not reduced the human, face rather, but the way of dealing with people actually has, changed. Now, in fact, if you look at the bank, lot many times you would, feel that there is a particular bank bank is exclusively for me, etc. But even banks today, wants everything to be done through a digital format by their customers sitting at the confinements of their home. They don't want customers to walk into their branches and meet up with them and chat up with them, right? So the entire world is actually changing. So, and that is going to be there. It stems from the fact that the organizations are changing, and HR is an enabling function which has to support the organization's vision and goal. And, that's how it's going to be from here on, I guess.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for putting it so succinctly. Dr. Jayakumar, your closing comments, sir.
Yeah, I see it as a enabler. Whatever said and done, the personal touch of for a project-based organization, for like us, going to a site, meeting a people in person, talking to them, shaking hands, inquiring, that's different, totally different. Okay, but at the same time, there are very lot of positives in terms of the digital things. Basic need is instant recognition. Today, there are platforms, engagement platforms, where immediate you recognize with points, gamification. No, and the need for getting together, like we have Facebook at work, where there are groups can be formed, they can share information. And if you look at in terms of employee health, wellness, there are different technology which has come up which helps them this. And basic need of a person, if an employee, is a communication. You want to know what's happening in the. You imagine in this COVID, we had so much of webinars. Our CEO himself has addressed almost all the staff members, multiple webinars about what is happening in the organization, what is happening in terms of our project sites, about migrant workmen, so many things. Communication part of it is this. Then, as Ankita was talking in terms of change management, feedback. That's a very important need of a person, of any employee. When in digital, there are different touch points where you can give feedback, receive feedback. So digitalization technology has helped to enhance the engagement and employee experience in a different way. And at the pace in which the organization is going, scale and size, without technology, I don't think we can maintain that personal touch. It is a necessity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And Dr. Ankita, I began with you and I'll end with your crisp closing comments in the same.
Mr. Janani, I think a lot has already been covered on this. I would just say when we talk about tech HR, tech is all about processes. So technology has enabled HR to that level where most of our processes are automated and they are taking care of what we really used to be busy with. And we know that it was taking a lot of our time. Now that we have that time, employees do wish that basic people touch. And when I say that human touch or people touch that we keep talking about, technology or the processes are already doing their part of the story. When an individual is in front of us and they say, you know what, I'm going through this problem and I want to discuss it with you, sometimes we just reply saying that go and talk to your project manager. Are we being human there? Our policies and processes would say you are eligible for 7 days of paternity leave. If a person walks in and says, yes, the policy process or your technology, I have applied, but I need 2 more days. Are you saying we will go as per the policy or whatever you have already applied in the app? Or we say, let me look into it and we'll definitely be able to consider it. So that little bit of human touch with a lot of enablement from the technology side, that would be the right mix. And I think everybody in HR fraternity, they are appreciating the differences that we see because of multi-generational workforce or the diversified workforce, and people are really tackling it well. And we talk about today or we talk about 100 years later, I don't think human part of HR would ever be taken away from human resources. It will always remain there. We just have to retain it strong.
Yes, ma'am. I think we can all agree on that. HR tech is an enabler in the arsenal of the HR employees and managers. And moving forward, we are confident that the human touch will not go away, but rather it will be used to enable convergence and alignment with business strategy. Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your insights. And thank you for talking to me today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Janvi. Take care. Thanks, everyone.
Over to you, Kathy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Janani, and thank you to all our panelists for sharing their insights and spending this time here with us at BW HR Excellence Summit. Thank you so much, Janani, for steering that very interesting conversation. I'm sure you've taken a lot of notes out of that conversation. So if you have any key insights that you'd like to share with us, then don't forget to put it in the chat box or the comment box below so that the entire community can benefit from it. Also, we have next up a keynote address by Wayne Brockbank, a clinical professor at University of Michigan Business School, who will deliberate on the present and future contributions of the HR function. A very warm welcome to you.
Good day. My name is Wayne Brockbang. I'm a professor at the University of Michigan Business School, where I've been teaching HR for many, many years. If I were in person, which I'd like that to happen someday after the pandemic's over, this would be my 135th trip to India. I've spent most of my professional career interacting with leading companies in India, and I've had the opportunity of having visited with many thousands of HR executives and business executives throughout the subcontinent. So I'm so delighted to be with you today. In my heart of heart, I'm an empiricist. And let me explain why that's important. In the bookshelves of bookstores literally around the world, including in India, there's probably no more discipline that takes up a bunch of space on these bookshelves than issues dealing with people. Leadership, culture, people in general, what creates value. So there's a lot of stuff on people. The problem is that most of those books are based upon ideas that somebody has, but they're not based upon research that connects. They can say what's happening, but do they have research that says this is what impacts business performance, and is it scarce? Because again, if it creates value, but everybody's doing it, then there's no competitive advantage. So therefore, I'm an empiricist. That is, I put all the research that I do through those three filters, and you're going to see that today. So I'm going to put myself onto. I'm going to now shift to presentation mode, and we're going to go through some of the material today. So this is what we're going to be talking about today. So here's the context of that we're in today. And the three questions that HR professionals need to ask themselves is, first of all, what is the rate of change in our business environment? In today's pandemic world, it's just a mess. But it's not just a mess in the short run. You know, we'll fix the pandemic. And we need to be careful not to say because we figured out how to have virtual meetings, we've created competitive advantage. We need to do that, but that's not going to differentiate ourselves from our competitors, because virtually every company I know of is figuring out how to do work virtually. It needs to be done, but we live in a world of fundamental change relative to information, big data analytics, artificial intelligence, machine learning. Those are the changes in the business environment that are really creating turbulence. Plus, we're seeing companies are morphing out of their traditional boundaries. Google's competing now with General Motors, and Amazon's competing with Walmart. So we see all kinds of morphing and changes across industry boundaries, and national boundaries are shifting as China moving outside of its boundaries. India is exporting more executive talent than any country in the world. So there's a lot of change going on in the external environment. I've asked over several thousand executives in the last year, what's the rate of change in your market environment? And they say somewhere between a 4 and a 5 on a 5-point scale, 5 being really fast. And how fast are leaders making the big decisions relative to that? And then it drops down to about a 3.5. And then I asked, so then how fast does the total organization respond relative to that rate of change? And then it drops again. So you can see there's a gap between the rate of change and how organizations are responding. And that's the fundamental HR challenge what should this target be? What do we want that organization response to be in order to create competitive advantage? And that's the challenge we have, is how does HR help companies to bridge that gap? So instead of responding to change, we're in the business of creating the change or being proactive relative to that change. That's the fundamental challenge. If we don't address that challenge through all of our HR process structures, policies, and processes, then we create no value. So the question is, how do we bridge that gap? And that's what we're going to be addressing. Now, the first issue is to recognize that we claim to be in the people business. And I always kind of have to laugh. And when HR says we're in the people business, and we say, what do you mean by people? Well, we say we're in the employee business. Well, that's 50% true. Business consists of two groups of people, employees and customers and owners. Those are the two groups. So if we say we're in the people business and we mean only employees, we're 50% right. And in almost every university in the world, 50% is failing. So therefore, the issue is, how do we bring together the 50% on the inside with the 50% on the outside? And that's the fundamental goal of HR. How do we make sure that the employees are connected to the customers and owners, and the value that are being created for customers, owners, are being created by employees? So how do we bring those two worlds together? Most HR departments don't think that way, but that's the ultimate goal. We're in the people business. People means employees, but also means customers. And the reason is as my mentor years and years ago said, his name was Armin Alshin. He said that nothing you do on the inside of a company means anything to anybody unless it creates positive cash flow. Now, most HR folks maybe not think that way, but that's the way society tells a company if it's doing what society wants it to do. It takes money out, customers take money out of their wallets, they give it to you, and that's how society tells you if you're doing the purpose, you're accomplishing the purpose for which society brings you into existence in the first place. So, and it's a simple logic. I don't mean to overcomplicate that. If you have a high supply for something, but for which there's no demand, the economic value is zero. So the question is, how do we, in fact, Armin Alshin used to, when he counseled doctoral students, he said, if you can't convince me that whatever you're studying, regardless of, he's an economics professor, if you can't convince me that anything you're doing, that you're studying within the company does not have a direct line of sight to creating cash flow on the outside from customers, then you're irrelevant to the economic proposition of an economics-based society. So, so first is that we're in the people business, but we have to make those people so happy, that is customers, that they take by how we manage our people on the inside, that the customers on the outside will give us money that tells us we're accomplishing their purposes. So how do we do that? Okay, at the University of Michigan, we have the largest database in the world on HR professionals. We have over 100,000 people now in our database, including, at least in my last count, I believe, it's the largest database on HR professionals in India also. So we have over 100,000 people in our database. And what we've done in this database is we've looked at how HR creates value across all different stakeholder categories. That is, do we create value? Let's start over here. For employees, do we create value for line managers, for regulators, for communities, for investors, for customers, and for short-term business results? And what we know, just as a sideline, that sometimes we're preoccupied for what I do as an individual HR professional. We call those HR competencies. So almost every HR association in the world has developed its own HR competency model in the last 10, 15, 20 years. And what we know, based upon the largest database in the world, is when you compare HR individual competencies with the effectiveness of the activities of HR departments, that HR department functioning has 4 times the impact across all stakeholders than do individual HR competencies. Now, what that means is you can have competent HR individuals, but if they don't integrate all their practices, policies, procedures, practices, so forth, into an integrated focus on a North Star, on a clear focus, then they'll sub-optimize their performance. But most HR departments are kind of preoccupied with developing individual talent rather than creating an integrated organization. So the question is then, when we say HR, so HR departmental activities are more important than the competencies of individual HR departments. So what do we mean by HR department activities? Well, we found out statistically, now this is, for answer to the first question, what is it the HR professionals do and HR departments do? And we found there's 4 categories, statistical categories. The first has to do with measurement, rewards, training, and development. The second we call strategically integrated HR practice. That is, to what extent do HR professionals have a line of sight to strategy? They develop and deliver the culture and organization capabilities that meet the requirements of that customer-based strategy. And then finally, do all of the HR practice areas, are they focused in terms of how they're designed and delivered to create the culture that helps us to execute our strategy, that helps us to win in the marketplace? That's what we call integrated HR practices. The third is HR's role in information management. That's kind of a new area. That's HR's role in applying information logic, big data,
Apologies for the technical glitch. We're gonna reshare our screen for the video. Can we reshare it, please?
it's still, those are the percentages, so they're kind of low. Whereas integrated HR practice areas has overwhelming the greatest impact in creating value for employees and line managers. So that's very interesting, and for regulators and so forth. But that trails off for short-term business results, external customers, and investors. Whereas HR's role in creating information management capability as an organization capability, that is by bringing external information in, helping to make sure it's analyzed correctly, it's fully utilized, it's fully shared and debated, and then, as I indicated, utilized, then that has, if HR is involved in that, in creating that organizational capability, that has more impact on customers and investors than anything else we can do. Now, but notice this integrated HR practice area of strategy, culture, and and all of the HR practice areas integrating to create the culture that executes the strategy across all stakeholders. If you add across the variance and impact across all stakeholders, and so this is a summary of what statistically we saw here: line of sight to strategy, culture, and HR practice areas, and that's summarized here: strategy, culture, and HR alignment. But the question is, what do we mean by culture? Here we don't mean warm, fuzzy culture. We don't mean fluffy stuff. We mean the culture. What is culture? Culture is how people need to think and behave together. That's what culture is. The research on culture, I've read over 150 different approaches to culture, and most of them say culture is how people think and behave together. That's what culture is. And so here's an example of FedEx. Now this is, but the culture we want to have is the culture that's required to meet the requirements of the marketplace. So here's FedEx. Now this is the FedEx culture for many, many years. They changed it here recently. It's your job to screw this up, make any mistakes, or drop the ball, or go below the game. Get it there faster, quicker, more reliably, more efficiently. Do it right, first rate, top notch, without a hitch, absolutely flawlessly. Botch this when you're out of here. History, finished, terminated, toast, lunch, gone, so dead, kaput. And one more thing, do it for less money than you've done it before. Now, some of you are going to say, this is not acceptable. This is nasty. This is condescending. It's unreasonable. This is being insensitive to our people. Well, let's talk about that for a minute. And by the way, everything I just said is true, but let's look at it. First of all, is it clear? Questions about what FedEx is trying to communicate. So number one, it's clear. So that makes it useful. A lot of mission statement or value culture statements are so fluffy or so vague, people don't know what they mean. Second, is it strategically accurate? That is, and by strategically accurate, I mean, if FedEx lives this, what happens to the customer wallet? That's my wallet. And what happens to the customer wallet? And if FedEx lives this way, the customers take money out of their wallet, they give it to you. If FedEx does not live this way, then they lose. Then that customer wallet goes somewhere else. Third, of the customer. They didn't ask the question, what do we need to make our employees happy? They asked, what do we need to do so that we make, what words would our customers use to describe the culture they want us to have? And as they talked and argued that, fast, reliable, and low cost. Now, if we were all here present, I would ask everybody, who are these nasty, condescending, unreasonable, highly demanding, unforgiving people that would say something like, you know what? I'd ask everybody to raise their hand, and then say, okay, who are those nasty, unreasonable? It's not them, it's us. That's what we require. That's what we require to FedEx. And when FedEx does this, then we take money out of our wallet and we give it to FedEx. If FedEx does not live this way, then we have a problem. So once you understand this, fast, reliable, and low cost, now we know programs to give, what on the job developmental opportunities we provide, what we're going to communicate, how we structure our jobs, who gets promoted. So once we understand this logic, then everything we do in HR then combines to create that kind of an organization. Now, why focus on that is what we know is that logic, if we get it right and we're focused and we're disciplined, then that creates more value than anything else we can do in HR. And so in my few minutes that I've hopefully had with you, I've hopefully sent a clear message of that's what we do to create the greatest value across all stakeholders. It's a joy to be with you. I wish you all the best in your HR journey. I love HR. It provides us the opportunity of not just creating value for employees, but to creating value throughout the entire society by creating employees that can meet the needs and improve the quality of life for customers and investors, and vice versa.
Thank you so much, Wayne, for those invaluable insights. Thank you so much for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving towards our last panel for the day, which is going to talk about remote upskilling and reskilling to tackle the widening skill gap. On this panel, we have with us Gopinath Pulaiguri, Director and Head HR Verizon India, Anjali Raghuvanshi, Chief People Officer, Randstad India. We also have on the panel Raj Narayan, CHRO Titan Company Limited, as well as Manish Sharma, Director, PwC India. This session will be moderated by Mr. Sunil Kumar, President, Exchange for Media Group. I'd like all of you to please switch on your cameras and mics and join us on screen. Welcome back, Anjali. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Kumar. I request all our panelists to kindly switch on their cameras and mics. And for all our viewers, you can join our online conversation using the hashtag BWHRExcellence. Also tell us your key takeaways from the session so far and get ready to witness the magic of upskilling and reskilling right here on this panel discussion. I'm gonna just quickly check Mr. Kumar and come back to you where our panelists are.
Oh, I can see them all here except Manish.
All right, great.
Raj, I can see Anjali.
Yeah.
Gopi, you mentioned Gopi. Why can't I see Gopi here?
Yes.
Gopi, are you there?
Quickly check on their presence here and come back to you while you can start the conversation.
All right, yeah. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sunil. I work with Exchange for Media, which is a portal on media advertising, marketing. I'm glad to be here as your moderator. I'll start with a confession or disclaimer that I'm no expert on human resources or human resources management. I come with a journalistic background, and that's what I will do. Speak with you journalistically, and because you are the experts, and we hope to in the next half an hour, 40 minutes, get to the issue of reskilling and upskilling, particularly with reference to the times we are going through. We'd almost started saying, oh, the times we have been through, but it's the way things are resurfacing. I'm having to correct myself every day in internal meetings and talking to other experts that, well, it's the same time of the year as it was last year. And well, let's hope and pray that it's not as bad as what we've been through, organizationally, business-wise, personally, emotionally, and hope things are better. So on that note, what we could possibly do is, know you a little better, you through the business that you do, about your business, pretty well known, most of them, but it would be good to know, what the HR practice in your organization is, the organization that you represent, and what are your, of course, for a CHRO, we know what a CHRO does, but it would be good to know what your focus areas currently are. So, Anjali, we can start with you to know about Randstad and what your current focus. Of course, you have large teams who take care of everything, but personally, what areas are you focusing on currently? So Anjali, we can start with you.
Much, Mr. Sunil, and yes, as the title said, that I head HR for Randstad India. And in terms of the organization, Randstad is globally #1 recruitment consulting organization, and in India also we have a huge presence. And we some of the people and panelists speaker that are there on BW, we have had the opportunity of working with them. So in terms of speaking about focus that we have within our teams, I spoke about in the speaker zone as well, that safety plus productivity is engagement. Safety plus engagement is equal to productivity for us. So that's something as an organization we are focusing on. We all know that we are operating in a very mixed, hybrid sort of a workforce. In fact, Randstad, only 10% of employees are going out to our 5 offices across the country. And it's at this moment a very voluntary thing. So for managers working with teams which are completely working from home for last 1 year and now more is a big challenge, and ensuring that they are productive, ensuring that they are engaged, and ensuring that they are safe as well along with all of this. So I think that's something which is right now playing on our mind from a priority perspective. And because the topic today is about skilling and reskilling, so bringing that spin into the whole thing, it's also about how do you ensure that your workforce is developing while being in this environment is another priority. And especially our hashtag is new ways, because everything that we were used to doing is now somehow not the same. So how do we operate in this new normal or new world, as we would like to call it?
Thank you, Anjali. Gopi, we can come to you. I like the Verizon t-shirt you're wearing. So you can tell us, in fact, Verizon may be the least known amongst all of you in India. Of course, it's known for. So in India, do you have a telecom presence, or is it Verizon Media that we are talking about? Or some other activity?
Yeah, so we have 3 entities. Yeah, we have 3 entities here. Firstly, Sunil. So one is we have the Verizon Media, which was the erstwhile Yahoo. We have another entity which is also competing with Zoom called the Blue Jeans, which we recently acquired. We have a telecom presence, but from an end-to-end enterprise telecom presence, a small team. But our biggest entity is the Verizon India, which is the Verizon Data Services that we take care of, roughly around 7,000 employees spread in 3 cities. So I take care of the HR function. What we primarily do is to enable our services to our customers. So like most of you are probably, Sunil, you alluded to it, I'll take a few minutes. For those of you who don't know about Verizon, we are a Fortune 15 company, roughly around 130 billion in turnover. We are the #1 telecom company in the US. As far as the wireless space is concerned, for those of you who are a little bit phone users, we were the first to introduce 3G, 4G, 4G LTE, and right now 5G. The priority for us primarily is how do we go digital, right? With the pandemic striking in, the telecom has only, the needs on the telecom sector has only gone up, has come into primary importance. For us, it's about how do we roll out 5G, in how many cities are we rolling out 5G, and how are we able to service our customers through our digital channels with even more pressing needs that we're talking about. And I'm happy to say that from Verizon India, we play a large part in that 5G rollout in terms of the network planning and also launching the services. I think we were able to bring our customers and our platform together. In fact, with a small switch, when I say a small switch, a huge effort, we were able to transform all our services overnight into digital. So that's where we are at this point of time, Sunil.
Thank you, Gopi. Manish, what I can do is I can ask you, as a director at PwC, are you into consulting or are you into accounting?
So I'm actually into consulting, Sunil, and part of the advisory team.
Right, advisory. Yeah, that's the more appropriate word. And
Right.
what functional areas, what are the verticals you take care of?
So I primarily look after some key states and union territories for digital in India, digital government programs. Some of the large scale, government programs in terms of the center or the states, I run in the form of the digital part of the practice.
Got it. Great. Are you based in Delhi or elsewhere?
Yeah. So I'm based out of Gurgaon, but yeah, I keep shuttling because government was never off. We were always on.
Yeah, because the state government services didn't get. So again, with Raj, we don't need to know about Titan. What you can tell us is what are the departments? We can guess some, but you can tell us what are the functions you have. We can imagine it must be a large manufacturing thing, must be large retail operations, and I'm sure there are more. Which are the major areas of operations in your business? Because that will give a sense of where you come from when we talk about upskilling and reskilling.
Okay. So, one thing about Titan, I mean, while most people know us as a watch company, our jewelry business is larger than the watch business, as you know, with Tanishq and Mia and Zoya. And we have the watch business, which has multiple brands, and so is eyewear. And then we launched fragrances a few years ago. And a couple of years ago, we launched Tanera, which is saris and Indian dress wear. And we have an accessories business as well. Now, we're one of the few organizations that work in the entire value chain. So starting from customer insighting to design, we have our own design excellence center across the different businesses. We have manufacturing. We also have sourcing, and we do a lot of our manufacturing, which is done for us, both captive and otherwise, in the different businesses. We also have in the sales, marketing, retail space, so marketing, sales, distribution, retail sales, as well as after sales service. So if you look at it, the entire spectrum of the value chain, we operate in all of these in most of our businesses. So when you talk about upskilling, reskilling, especially in these changing times, it is across these different verticals and different businesses. And businesses also at different levels of maturity. Some are in, 30 years old and are adding on a lot of new product lines. Some are growing at a frenetic pace. So, and some are at startups. So you have all of these happening under one roof. So if you look at upskilling and reskilling, it's across all of these. Yeah, just to give you a flavor.
I'm sure it's public. Like, how many people do you employ at Titan?
On our roles, we have 8,000. Then we have some contract workforce. Then we also have people who work in our franchisee stores. So the actual impact of what we do, especially with skilling, where skilling is concerned, goes to over about close to about 15, 16,000 people. Yeah, maybe, and counting. Yeah.
Large number. All right. So having known what our businesses are and what should people do there as part of your business, I think we can now come to questions of common concern. And the first one can, of course, be what are the skills that can be, since we are talking about things we are doing through remote and with especially those, what are the skills that can be imparted through remote?
We're losing you.
I want to know about both.
We can't hear you.
We are losing you, Sunil.
We couldn't hear you, Sunil.
Yeah, you can't hear me? Better? Is it better?
Yep.
Okay. So the question was, if we can first crack, what are the skills that can be provided through a remote setup? What are the things that cannot be imparted through a remote setup? Let's crack that, because unless you think that no, I mean, there's nothing that can't be done through remote, and at least theoretically, and in the changing times, you better believe that it can be done through remote. So let's crack that from your expertise. Anjali, again, we can start with you. What skills you think can be done through remote? What you think can't be done through remote, no matter what you do?
So I think, Sunil, I would start with that. There's no choice left at our end to really think of course, I mean, because our setup is a bit different than the rest of the people. I mean, I can imagine the ones who are in manufacturing setup, etc., where you have to be physically there and the training has to be rendered to you physically because you need to be in a setup like that. It's inevitable. And I'm sure those organizations have come up with ways of ensuring there is social distancing and delivering what needs to be delivered. But then if you look at most of the skills that we probably look at within Randstad, whether it is digital selling or whether it's about enhancing your social media presence, because we are in that sort of a market where consultative selling is extremely critical for us. You can do these remotely. Where the challenge comes is about engaging your learners. I think that's where we in the learning and development teams are really struggling. How do you engage given the the kind of information? It's like too much of information download upload that's happening at this moment. And and the learner is so away from you. It's their choice what they pick and what they learn and what they absorb, what they don't. So how do you keep the learners engaged is a bigger challenge. I would say it's not so much of delivery for us. It's more we can deliver everything in that format. And in terms of skills, if you look at, as I was saying, I mean, it's about social media skills, because our recruiters are constantly on different platforms to get the best candidates for our clients. They need to really have those skills to be able to be there, and which means they have to enhance their social media presence. Earlier, when face-to-face meetings could happen, this wasn't so much of a critical zone. I mean, people were able to meet face-to-face and do what they had to do. Today, that is not a possibility. So how do you sell to your client digitally? How do you give the same experience to your clients digitally and to your candidates is the biggest task for us. And hence the programs are designed like that. Because our ask is digital, it gets easier for us to kind of ensure that those trainings are kind of rendered in a very digital format and people accept. As I said, the challenge comes in how do you engage, and that's where different tools during the training programs, the jam boards, we have something called spinning the wheel, where we keep the learners engaged so that they don't know who will be asked a question. So everybody is glued to the screen to see what's happening on the screen. Those are some ways we've figured out to ensure we engage. But there is so much more that we can explore as an organization, as a team. So that's where I would say we are in the organization.
Gopi, what skills can be done through remote and what can't be done through remote? I think I really want to know what can't be done through remote, so that we wish things are better.
So I'll talk from Verizon's experience, and I'm sure there are other companies who have cracked this. Fortunately for us, the virtual journey started a couple of years back in terms of a talent transformation, be it the LinkedIn Learning, the degree, or the plural site. So more than a push, we made it a pull kind of a scenario. But what I really see missing, right? A couple of things that we really, for anybody who's joining us new or for the existing folks, I think the social interaction, right? The peer learning, the buddy network. These are things that are far missing, if I would say. Let me give you an example. If I was somebody who joined a particular organization, joined my organization the first couple of 3 months, I would have had a buddy who sits next to me, who helps me out in any small. But today I need to fix up an appointment with the buddy. Buddy is remote. He's working from his office or she's working from her office. So I think that social interaction is missing. And what the human element to lean on somebody is really the missing piece. What the virtual piece is not able to, while we continue to strengthen our virtual learning, this is definitely a factor that's going to be missing. And Anjali brought out an important point. It's also about how do you engage the learner, right? That's a big piece. We think is we do quizzes, we do end of assignment tests, and all of these. But again, what is really missing is that we are social beings, right? We are sitting at our home. We have multiple things that are happening. You have your families, you have the comfort of your bed, you have too many distractions that really happen. So that is something that we have not really been able to focus on. And also the body language, right? Sometimes when you come on video, you don't come on video. While we have all our employees enabled with video tools, you're just talking to somebody. It's like you're talking to an IVR who's probably helping you out on the other side, and you don't know a face. I think that personal interaction, social bonding, all of those is missing. And the biggest piece that's really missing is, I think, in a great way, despite everything that we try to do, is able to connect our employees to the purpose, right? We were able to do it in large town halls. We were able to do it while they sat in office. But how does the work that I do on a day-to-day basis connect to my overall organization purpose? Our stakeholders, when I say the society, our shareholders, our employees, and our society, all of this, right, is the opportunities that I see we need to work on or strengthen a bit more. Rest, technology training, I think, is more or less resolved. Fortunately for us, it's not manufacturing where you need to be physically. Yes, there are areas where we have 60, 70 odd pilots with us who need to be trained with drones, who man towers. What people couldn't walk up the towers, get up the tower and fix something today, a drone is able to do. But then how do I teach somebody virtually to fly a drone? Right, you can't fly a drone in the house. So those are challenges that we are figuring out. For example, we were able to ship out AR/VR desks, AR/VR sets to some of our employees who are in service, right? Because they get a look and feel of what a person really climbing up a pole to fix your mobile connection or fix a node in your mobile connection. What does the technician need to go through? How does somebody sitting so many miles away understand that? So I think those were the technology parts have been resolved, I would say, to a large extent. What has not been resolved is the human element, which is very critical to connect the technology to the purpose and to the end customer. I think that's I think a very critical part in my mind in something that the virtual is still lagging behind, at least at our end, which I see as an opportunity.
Manish, you can tell us about, I'm sure you have clients coming to you and say, listen, restructure our training, tell us how we do it. I've got these many people, I've got these many Anganwadi workers, who have to be shown, they're not educated, some don't have laptops or even sophisticated phones, and there's no internet. So what advice has you been giving to them in terms of skilling and reskilling?
Right. So perfect. So I think you'd ask a very pointed question. I come from business. I'll give you a very pointed answer. So your previous question was more about that what can be skilled virtually, what cannot be skilled virtually. What I've seen happening on ground is workshops cannot be done in a great way virtually. Workshops are supposed to be done when you have a lot of that physical presence. Taking a segue from that, you are looking at more of the hard skills. When we talk about hard skills or tech skills, you talk about sales, you talk about consulting. Now that piece is rather easily done when you have a lot of those learning management systems, advanced learning management systems in the place. Now the bigger issue comes when you talk about the soft skills, right? For example, how do you teach somebody empathy? I mean, that becomes a bit of a paradox that you are teaching somebody empathy, or you're teaching somebody about emotional quotient of leadership on a virtual platform. It requires a lot of that personal touch. Because that when I talk about empathy, Sunil, it is not only about the empathy for the clients. You're talking about empathy when you deal with your teams. You're talking about the empathy when you deal with your team members. Now, this is where I feel that this is the area which needs to be looked upon as in the subsequent years. I've been a frequent speaker in the business world events, and I've always advocated the hybrid hybrid way of working as it goes ahead, right? You're going to have a lot of those first level trainings, etc., happening more of virtual. When you talk about more hands-on or workshop and more collaborative training, they will eventually, even post-pandemic, will move towards a very physical kind of a setup. Solution to this problem is the improvisation part, keeping experiences at the core. Now that is where I'm coming from, both the consulting aspect, what we advise to the clients, as well as what we are trying to imbibe ourselves, right? And when you keep experience, you need to add a lot of those simulation based trainings into picture, right? Then when you talk about certain behavioral skills, I mean, if you look at a dipstick analysis of the World Economic Forum, right, the top 10 skills of 20 to 30, none of the skills they're talking about are hard skills. They are either emotional skills, behavioral skills, people skills. That is what are going to stay in the longer run. So that improvisation in the form of simulation, that needs to happen. And I think the improvisations are already happening. Coming to the second question, what you had, Sunil, in terms of how government is catching up to that, right? Because this is the digital journey. We saw the migrant exodus. We saw the Anganwadi part that you very rightly put. We saw children's education. Now imagine a child sitting in Lahore, Spiti Valley in Himachal, a remote area like that, where that's it's not even a optical fiber that can be laid out there, right? To connect through a kind of a setup. The idea here, what we are trying to build, and that's what I'm saying, that applies to enterprises as well as governments alike, that we need to look at the infrastructure overhaul in a manner which consumes low latency, in terms of lower networks, a lot of the stuff which can be made available on 2G kind of a setup, right? Today, I think both of us are fortunate to have a broadband connection and we have a very good conversation, but a lot of the areas the 4G is not a possibility. How do you empower that? So how does the technology is used to create those next generation networks, which we call a Li-Fi or light fiber networks, which are easy and which can reach to the far-flung area. My personal belief, Sunil, is until technology reaches the last man standing on the value chain, we are not making the full use of technology. So how does we as enterprises or we as an ecosystem empower those ideas? And other thing that I want to add is, Sunil, that what pandemic has done is something which we've been trying to do since years, right? To bring a lot of people in terms of virtual mechanism of training. Because let's also face it, a lot of those compliance related trainings, a lot of those, those trainings which are very easy to comprehend and which has very less ambiguity, that were always could have been done online. But since organizations are spending a lot of money because they want an adoption challenge, so pandemic has helped that. So in summary, the segregation has to be done, that in terms of the hard skills part, how we can more improvise in terms of simulation, and how those soft skills can be looked at in terms of the content being more experiential driven. Third thing is, then how do we look at more simulation based exercises so that we can make it more engaging? And some of the I think Anjali talked about it, I think Gopi was also talking about it. So that is more experiential based learning, keeping experience at core. That's the way I think it would be forward.
Sure, Manish, thanks. Raj, you obviously will have a different answer because you, as also mentioned, that you have people who have to be trained on running a certain machine, right? They haven't learned it before. You've got craftspeople, you've got salespeople, you've got sales managers, who you've freshly recruited. People leave, newer ones have to be recruited, and yours was a time when operations shut, retail operations shut for several weeks. They didn't know what they had to do with the customers, how they have to behave. Similarly, production must have gone through a different cycle altogether, how much to produce, how much not to produce. There must be huge amount of bewilderment, if I can call it that, right? And there you are figuring out, how am I going to, say what to say, how I'm going to reskill them to be, taking things back to normal, whatever normal could be possible at that time. So it would really be good to know from your, because now it's past you in the sense, whatever you needed to do, you must have done that, you must have known the results. So you can really give us some findings or conclusions from the data. When I say data, I mean your data in the sense of the experiences that you and your teams went through in terms of skilling, reskilling, what is that you could achieve, what is that you couldn't achieve. Yours will be more a practical answer than a theoretical answer. So I'm
Okay.
quite looking forward to it.
Right. So actually speaking, we had started on this journey of virtual learning quite some time back with e-training, and that is largely product. But the pandemic, the initial lockdown, which is at 50, 55 days, we closed down a week before the government actually announced the lockdown. And then we opened up when the first unlock happened. So many of us have been working in office from the 4th of May last year. And especially the leadership team started coming into work because we were beginning to open retail stores from the early May onwards last year. And but during that period was phenomenal, right? That's when the training teams, the business teams, and the HR teams really got together, and we looked at that problem, right, and that potential bewilderment as a fantastic opportunity. We have a situation where there are people who are sitting at home, captive audience. So actually, we really pedaled up the communication bit and the training and upskilling piece. An upskilling piece on multiple fronts. Okay. Now you might wonder, how do you use a captive retail sales force which is sitting at home? We actually got them to brush up their selling skills. And the great thing was we invested in technology. And actually, the only problem is, like what Manish was saying, connectivity certainly is a problem. But in terms of actually organizing workshops, organizing breakout rooms, all of that, that technology is available virtually, right? And so we used that to the maximum, tried to build up the connectivity piece, and recorded every piece and then got people to access it subsequently wherever they lost something. People were trained on video selling, right? People were trained on how to make empathy calls to customers. So what happened was there were salespeople sitting at home who called up customers just to find out how they're doing. That had such a huge up this thing from in the customer's mind. They were not selling; they were just asking them, "How are you doing? Is everything all right with you?" During that lockdown period, right? So when we opened up, right, we've had our touch wood reactions from customers in our businesses have been reasonably good, and the quarter while quarter one was a washout with all stores being shut. As you know, from quarter two and quarter three, we actually did very well. And I think customers coming back to our stores were really made safe. Customers felt safe coming back to our stores, whether it was a Tanishq or a World of Titan or a Titan I Plus or a Tanera. And salespeople were reaching out to customers who didn't want to come out and come into the stores. So there was a connect happening. The lot of coming to the other say side, which is people in manufacturing, right? There were a lot of soft skills work and connect work that is done even for workmen, right? A lot of wellness and where families were involved because they were sitting with families at home. So we said, let's make it inclusive. A lot of the wellness work happened with families. So people were motivated to get their families also into those workshops, right? And that really helped us. So what happened as a result was this, what was a problem potentially was turned into an opportunity. And at the end of that 60-day period, 55-day period, I had a workforce which was put to productive use. There was a lot of upskilling and retraining which happened. There were a lot of programs on product training as well. In fact, in Tanera, for example, we had all our salespeople going through product training, retraining. So when stores opened, people knew the products far better, right? And also the storylines behind products, etc. In all our businesses, especially in jewelry and Tanera, and even in watches. Subsequently, right, we've also used it very well to do a lot of the concepts. Example in manufacturing, there's some elements like working on a machine which you can't train a person virtually, but the concept and how it works can be demonstrated using good virtual techniques. But the practical training has to happen on the shop floor. So we divided it well. We also launched the Titan University. We call it Titan U, that's a brand. We launched that on April 1st last year. And for the last 1 year, we've had some amazing content there. And you'll be surprised, there's a lot of work in managerial and leadership training, which has gone in there, including podcasts, video sessions, part immersions into various areas. So, and there's been a lot of purchase for that. People have been able to, access that thing at their own time. And that's really helped. And our hits on Titan U have been very, very encouraging. So all in all, if you ask me, the this became really an opportunity to up our entire learning, learning quotient. And last but not the least, digital quotient went up. And that one, of course, about using technology, but also in terms of using technology at work, be it in design, be it in manufacturing. I think there was a lot of work that happened there as well. So I think there is a lot of advancement that's happened in the way technology can be used for training, including virtual classrooms. Even role plays were done virtually, right? And we found that very, very useful. So some of the points that my co-panelists have said, we did find some solutions and workarounds around it, but there are certain things which you still find missing, which is the whole people touch. As much as you can use technology, I'd agree with one of my co-panelists who said that the human touch, that happens only face to face when you look at people and vibe with them. And I think that certainly was missing, but you make the best use of what you have, right? And if you ask me, the biggest downside in the learning piece, apart from other things, has been bandwidth and connectivity issues. And that, I think, will need to be corrected over a period of time.
Great. That was brilliant. I think, each of you referred to bringing in technology. Now, I know none of us is really a technology person, but as a technology user, if any of you would like to share with us a particular piece of technology, when I say I don't mean a product, and obviously I don't mean a Zoom or a Teams or a Blue Jeans or any other product, which is of course we all know about, and they're all wonderful, all of them, WebEx. And other than that, any technology that you've used which are okay to share, which is not proprietary, or you're aware of somebody else using it, for the audience today, if you can talk specifically about technology for a minute, if any of you, and this is open to all, Raj, Manish, Gopi, Anjali. Any specific piece of technology that, you talked about, no, but spinning the wheel is again, wouldn't be technology. I mean, let me make it maybe even more specific. Was there any use of AI? AR, VR, somebody mentioned too, referred to. That's one piece where you could, do a simulation, you could show a certain situation. Any other piece of technology that you would want to refer to? Or
right. So,
I think let's take it.
Okay, so Sunil, I think good question. I am glad that you asked this thing, because a lot of my time goes in terms of advising some of these technology adoption to my clients as well. So I may share some views around it. So Sunil,
whatever you share, okay?
Right. Yeah, absolutely. So Sunil, I'll tell you that. See, I deal with the digital transformation in the governments, right? So we are talking about large scale audiences. I mean, we are not talking about 8,000, 80,000 organization. We're talking about crores and crores of people and a lot of organizations. A lot of those trainings that we are talking about, when you look at a government kind of a landscape, it happens to G2G, which is government to government, essentially a department's training. And then it's more G2C also, which is government to citizens, right? And so there is a learning that has come over, and it's pre-pandemic as well and post-pandemic as well, that a lot of that movement is happening on the open source technology world. And the reason behind it is happening, Sunil, is because you talked about AI. Now, AI has or artificial intelligence. Since I work on this technology very closely, this is inherently becoming part of all these solutions. A lot of the digital native, as we quote unquote call the organizations that are coming up, advanced learning management systems that are coming up, which is mobility based, right? They cannot work beyond AI or some bit of machine learning in it, because a lot of folks confuse AI with machine learning because they are two different sets, right? But machine learning inherently becomes in part, because I can give example of my own organization. Our learning management system is very highly, AI powered, right? The customized learnings in terms of the role band, etc., everything which is happening, that all happens based on the recommendations that are being done on the platform. The platform learns in itself, right? The platform looks at the user access patterns, how the users are accessing, what kind of trainings are accessing, what kind of, so based on that they create a score and provide certain direction that what could be the next training that needs to be done. So it is more about like creating, you're creating an internal Googling kind of a scenario, relevant searches, right? You want to do one sort of training, there's another set of training which is in place. So some bit of AI is going in every sort of element. Second thing is, it is the world around is moving more on an integration based approach, right? We are talking about application programming interfaces. Basically, you create a platform and then you integrate with a lot of those specialized solutions. Because if you want to accelerate this experience that I want to talk about, I was talking about in my previous question, the only way is you need to collaborate with a lot of those players, and then provide that integrated platform. I call it a platform based approach to your audiences. So you as Sunil may be using something which looks very easy to you, right? But behind it is a technology stack which is integrated through multiple channels and making it happen. So cloud is becoming essential, because the kind of data explosion that we are talking about, these trainings, when I'm saying that it has to be very experiential driven, it is recording experience, you're talking about good amount of data. It is very cloud driven, and artificial intelligence somewhere is getting conceptualized within these systems, and then it is experience based, delivered at your service as good as, because unless and otherwise these platforms are easy to use, you can understand how adoption can just tick up and then it is going to come down.
Gopi, you were going to say, share something. Yeah.
Yeah, I think more or less Manish covered it, but I'll bring it closer to home in terms of a real life experience. Since we did this a couple of years back, I think one of the things that we did was available to all our employees is to go and take a test, right? Which is something that is not like an assessment, but it's something that you want to test yourself to see where you are. And at the back of it, what it really said, you were at an intermediate, you were at a beginner, you were at an advanced level. And like Manish said, what it would throw you to is a learning journey or a learning path to tell you that these are the set of courses that you would need to do to advance your career. And based on the inputs that you would give, and it also would give you a cohort of people that you could interact with from the external industry and internally. So that is something that is nothing but AI driven at the back, right? Most of us are in a lot of ways looking at that. I think what was fundamental to us was to say that, here's where we are as an organization. Here's what we see ourselves 3 years there. What's the gap? How do we bridge this gap? Right. And I think fundamentally AI, AI plugged in a lot of ways. What we thought we wanted to set for employees was very different from what they wanted. That's where we said, no, it's not going to be a push-based training, but more than a pull-based training, right? We knew the set of stacks that we knew the roles, we knew the 80 odd roles that are going to be 5 years from now, but the employees don't see it. But how do we connect them? I think second, Manish brought a really important point is the adoption, right? Because I have a day job to do. I'm doing something on my own, and how do I do this? And what is it? How does it connect to the purpose of the company? That's the real piece that was missing. And I would say over the last couple of years, we haven't cracked the code, I must admit. We have close to 50 to 55% of our people who have come through this pull-based approach, because we believe that push-based approach is not going to take us there. Second most important thing is, how do we create an environment for these learnings to come into real life, right? So it's a different thing that I sit into a classroom, I I do a few courses, I test a few code, run it. That's perfectly fine. Do I give my team a playground? Do I create virtual hackathons? In a way, I think the pandemic has also really helped in a lot of ways, in terms of saying, hey, yeah, you don't need to come to the office to do a hackathon. Here's somebody who can sit in a remote village or a remote corner of some place and solve a real business challenge, which is really a global problem to be solved. So I think that what I would say is, the AI, the training, and putting that back into practical use cases can help us a lot. I think then the employees are able to connect the spectrum of things.
Raj, you were wanting to
I have a quick one. There were multiple examples, but there's one I would like to really share, which is we've done a lot of events which were virtual, but there was one event which was a total standout for me. Okay, this is something we run a lot of Kaizen. We do use a lot of Kaizen, not only in manufacturing but in retail. And every year we run a Kaizen Mela in every region that we operate in, right? Where retail stores, both company and franchisee stores, employees come with ideas. So a lot of ideas which are there for improvement of basic stuff which happens in everyday work, right? So we ran a virtual national Kaizen Mela. Yeah. That was so good that, and the technology that we used, right? It was made things so inclusive. Suddenly you had folks who are in far-flung places like Angul or Azamgarh or Trichy, or it's a bigger town, but small towns, right? Where we have either a Tanishq or an iPlus store or a World of Titan. Folks from there participating with ideas, yeah, and contributing to improvement at work. And this Kaizen Mela actually had 10,000 people who were walking through literally like an exhibition hall. And they were looking at all the different ideas, they were presented, and people voted. And there were audience polls, there was a jury poll, and then we had a national winner, right? Across our different sales lines. Yeah. Now, this had, like I said, 10,000 people, multiple thousands of ideas, right? And it's so inclusive. Suddenly you had folks in really small towns talking digital, yeah? And that I think was a fantastic piece of technology on the one hand, which helped us to get people to talk to each other, view things which were happening in different parts of the country, apply those in their stores, something which they saw happening in Lucknow or in Dindigal, they would apply in Bombay or in Kolkata, right? So I think that was for me one of the things which is a big standout which happened during this last 10 months. Yeah.
Fantastic, Raj. Yeah, Gopi, you wanted to make a point, yeah.
I think a quick point that I really wanted to make was nothing about technology, but it's more about the human element. I think during the pandemic, right, what we realized is 7,000 odd strong workforce wanted to give back something to the society, right? So volunteering, right, was a big piece in our piece. So during the pandemic, the volunteering really had to come to a standstill. So at Verizon, we said, okay, let's pilot this virtual volunteering piece. So we had to move our entire volunteering piece virtually, right? Now, virtually, what would you do? Typically, you would go with employees outside, adopt a school, adopt IT, adopt a few other courses and a few other things. But when we did this, right, I think this did not come out from the leadership team when we sat down, but when we said there was an innate, responsibility in the employees who wanted to give back to the society. And I think that I'm really proud about the fact that we were able to make that happen. And we were able to contribute roughly around 10,000 volunteering hours
Wow.
during the pandemic in 6 months, which is like, the ability to guide students, right? The ability to work with students from rural kids on programming, the basics of programming, career counseling, right? Writing down the resumes, be it managing call center in terms of a distress call, right? People with domestic violence, or any of those. I think I think that really connected. I think that's where I won't call it AI or anything, but I would call it how technology pivoted us to the human element, and technology was able to enable the empathy, sympathy, and giving back to the society through technology. That was a big plus, I think. Personally, in my career, I think that's something that I'm really proud about. For example, we went through anti-racism issues that in the US. Here, we went about so many things about violence against the people, where our employees came around and said, "Okay, we along with our families are going to stand up and walk for every step. For every step that we're going to do, we're going to contribute for a social cause of their choice." That way, we were able to ensure uh, we were touching what they're really passionate about, their health, their mental health. I think technology was able to do that, but I won't say it was AI or anything like that.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Gopi. There was so much else on my mind which I really wanted to talk about. For instance, what the outlook for upskilling and reskilling was going to be, and which something Gopi touched upon, the social impact of things. But we really have no time. We've already exceeded it by 5 minutes. So I think all I can do is thank you, Gopi, thank Raj, thank Manish, thank Anjali for this wonderful session. I think, we had fun. I enjoyed it. Thank you so much for making time to join us. And thank you, the people who have joined us from the audience for this special session on reskilling and upskilling. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sunil. Thank you, everyone. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, everybody. It's a pleasure.
Right. Bye-bye. Take care. Cheers.
Bye-bye. Take care.
World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience.
BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism to a technology-first world. Hosting over 250 virtual summits and webinars across its 17 niche business communities with millions engaging with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars and hosting 20+ virtual summits.
Thank you, everyone, and welcome back. Ladies and gentlemen, we're inching closer towards our award ceremony, but before we get there, we have a keynote address, a very special one by Mr. Paul Dupuis, the Managing Director and CEO of Randstad India, to address the gathering on leadership muscles in the new world of work. I'd like to welcome you, Paul.
Hi, good evening, Kathy. Thanks for having me.
Wonderful to have you here, waiting for you to give us some nuggets of insights on leadership muscles in new world of work. Over to you, Paul.
Great, thanks so much. And what a wonderful event today. My compliments to all of our friends at BW and everyone who's participated today. Let me just bring up my screen and get ready here. And if you could just let me know, Kathy, if you can see my screen okay, then we can start.
Yes, Paul, we can.
All right, good stuff. Well, thank you again for having me today. I'd like to talk about a topic which I'm actually really passionate about. I'm a passionate student of leadership, like many of the panelists who have spoken earlier today. And I've come to realize that leadership is actually about muscles. It's about building the right muscles to take us forward as we lead teams, especially through adversity and ambiguity. And I think we've realized over the past year just how important the muscles are that will take us into the future. And there are some new muscles that we're going to need to be effective leaders in this new world of work. And I'd like to talk about that today. First, let's take a look at the flow towards outcomes. You know, many of us as leaders grew up in a world where we started discussions with the outcomes, and then we worked backwards. So we would begin a meeting to look at the most recent outcomes, the metrics, and then we would try to understand why we were in the situation we were in, whether it was a positive situation or whether we were lagging. We would, again, try to dig in to understand why we were in that situation. So we often began conversations with metrics, with the outcomes. And what I've realized over the years as a leader is that it's so important to put outcomes at the very end of the conversation. And again, over the past year, crisis brings opportunity. And the opportunity that COVID has presented us with is to move people to the front of the conversation. And so when we look at delivering exceptional results, making a positive impact on the world, achieving our purpose, it begins with the right people. And we often talk about organizations as being people-centric, people-focused, yet we still begin conversations with outcomes. And so at Randstad, we did something quite bold starting in 2019 as a leadership team. We made the bold commitment to start our conversations with people, talking about how our people were doing, talking about how we're spending money and investing in our people to develop them, to help them grow. So once you start the conversation about people, then the question comes up, do we have the right people with the right skill set, with the right values? Now, let's assume the answer is yes. We have the right people on our bus. And of course, the next step is to have a vision, a compelling vision. And that's where leadership comes in. The ability to create a vision that touches the hearts and the minds is actually an important muscle of leadership. And what this really means is purpose. Purpose-centric organizations are the ones that are thriving in times of crisis, and they will continue to thrive beyond crisis. And what we found is that leaders who lead by purpose first are also leading organizations that will continue to perform and will not only survive, but thrive through any crisis. Now, of course, having the right leaders is a critical piece of this story towards excellent execution. So we talk about the right people, we talk about a compelling vision that touches the hearts and the minds, and of course, having the right leaders. These are the leaders who walk the talk, and that's where values come in. And I would argue that while academic qualifications are important, more important than anything else, overrules everything is values, because skills can be taught, but values cannot. They're learned and they're inherent. And of course, finally, the leader as enabler, the leader who provides the tools for the team to execute on the vision. And from that, we see outcomes. So I would challenge leaders to flip the entire paradigm upside down. I can tell you I've done that as the CEO and MD of Randstad here in India. We have 62,000 people we put to work every day, 75 offices across the country, the four corners of this huge, dynamic, and sometimes complex country. But by moving people to the front of our discussions as a leadership team, we've seen remarkable results. And certainly through 2020, we not only grew, we set some new best ever benchmarks, and in the process, we protected jobs, and we were able to help more people find gainful employment and help companies grow. This is all based on the muscles I talked about earlier. So purpose, we hear a lot about purpose. And again, purpose is not about the what, it's not about the how, it's not about the destination, it's about the why. In other words, why do we exist as an organization? Take it to the leadership level. Why do I exist as a leader? What is my North Star? What is my guiding mantra, my purpose? For me, it's about doing well and doing good. I think it's very important that all of us as leaders commit to delivering exceptional outcomes. We will always be measured on outcome, but we also need to not only do well, we need to focus some of our time and our energy on doing good. And that means doing good for the world, making a positive impact on the world. And certainly we talk about CSR and so on. And you know, everyone is motivated by different things, and that's fine, as long as we all spend some time not only doing well, but doing good. And to me, that's really what a full life is all about, purpose. And by the way, focusing on purpose, focusing on the why is indeed a muscle of leadership. And it's something that takes hard work. It's not something that comes naturally for many leaders. Jim Collins has a wonderful book called Great by Choice. It's along the series of Good to Great, of course. And in Great by Choice, he talks about the march towards excellence, the march towards greatness, and organizations that move towards greatness. And he talks about leaders, and the leaders that he studied and observed over the years that really led organizations from good to great were leaders that took the approach that the journey is a marathon, not a sprint. Now, anybody out there who's run a marathon knows what I mean, that a marathon requires a different set of muscles than a sprint does. And sometimes we get confused as leaders. And certainly I did at the beginning of COVID. I defaulted, like a lot of leaders that I know, into becoming very busy. In other words, I sprinted. I thought if I filled my calendar from morning till night, that I would be making a positive impact. But we all learned quickly that this crisis was not going to end soon, although we all believed it would. I remember my last flight. In fact, I was in Delhi and I met Anurag by coincidence. And I flew back to Bangalore on March 12th last year. And I remember thinking it would last 2 or 3 weeks and I'd be back on a plane again. So I continued to sprint. Well, I realized pretty quickly that it was a marathon. So leaders need to be pace setters, but you need to set the right pace. And it requires a different set of muscles to run a marathon than it does to run a sprint. Secondly, it's about incremental progress. It's about that 1% rule, that 1 degree of change, that small step forward every single day. And what's interesting, we talk about the compound effect. When you make incremental improvement, incremental progress every single day, it's incredible what can happen over a month, 2 months, 6 months, and a year. And of course, throughout that, throughout the fog, throughout the ambiguity, comes a very important muscle, and that is focus, focusing on the purpose, the true north. We can compromise on the what and the how and even the when and so on, but we should never compromise on the why and the who. That must remain firm through even the thickest of storms. So leadership requires building the right muscles. And I would say that some of the muscles that have taken us from there to here through our careers as leaders will be essential moving to the future, of course, leading into tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. But there are new muscles that we all have been forced to build. You know, and for a long time, we talked a lot about intelligence quotient. We talked about the emotional quotient, but I would argue that there's a new one. IQ, EQ, and the new one, which is a very important muscle for all of us as leaders as we lead into the future, is the CQ, and that's compassion quotient. We've all realized that while empathy is important, it's the next level, which is compassion. That's actually taking action. Empathy is feeling for someone when they're in need, but compassion is actually standing up and taking action. having the courage to do that, to make those tough decisions, to support, to take action, to enable. And these are all muscles that we need as we move forward. I'll go back to what I said earlier, the marathon versus the sprint. It took a lot of us time to realize that we needed to build the muscles to run a marathon. You know, I'm inspired as an athlete myself, as someone who's committed to good health, both mental and physical health, as an ice hockey player and so on. Coming to India, you know, I was very interested in learning about some of the sports heroes here in India. And I learned a lot about P.T. Usha and Sachin Tendulkar. And when I studied their journey, and many other athletes, in fact, what I discovered is that the true high performers have experienced ups and downs. There's never been a high performer in sports, in business, certainly in science, the arts, politics, and so on, that has always seen an upward trajectory. Every single high performer has gone through ups and downs. But the key differentiator is how they handle both the ups and the downs. And I'm absolutely impressed by these two amazing athletes who had ups and downs through their career, but never let themselves get too high and never let themselves get too low, because they committed themselves to find a healthy cadence. So this is also connected to the leadership muscle I just mentioned, finding your healthy cadence and protecting it at all costs. That's how we live, how we organize our day, from time management to knowing when to take a break, knowing when to run fast in the marathon, but also knowing when to slow down the pace as well, and to encourage others to do so. So it's really important that we find a healthy cadence, and of course, taking care of both our body and our mind. In the new world of work, clearly, we're hearing the word hybrid a lot, but what hybrid really means is more of a flexible way of working, regardless of the industry. And we've seen it at Randstad. Our data shows that somewhere between 25 to 30% of people will not want to return to an office environment. And that's once the government says it's safe, and once the companies deem the offices to be safe and vaccines have been administered, there is still a large proportion, 25 to 30% on average, that don't want to return to an office environment. That completely changes the dynamic of how we work. We came up in a world of what I would call presenteeism, where we actually measured performance partly on being present. Well, those days are quickly disappearing. And we realize now that it's about leveraging tech for touch. And we heard about that in the previous panel. It's about, providing an opportunity for people to work in the best way for each individual so they can shine. And again, this is a leadership muscle. Leaders need to be committed to ensuring that every single person on the bus can shine, help them be the best version of themselves. And that's a whole different way of leading than we've experienced in the past. Finally, we talk about the office. I happen to be leading an initiative for Randstad with our more than 4,000 offices across the country, and we're rethinking the way we work. It's called future-proofing the way we work. And I would argue that the office of the future will no longer be a place where we report to do work. Instead, the office will become a place where we collaborate, innovate, and celebrate. So when we talk about being future ready, these are the muscles we need to build. Some of the things I talked about today, certainly embracing tech for touch, knowing when to use tech, especially for transactional interactions, but also knowing when to focus on the touch. And ultimately, leadership is about creating a movement. It's about influencing. And we're going to have to leverage omni-channel, the way of communicating. We're going to have to be sure that we have a compelling purpose as we express the vision and the North Star, and as we attempt to create that movement, and leverage all the tools and the modes of communication around us. But ultimately, leadership is about influence. It's about guiding, it's about enabling, and ultimately about creating a movement. And so leading into the day after tomorrow, this is a model which I've devised, and it's in my book, which I released last year, called the E5 Movement. And it's based on 5 E's. Envision, as I spoke about earlier, then expressing that vision in a way that touches the hearts and the minds, using omni-channel, and especially in this new world that we're in. And then excite. When people are excited, they're leaning in, they're ready to take action. And enable. And I would say that in my own journey as a leader, this is where I am right now. Leader as enabler. In other words, someone who is creating an environment where people can shine, ensuring they have the tools, ensuring they have the freedom and the frame to move, to experiment, to take risks, and then grow in the process. So it's less about the leader picking up the hammer, but it's helping others to learn how to use the hammer or encouraging them to find a new way to use the hammer. And ultimately, this will always, I think until the end of time, be the ultimate measurement of the effectiveness of any leader, and that is to execute on bringing the vision to life. In other words, bringing that purpose to impact, to measurable impact. That will always be the case. But how we get there requires new muscles that we really haven't used in the past. To wrap up, at Randstad, we have something we believe very strongly in, that is human forward. Human forward is about helping people move forward in their lives. And ensuring that people have gainful employment is one important way to do that, helping companies grow. And certainly in India, as India rises, we're committed to continuing to do that. And again, if I had to wrap this up with one hashtag, I would say from intelligence quotient to emotional quotient, it's about the compassion. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'll stop sharing my screen and back to you, Kati.
Thank you so much, Paul. Always a pleasure to hear you speak. Such amazing insights shared. I'd like to welcome Dr. Anurag Batra on screen. I'd like to do a quick Q&A with you, Paul. So please stay with me on screen. Very welcome, Dr. Batra.
Good evening. Thank you, Khyati, for hosting this very important BW People, Leadership Excellence Summit, and now the awards in some time. And there couldn't have been a better person to address the issues that we all leaders face. And in a real sense, having lived those challenges and overcome those challenges and building a better future, somebody like Mr. Paul Dufee. So thank you, Paul, for your presentation. And I was listening in and I was tuned in. And I just want to ask you, I know we prepared the script, but I'm notorious for going off the script if I think it is. Sure, yeah, but because I know, let me ask you 2-3 real questions, Paul. All we've heard from you, we've heard from leaders during the day, what worked for them. And I know a lot of things that you said you actually work for you, work for your organizations, work for your partners, people who partner with Randstad for their staffing. And I know you're the fastest growing staffing company in the country, especially at the scale which you operate. But tell us, what were your learnings on what doesn't work? And give us 1 or 2 anecdotes where you course corrected.
Yeah, well, I can give you one example right behind me, Anurag. Talk about another muscle, humility. This is Randstad Tower in downtown Bangor. It's a 7th-floor, beautiful building. It's the former headquarters of Prestige here, Falcon House. And we took it over February 26th. This is a shot of our team out front, ceremony, me cutting the ribbon on this beautiful building, February 26th last year. 2 weeks later, we shut it down and it was closed for 1 year. Now, I think that when we talk about strategy and strategic planning, at that moment, we made the absolute right decision to invest in building a flagship tower in the middle of downtown Bangor. But just a couple of weeks later, we realized quickly that, well, because of COVID, we needed to course correct. So actually, the purpose of this tower has since changed. We've turned it into something which is actually adding a lot of value to our customers, to our clients, into an offshore development center. So now, instead of having an empty building in downtown Bangor, we're actually providing services for our clients that were much in need, that needed that extra resource that was plug and play, that was GDPR compliant and world-class. And so we've been able to do that. So we pivoted quickly on Anurag. We were supposed to have 500 of our employees in here working. Instead, we've turned it into an offshore development center. So there's one example. But what I said earlier in my presentation, Anurag, I think you and I went through the similar thing. We immediately defaulted to being very, very busy when COVID started. And I think we all quickly realized—
I heard what you said. You said being busy is not the most important thing. It's about impact. I keep saying, Paul, it's my favorite saying that, action doesn't mean progress.
Yeah.
Activity doesn't mean progress.
It only made us tired. It only made us tired. It made us ineffective. And also, it sent out the wrong message. And I realized, I looked in the mirror at one point, I realized that I was sending out the wrong message to my colleagues, to my leaders, to the entire organization, that busy is better. In fact, less is better.
Absolutely. And Paul, I have to tell you, last night, a young media executive called me. I think I spoke to her after many years. She said, she's done well. And she called me for some connect for her brother for a job. And she said, I told her some 7, and I've been reflecting on it since the last night. saying that, she was working on a weekend possibly when she interacted. And I said to her that you're possibly inefficient, because if you have to work on a weekend, that means you're not doing your job well. She says, I took that 7-8 years back. I must have said it to her. And she said, I don't work on the weekends and I'm actually very efficient. So I took what you said, and I have to apply that to myself, Paul. I think I am, by that, I end up working Saturdays, Sundays, and of course, the last 12 months, it was boundaryless in terms of working. Now, let me come to another aspect. Yesterday, we talked about, we did this poll, and, the results were overwhelmingly in the favor of a hybrid model. I heard that in the session before you, and, 77% of the respondents said that they want to work in a hybrid model. And a lot of that is online, online plus offline, but a lot work from anywhere. So the word, and you also talked about the word hybrid, talked about performance from sports, humility. But tell me, when hybrid becomes a way of being, what are the mindset changes that need to change? For example, how does the performance metrics need to change? And your favorite, you again refer to it in your presentation, presentism.
Yeah.
So presentism should lead to, if I may use the word, enthusiasm. And you talked about office spaces being spaces where you basically you innovate, you collaborate, and you celebrate.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So how do you change some of the mindsets and parameters and evaluation techniques, which, because of the last 12 months and what we've seen, are possibly need to be tweaked, if not to be done away with?
So presenteeism is something that existed basically around the time of the Industrial Revolution until COVID. So for us to change that literally overnight, Anurag, I think is a little bit too optimistic. There are a lot of people like me. I want to be in the office. I want to be with people. I default to that because it's what I love. I really enjoy. I feed off.
It's many years, 30 plus years of working like that. So
Our
the
career.
conditioning is not easy to go away.
Absolutely.
And dare I say, Paul, there are advantages of being in office. Sometimes collaboration happens better. Decisions happen faster. The person is fully present. So there are advantages. Let's not say there are no advantages of being face-to-face physically with an individual, whether you're a peer or a subordinate or a senior. So there are advantages. There's no question about that.
Yeah. And I would, based on my conversations with CXOs in India and beyond, across borders, one thing that everyone agrees on is that this word hybrid needs to be more clearly defined, and it will be defined over time. It's a new way of working, okay? And what it really means is more freedom for people to choose when they will be face-to-face and when they will work in a virtual environment. And so I think most of us agree that we sometimes can be more productive when we're not sitting in a busy office with lots of people running around and constantly, interrupting and so on. At the same time, we miss that. So it's that dilemma between the two. But I absolutely believe that the presenteeism bias is something that all leaders will face at one point. Let's imagine that we're all coming back to the office. The world is safe. We're all vaccinated. It's all good. What about those 25% of people that simply are afraid or don't want to or feel that they can be as productive or more productive by working from remote? How do we lead those people, and how do we ensure they get equal opportunity? I think that's a big issue that we're all going to face. The presenteeism bias. And it's something that it's going to take time to figure out, Anurag. But I think at the end of the day, it's what I said earlier about the right people on the bus with the right vision, with the right leaders, will lead to outcomes. How those outcomes are generated doesn't necessarily have to be about sitting in an office.
And Paul, we talked about well-being yesterday, in a deep manner of our colleagues or of our employees. And priorities for different organizations can be different. But the one goal is well-being, okay? Happiness is part of that. Clearly, we will have to move away from presentism to a more acceptable way of working, which is also productive, but also looks at the overall well-being of the colleagues. So, I think that change will happen. And really, we've been talking of HR tech for a while, and more HR tech will get deployed. But at the same time, you cannot take the human element away from the communication or the way we work. So really, I think I would like to say the more technology grows, the more virtual grows, the value of human touch becomes even more premium. So for very important conversations, And I would say all the conversations are important, but a little more important conversations, sensitive conversations, exciting conversations. Possibly you would do it face to face, but you'd make sure that it is worth it from both participant standpoint, the superior as well as the the reportee. So clearly that's the change we will need to make in our mindsets. I'm sure today at the BW People HR Excellence Awards, you'll see leaders in companies being rewarded who have in some way pivoted around the concepts that you've talked about and some of the leaders have talked about. I think there are a lot of HR leaders that have joined. So I want to let you go by asking a short and last question, Paul. Sure. Paul, if you had to make two predictions for the future over the next 12
I lost you, Anurag. I'm not sure, Kathy, if...
Yes, Paul, I asked you what, over the next 12 to 18 months, what are the two predictions you want to make for future, near future?
Well, first of all, clearly, the office will take on a new purpose. I predict that the way the office looks and feels and so on will take on a whole new purpose. And I'm holding firm on my belief that the office will become a place to collaborate, innovate, and celebrate. And we're going to see lots of innovation around those three words. And we're going to learn all kinds of new lessons and we're going to imitate each other. So that's great. It's also going to give birth to an industry that will support those three things to happen. Secondly, I see an amazing opportunity for leaders to develop these new muscles that I just talked about. I think the new way of leading will be someone who's tech savvy, but also knows the right moment for the human touch. So the leader of the future will leverage technology fully, but also know leverage the human touch. So the new world is going to be very different. I think this is a turning point in our history. Absolutely. It's almost perhaps equivalent to the Industrial Revolution, the invention of the internet and beyond. This is a very important moment for all of us. I think we should leverage this opportunity and become better leaders in the process.
Thank you so much, Paul, for leading by example, and congratulations to you on your book, the E5. We're running late and we would like to catch up because a lot of senior leaders are waiting. So I'll hand it back to Kathy so that the awards can start and we can keep to our timeline. Thank you, Mr. Paul Dufy, the Managing Director and CEO of Randstad, for talking to BW People. And we look forward to more conversations with you in the future. Thank you. Back to you, Kathy.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. And thank you very much, Paul, for your time and speaking to us. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the summit and we thank the bright minds of the industry leaders who ignited our panels with their impeccable leadership insights. We now move on to the announcements of the awards. But before we kickstart the award ceremony, we would definitely like to thank our presenting partner, Randstad India. We also wholeheartedly thank our eminent jury members for taking the time to interact with the nominees, evaluating their accomplishments, and choosing the entrepreneurial leaders for this edition. Ladies and gentlemen, BW HR Excellence Awards is in its 6th year of recognizing and rewarding the best HR practices and celebrating people who bear the torch of excellence in the HR landscape of India. This year, we will be awarding 34 winners across 20 categories. We feel honored to have a distinguished jury panel for this year's BW HR Excellence Awards. We are grateful to our august jury comprising of the jury chair, Mr. Kulmeet Bawa, the President and Managing Director of SAP Indian Subcontinent, as well as Mr. Patnam Dwarkanath, the former chairman of GlaxoSmithKline, Aruna Jayanti, Managing Director of Capgemini's Canada and Latin America Business Unit, Divya Kurani, CEO of Dentsu X India, Harshvardhan, CEO of CXOE Partners LLP, Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh, the Director of IIM Trichy, Raj Nayak, the Founder and Managing Director of House of Cheer Networks, Rajendra Srivastav, President of AES India, Anirban Chakraborty, CEO and Managing Director of Tourism Finance Corporation of India, and Sudhir Mishra, the Founder and Managing Partner of Trust Legal, along with Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business. We'd like to thank all the jury members for taking their precious time to interact with the nominees, evaluating their accomplishments, choosing their HR leaders for this year. Thank you very much. Now, without further ado, let's quickly see what our jury has to say about the jury process this year. Can we have the AV, please? Once again, thank you to our jury members. Now let's kickstart the ceremony, but don't forget to use the hashtag HR Excellence Awards when celebrating your win on social media. We'd love to join in the celebrations. You can also watch us live on www.bwpeople.in as well as www.businessworld.in. I would now like to once again invite Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group, to kickstart the award ceremony with a few words. A very warm welcome to you.
Thank you so much, Khyati. I don't want to stay between you, the jury members, and the awardees tonight. I just want to keep it short and simple. The jury AV, for some reason, didn't play. We have Mr. Kulmeet Bawa, who was our jury chair, and Mr. Patnam Dwarkanath, who is the former chairman of GlaxoSmithKline Beecham, who chaired the jury. And they both have joined. So first of all, my gratitude to Mr. Patnam Dwarkanath and Mr. Kulmeet Bawa for their time and their patronage and being such an involved jury members, because really awards are about the jury and their knowledge of what is working in the marketplace and what's not. Especially the last 12 months were very different than any year when we've done the awards. So the role of HR was more pronounced in this year, and really the HR leaders worked with the promoters or the CEOs to be able to do business continuity planning, to be able to evolve new norms and take decisions. Some of them may not be the most popular, and prepare the organization for the future, not just work for the present, but to be able to prepare for the future. So I just want to thank all the jury members for pitching in with their time. The winners have been selected through a jury process, and really we got very good quality of entries. Of course, seasoned professionals like Mr. Dwarkanath and Mr. Bawa have had comments in terms of what could have been better, and in terms of the relative merit of the entries, and we take all the feedback very seriously. And from the companies and the individuals that awarded, when you see the winners tonight, you should know that they've come through a very robust process and an honest process of jury. I want to wish all the shortlisted entries and all the winners all the best, and I'm sure they'll be able to take the quality of work they do and the kind of impact they make on their organizations even larger. The future may be very different than what we've seen in the last 12 months. Hybrid is the way forward. As Mr. Paul Dufy said, office spaces will become a place to collaborate, to innovate, and to celebrate. They may not be places where you necessarily attend for presentism. So really the role of technology in the way we work will be more pronounced, but at the same time, the value of human interaction will be premium. So really the word hybrid is here to stay, whether it's in the education ecosystem or when we talk of offices. So I'll leave it at that, and I look forward to congratulating the winners along with the jury chairs, Mr. Kulmeet Bawa, who's joined, and Mr. Patnam Dwarkanath, all other jury members that have joined, and all the winners who joined. All the best for a new financial year. We started tomorrow. So today is a good way to celebrate your hard work that you've done over the last 12 months. Back to you, Khyati.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. And yes, we are celebrating the people who keep the people at heart of any organization. I would like to now invite, as you see on screen, we have with us the eminent and illustrious jury members who will be joining this evening to felicitate our winners. Ladies and gentlemen, the 6th BW HR Excellence Awards 2021. We have with us Mr. Patnam Dwarkanath, former Chairman GlaxoSmithKline Consumer, and Dr. Kulmeet Bawa, President and Managing Director, SAP Indian Subcontinent. I'd also like to welcome Mr. Paul Dubius, Managing Director and CEO, Randstad India, to join us to felicitate the first set of winners. A very warm welcome to all you gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, first up, we have the HR Strategy Awards. The first category of awards is Best HR Strategy. Can we have the audio visual, please? All right. As we say that, people are at the heart of the organization. So I think I'm going to be the person saying out the names as well, while the technology gives us some glitches. So ladies and gentlemen, a best HR strategy runner-up, starting with the runner-up category, we have Mondelez India Foods Private Limited, Deepa Misra, the talent management lead. I'd like to welcome her on screen. So we can give her a big round of applause, and all those watching us online, we'll give her a round of applause virtually as well as she comes on screen.
Am I audible? I think my video is, yes, I think I can now get my video on. So firstly, let me start by thanking Business World and the jury for this award on HR strategy. And HR is often seen as a partner, but for us, as we craft the HR strategy at Mondelez, business and people are inextricably linked. And so Team Mondelez HR, this award goes to each one of you for the stellar impact that you make in service of our purpose, staying bold and agile as we power the business and the people. Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone.
Congratulations to you, and keep doing well. We'd like Mr. Kulmeet Bawa and Mr. Patnam Dwarkanath to say a few words, followed by Paul.
No, all I'll say
Bawa.
is heartiest congratulations, Deepa. I think it's well deserved, and I know the process wasn't easy. Anurag spoke about it earlier. There was so much of talent when we were selecting, but heartiest congratulations to you. And like you said, HR is the upholder of almost every organization, right? I always say the strategy and the execution of the vision typically falls on the shoulders of HR. So keep doing well, and congratulations once again.
Good evening to everyone. Thank you, Dr. Batra, and thank you, your team. At the outset, I wish to congratulate Dr. Batra, Mr. Rezvi, and the Business World team for organizing these events. I think this year is the most important and significant year for HR. They need all this encouragement and recognition, which Business World, having been part of the jury, as Mr. Bawa said it was a very rigorous process. They filtered all the nominations. It's not that everyone was considered. After that, we have to spend about 9 hours to decide. You can just determine how tough it was. As Mr. Bawa said, the quality has been very high, and it was very difficult for the jury even to come to the conclusions. But having said that, congratulations, Deepa, well done, and you richly deserve. And wish you all the best. Keep practicing. If you don't keep scoring, you're just practicing. Please believe HR, one of the key things is you need to deliver as promised. Execution is very important, and continue to do the great job done so far. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Paul, would you like to say a few words to the winner?
Congratulations, Deepa. Mondelez is a wonderful brand, but as you said so well, more important than the brand are the people. The people ultimately live the values, and the strategy is ultimately resting with people to bring it to life. So congratulations.
Thank you so much, Paul. Thanks a lot.
Many congratulations to you, Deepa, and to your whole team. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you so much, the team at BW and the jury. Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, this is an initiative of BW People, an HR community that comes together to celebrate the community. And now that we have Dr. Batra, all our eminent jury members, I'd like to request Mr. Bawa to kindly address the gathering with a few words on what the experience was like and what were the kind of entries, the deliberations that happened during the jury process. Mr. Bawa, we'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you. And look, I did touch upon it, but firstly, thanks for the opportunity, Dr. Batra, and to the entire BW team. It was a great opportunity. You know, to me, it's always good to interact with super bright talent, and there's an abundance of this talent in our country, right? I guess the diehard patriot in me always comes out and emerges. So for me, it was super exciting just to see the kind of talent and the kind of people that were coming up. And you know, like Dr. Dwarkanath said, it wasn't an easy decision. By the way, Paul, I was hearing the last part of your talk, some amazing insights on leadership coming out, including your hashtag and the humility piece that I caught on. And look, whenever I look at HR, I always feel that, you know, in addition to the smooth functioning of organizations, they are also responsible in some way, you know, to uphold the leadership tenets that we talk about so beautifully and what Paul talked about, right? But the process was very good, Kathy. I think it's one of the best that I've seen. It was in depth and it wasn't easy. That's all I would say. But a big congratulations to everyone, all the winners, and kudos to them, and kudos to BW Business World for hosting events like this and calling out talent like this. Kathy, back to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bawa. I'd also like to invite Mr. Ratnam Dwarkanath to kindly share his view of the jury process entry.
Okay. I didn't realize that, you know, you're giving this opportunity because I've already said it since AV did not work it. But yes, just to reinforce what I said earlier and what Mr. Bawa has just added, one of the uniqueness of this process, which I liked, I've been involved in this process even 1 month earlier, is that almost in all the cases except the Lifetime Achievement Award, the nominees, the shortlisted nominees were asked to express their views why they should not be considered, what I call the elevator pitch, which is something very fascinating. I have never seen in many juries I have participated where the applicants come and then make a pitch of it, which adds value to the rigor of this process and also makes it more robust. And I have to also say that the jury has been extremely collaborative and supportive. We had a difference of views, but it has been discussed and threadbare, and we have ultimately arrived at a conclusion. And secondly, jury also has been asked to been given opportunity to ask the questions, to get some clarifications, or to get some insights. On the whole, I thoroughly enjoyed this the whole process. It's very satisfying and fulfilling that you know, BW Business World has taken so much of efforts to make it the process robust and rigorous. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dwarkanath. Thank you for reiterating how the process and the experience was. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are continuing with our awards. The first category, where Best HR Strategy, we've heard runner-up Deepa Misra, Talent Management Lead from Mondelez India Foods Private Limited, coming to our winner. And team, I'd like you to please put on the audio visual. And ladies and gentlemen, Best HR Strategy winning trophy goes to Lenovo. I'd like to welcome Amanpreet Kaur from the HR team to join us online, please.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. I would like to start by saying a big thank you to the esteemed jury members. As Mr. Dwarkanath shared, the toughest part of the selection process was perhaps the elevator pitch. Trying to sum up your strategic initiatives in 2 minutes is the toughest task that we have faced as a team. But interestingly, last 12 months put in a lot of stress on the 3 Ws. Just to simplify, the first W is work. How do we connect digitally people, employees, students, and everybody around us so that they can become more comfortable in the new normal? The second W is workforce. If remote working becomes the new normal, if hybrid working becomes the new normal, what should be the strategy? Where should we hire people for scale? The third one, the third W for us was workplace, which is our office setting. What should we leverage those for? Should we convert them into like Mr. Paul said, can we look at offshoring, using it as an offshore center, or do we make it, a site that can be used for customer interactions to showcase the technology prowess that Lenovo has? So we've been dabbling with all of these over the last 12 months, and it's very, very heartening to see that the efforts of the HR team at Lenovo is getting felicitated in such a prestigious award. So big thank you from my heart to all jury members, to the HR team at Lenovo, and Khyati and Business World. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Amanpreet, and many congratulations to you. I'd like our jury members on screen to also share a few words of congratulations.
Yeah, maybe I'll go first, but Amanpreet, heartiest congratulations. And like you mentioned, the past 12 months, 12 odd months have been challenging. We know it. It's different to say the least, right? Challenging is a tough word, but trying to build trust and credibility in some of the things that you mentioned, and even in the 3 Ws, it's not the way we've grown up, not the way we've learned, right? But kudos to you for having held the flag high, to you and the Lenovo team, and congratulations. And I think this is a very, very well-deserved award, Amanpreet.
Thank you, sir.
Just to add, Amanpreet, you richly deserve, whole you and your team. I think what I like the most is the sort of passion you demonstrated and how you carried through your agility as well as the resilience to do the well. It's not an easy job what you shared with us, but hats off to you and your team. And thank you very much. Congratulations. Keep winning such awards in future as well.
Thank you, sir.
Paul?
Yeah, Amanpreet, congratulations. And you talked about the 3 Ws, and I'm sure at the very front of your 3 Ws is one more W, which is why. Why? Strategy, the best strategy, the most effective strategy is always rooted in why, and I'm sure you have a very compelling purpose. So congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Many congratulations to you, Amanpreet, to you and to your whole team.
Thank you.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving towards our next category, which is Best Emerging HR Strategy. We have a Special Mention Award, a Runner-Up Award, and the Winning Award as well. Starting with the Special Mention. The Special Mention Award goes to Havas Group India. I'd like to welcome Vandana Tilwani, Chief Human Resources Officer, to join us. A very warm welcome to you, Vandana, and many congratulations.
Thank you so much, Khyati. I mean, I can't thank the jury and Business World enough. This award really means a lot to us. And if anybody remembers, I remember talking about this during my elevator pitch that we pretty much as an organization had to start from scratch. We are a group of companies. Bringing everybody together was not an easy job, especially during the lockdown. So I know that this is something that really encourages us, and we're happy that we are being recognized for this. So thank you once again to all of you, and congratulations to the entire Havas HR team if they've logged in. And what they say, party, let's party. So thank you.
Absolutely, it is the year end, and let's celebrate that. Our jury members, would you like to comment and give your congratulations, please?
just a very big congratulations, and hope you can party physically or find a way to party physically. Otherwise, it will be across screens and a glass of wine or a cup of coffee across screens. But very well done, and congrats to you and the organization.
And I don't know what hybrid party. What is the hybrid party? That's the only thing
we can
we have
attempt
to
a
figure
hybrid.
out. But I think we figured out hybrid and everything else. But congratulations to you and to Rana and everyone in.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Really appreciate. This is very encouraging for us. Thank you. Appreciate it.
It is Powri now, not party. Powri.
That's what I said. Powri.
Mr. Raj Naik, who's the founder of the House of Cheer and a jury member, has also joined. So welcome, Raj, for joining. Thank you so much.
A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Naik, and many congratulations to you, Vandana. We have our technical glitch sorted, so I want to definitely put on the audio visual that announces the name. So can we quickly have the AV, please? Team, can we put on the AV?
So that just goes to show technology can only take you so far, right? It's
Yeah.
always the people.
And Mr. Bawa, we do this every day, every week, But that's okay. It works. Technology works if you have the right people running.
Many congratulations, and let's continue the audiovisual and announce who the runner-up is in the Best Emerging HR Strategy category. Let's play the AV. And while the AV comes up, let me also inform all our winners, you can put your winning shots with the hashtag HR Excellence Award so that we can also join in the celebration and congratulate all of you. So a big congratulations to the runner-up of Best Emerging HR Strategy category, Lava. I'd like to welcome Sumit Kumar Singh, the HR head of Lava, to join us on screen, please. Mr. Sumit Kumar Singh, if you're online, please switch on your camera and mic quickly and join us on screen. All right, we'll get Mr. Sumit Singh shortly on screen. Till then, let's move on to announcing the winner of the Best Emerging HR Strategy category. Let's look at the audiovisual. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of Best Emerging HR Strategy is Jacob Cement Limited. I'd like to welcome Anlip Jain, Chief People Officer, to join us on screen, please. Please switch on your camera and mic.
Hi, good evening all. I'm not able to switch on my camera.
Anlip, just give us one moment. We'll have the team switch your video on.
Yeah. I think I can now see myself.
Yeah.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. First of all, thanks to the eminent jury chaired by Mr. Baba and Mr. Dwarkanath. Mr. Dwarkanath is a person who we in HR, have looked up to while growing through our years in HR. And it's a pleasure that today he is the chairman of the jury where we have been awarded. Thanks also to Dr. Anurag Batra and other jury members for this wonderful award that has been conferred. Last 3 years have been very, very transformative for us at JK Cement, where our market cap grew 3 times from a $1 billion company to a $3 billion company, adding 30% growth to our people assets. This year itself started on a very, very good note, and we were certified as a great place to work in February. And there cannot be a better date than today at the end of the financial year, where we have been, awarded the best HR strategy by Business World. It means a lot to us, and thank you so much for that. I would like to mention 2 names, who are behind this whole strategy and this whole transformation journey in HR that we did for JK Cement. Mr. Raghavat Singhania, the MD, and Mr. Madhav Krishna Singhania, the CEO. I think 2 young powerhouses in JK Cement who have made it possible to bring JK Cement where it is today. And last but not the least, the 75 strong HR team of JK Cement, which are like the pillars wherever they are. And this award is for all of them. Thank you so much, and congratulations to all the winners today evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Many congratulations to you, Mr. Jain, and to your whole team. Mr. Dwarkanath?
Yeah, Mr. Jain, thank you for your kind words. Congratulations to you and your team. I think you richly deserve this award for one more reason. When we were deliberating in jury, this is one of the things which really played an important role. It is not easy for a brick and mortar company, a manufacturing organization, to bag an award under the best emerging HR strategy. It's really, really very creditable for you and for your team. It's very easy sometimes for companies which are in different sectors, especially for a brick and mortar in the cement industry with a manufacturing base. It's not easy. So you richly deserve. You require a lot of celebrations. You need to tell Mr. Singhania when things are there, you should do it. But for the time being, enjoy what you have done. I think one of the best things for any person is when you are recognized, and this by virtue of which you are motivated and energized. And please keep doing this good work. Wish you all the best and hearty congratulations to you and your team.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the kind words.
Mr. Bawa?
Look, I think Mr. Dwarkanath has been so articulate and he's put it so beautifully. And I remember the discussion on this one, being a traditional organization and, like he said, brick and mortar, it's all the more commendable, but also, Mr. Jain, congrats on the phenomenal, the last 3 years, the results that you mentioned. It's no mean task. And I think, you and the 75-man, woman team in HR needs to take a lot of the credit for what actually happened and for the phenomenal business results. But congratulations, and so very well deserved, Mr. Jain.
Thank you, Mr. Bawa. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Mr. Jain.
Just speaking, and I want to repeat the message that the others have said, that brick and mortar is underrated. As a guy who used to be a welder at Chrysler, I absolutely understand the importance of brick and mortar. And I will tell you that it's not so much what you sell and your product, it's what you stand for, as an organization. So congratulations to you, very well deserved.
Thank you so much, Paul.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I got kicked out for a minute, but thank you so much and many congratulations to you, Mr. Jain, and to your whole team. And I'm told that our runner-up of the category, Mr. Sumit Singh, is also here online. Sumit Kumar Singh, the HR head of Lava. I'd like to welcome him on screen. Request you to please switch on your camera and mic.
Hi, good evening, everybody. And my special thanks to the Business World team and all the jury members for conducting this very successful event. In this particular you can say, tough time and the emerging ecosystem of India in terms of becoming the global manufacturing hub in the coming 7 to 8 years. The HR is going to play a very important role in terms of the intense care of the employees, type of the talent which is required to run the business, and ensuring that all the things happens very smoothly over a period of time. So I think our team has done a very good job, and I'm very lucky to have the such a talented and hardworking team. And special thanks to all the vertical heads like Ankit, Pranjal, Saloni, Prabhat, and Jitendra. So that's all from my side, and thanks everyone for having this great assessment and the very tough, I think, jury having the great, maybe impartial sort of assessment going over there.
Congratulations, Sumit. One word, congratulations, jury members, would you like to give for Sumit and his team?
I would say, Sumit, well done. You richly deserve it. All the best to you and your team.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, heartiest congratulations, Sumit. Nothing beyond that. Very well deserved, and many, many more accolades for you and your organization as you move.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Congrats, Sumit. I think your smile says it all, sir. And there's nothing that can substitute for that joy. So well done to you and your team. I hope you do celebrate.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Many congratulations, Sumit, to you. And quickly, we are moving on to our next award, which is in the category Equal Opportunity Employer. Let's take a look at the audio-visual and keep our fingers crossed that technology gives the support. Can we have the AV, please? Ladies and gentlemen, we have the winner of Equal Opportunity Employer. The winner is StarTech Inc. I'd like to welcome Priyanka Mohanty, Vice President Human Resource, to join us on screen, please. A very warm welcome and many congratulations.
Thank you so much. It is a huge honor to receive this award. Thank you to the esteemed jury members and the entire BW Business World and BW People team. They were there with us at each stage of the process and made it completely seamless. So thank you once again. This award, in fact, is dedicated to each of the 42,000 people at StarTech spread across 13 countries and 46 global locations. With a very healthy gender ratio of almost 50-50 and hiring of almost 6,000 persons with disabilities over the last 7 years, we truly take pride in calling ourselves an equal opportunity employer. So, and we also hope to live this every single day. So thank you once again.
Wonderful. Mr. Dwarkanath, would you like to?
Priyanka, you must be very proud. Firstly, hearty congratulations. You must be very proud. I have been in this profession for 50 years, but very rarely I have seen the organizations which perform walk the talk, especially HR. This is something very special to me because this is what you call the equal opportunity employer. I had the benefit of seeing your presentation, and we have asked some questions. But I must say, congratulations to you and your team and the organization. Please enjoy. And my suggestion is, you must circulate the best practices, what you have done, so that others also can know from that and may try to emulate. And I'm a strong believer in this concept of equal opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Paul?
Congratulations, Priyanka. I have to say, listening to you tell your story, you have my admiration. I work for a company that shares the same values as you, but we still have a long way to go, and we can learn from you. So I repeat the message that Mr. Putnam said, please share your story with the world so we can all learn from you. Congrats.
Thank you, Paul.
We also have our jury member, Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh, the director of IIM Trichy, here with us. Dr. Kumar, would you like to give your congratulations Priyanka.
Congratulations, Priyanka ji. And in HR, it is very important to have concurrence of Manasa, Vacha, Karmana, that is said in Sanskrit. Manasa means what you think, Vacha means what you speak, and Karmana means what you do. If there is a concurrent point among all three, then we are more authentic and certainly right HR person. So congratulations, Priyanka ji. Thank you very much. Be light unto others.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Wonderful. Many congratulations, Priyanka, to you and to your whole team.
Thank you, Khyati.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving towards our next category. But before we do that, I'd like to welcome another jury member who's here with us. You've already met him, but let me reintroduce him here, Mr. Raj Nayak, Managing Director and CEO, House of Cheer Network. A very warm welcome back, Mr. Nayak, and lovely to have you here. We're moving towards our next category, which is Excellence in Talent Acquisition. And the winner in this category is Ericsson India Private Limited. And you can see Urvi Jabalia, Head of TA NDI Ericsson Southeast Asia, Oceania, and India, who's here with us. So can I request Urvi to please join us on screen?
Hi there. Thank you so much for this award. I am humbled and honored to receive this award on behalf of the team. Ericsson is a telecommunications company, and going from 2G, 3G, 4G to 5G, we bring this technology to the world, and it's the time at which the pandemic needed this technology the most, the organization has been standing behind it to bring it to the world, bringing people closer, making businesses work, and getting schools to operate. TA has played a very important role in terms of getting our business growing and sustaining it both during such a complex time as well. So I'm very thankful to the jury for recognizing this, the business world for putting this together. And this award really goes out to every single people team member in our organization, as well as to our business that have stood behind us for this. So thank you very much. This really means a lot.
Mr. Nayak, would you like to start with the congratulations?
Yeah, Urvi, congratulations. We first of all, I want to thank Business World. Anurag Batra and the team. You've done a fabulous job. For the first time, I sat through a jury where people came and did a 2-minute elevator pitch, and we had somebody like Dwarkanath chairing the jury, and he's done a fabulous job. To keep all of us together. And Khyati, you're an excellent host.
Thank you so much, sir.
Urvi, fantastic. HR, I think post-pandemic actually has taken even more, people have realized how important it is. Not that it wasn't important earlier, but I think over the years, it's slowly getting recognized even more and more. And what you have achieved is excellent. And to you and your team, wish you all the best. Continue on this path. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Paul?
Congratulations, Urvi. Wow. In this fast-growing economy, this battle for talent, and we know you well, Urvi, and we know you very well. It's amazing that you're able to attract the best talent. And I would say that it comes back, and I'm going to repeat this message all evening long. It's always about purpose. It's what you stand for, what's behind the brand, right? And you have a compelling purpose, and people join the purpose. They don't join the brand, right? They join people. So congratulations. Well done.
Thank you, Paul. Yes, Paul.
Mr. Dwarkanath?
Congratulations, Umi. Well done to you as well as to your team. I just want to add what Paul has said. People join a company because of the organization, but leave due to the leaders. But you proved it, the same concept, by not only acquiring the best talent, but are able to retain the talent. This is where was evident from your presentation. And all the best. Keep doing and keep winning awards. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Dr. Pawan?
Congratulations, Urvi. And as just we listen to wise jury members, you see, weeding out the better from even the best and getting the better than the best requires certain kind of wisdom. And that wisdom now you're representing, and we are congratulating you. Very happy. Keep it on. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Irvi, and many congratulations to you. With that, we are moving forward to our next award. With that, I'd also like to inform all of you that do not forget to put your winning shots with the hashtag HR Excellence Awards so that we can join in the celebration as well. Moving forward to the next category, which is Excellence in Diversity and Inclusion. In this category, our runner-up is Times Professional Learning. I'd like to welcome Brinda Karnik, General Manager HR, as well as Farina Rother, Assistant Manager Human Resources, to join us on screen, please. I'd like you to please switch on your camera and mic.
Hello, Julie.
Hello.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, you're
I'm
audible.
unable to switch on the video because it's saying the host has stopped it.
Just give us a moment. The team will switch on the video. Very warm welcome, Brinda, and many congratulations to you.
Thank you. Thank you once again. And good evening, everyone. Thank you, Judy and the Business World team for recognizing Times Professional Learning for excellence in diversity and inclusion. We are extremely honored to receive this award. We at Times Professional Learning are committed to build diverse and inclusive culture. So this is driven by the support of our CEO, Mr. Anish Krishna, and CHRO, Mr. Brilliant SK, who have constantly been our pillars of support and pushing the inclusion agenda. So this award is dedicated to the fantastic, diverse, and unique talented TPL family members. I would like to thank you once again and look forward to achieving more milestones.
Mr. Nayak?
Thank you.
Yeah, diversity and inclusion is again becoming very, very important. And it's nice that companies are embracing it and realizing the importance of it. And Brinda, excellent job done. Keep up the good work. And again, once again, congratulations. Anish is a dear friend. I've known him for years. So please congratulate him as well.
Yes, thank you.
Paul?
Congrats, Brinda. What a wonderful reaffirmation of something that you stand for. And I can tell you the data shows, and I'm sure you know this even better than me, but the data shows that diverse and inclusive organizations perform better than the rest. So not only is this the right thing, it's also going to help you accelerate into the future. So congrats.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wonderful. So many congratulations to you, Brinda, to you and to your whole team. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
With that, we're moving on to announcing the winner in this category, which is Excellence in Diversity and Inclusion. And the winner is Make My Trip India Private Limited. I'd like to welcome Nikita Zutshi, Vice President, Human Resources. A very warm welcome to you.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. At Make My Trip, we believe that we build what we serve for, and that's diversity. We strongly believe a diverse mix of voices lead to better discussions, better decisions, and outcomes for all concerned. From empowering a strong team of 850 plus women working from home who add to our bottom line, to building an inclusive workplace, we take pride in everything diverse. It is my honor and privilege to accept the award on behalf of Make My Trip. This award would definitely have a place of honor in our organization. On behalf of my entire team, thank you Business World Jury and the selection committee for recognizing us and motivating us to do better. And congratulations all the winners. This one is special. Hope you savor it as we do. Good evening.
Mr. Dwarkanath, would you like to start?
Yes, please. Nitika, well done. You richly deserve this award. Especially for one reason, your industry was very badly impacted during this lockdown and COVID, still is recovering. But, what it stood for you is your value-based culture, which Paul was talking in a different context. You stood your ground, and it's a leadership, and it is the culture coupled with the kind of people you have which are engaged and inspired to do well despite all the odds you had. So it richly deserves a special award for the work you not only you have done here by your organization. Please convey my congratulations to CHRO Yuvraj Singh also and the entire team for making this happen and wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And I will definitely convey.
Mr. Naik?
Yeah, Paul just mentioned that data shows that, companies with diversity and inclusivity go a long way. And so you're on the fast track. And like Mr. Dwaraknath just mentioned, it has been a tough year for especially the travel industry. And I'm sure there will be light at the end of the day. But congratulations, you've done a fabulous job. And wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Dr. Singh, would you like to add?
Yes, I would like to add in one line of Urdu couplet which says, "Aage tha sadbarg, yeh gul ab hazara ho gaya." It means when you go on path of exclusivity, you are like a flower of 100 petals. But when you go on the path of inclusivity and diversity, you are a flower of 1,000 petals. Aage tha sadbarg, yeh gul ab hazara ho gaya. Nikita ji, congratulations. Keep it on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Paul?
First of all, I would like Dr. Pawan's isms, please, later today. It's great discussion for me. I love it. I love it. And I want to say congratulations, Nikita. And I love the photos behind you, by the way.
Thank you so much.
This is one of the things, let's say the positive outcomes of this crisis is we actually get to know each other better. And I can see how much your family means to you and how it's connected with your purpose. And as we just heard, what a challenging industry that you're in, but the fact that you are walking the talk and living your purpose is only going to help you be the #1 choice for people when they're ready to travel. Because I'll tell you what, when I travel, I'm going to choose a company that has the same values that I have. So congrats.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Really means it.
Once again, Nikita, from all of us at BW People, many congratulations to you and to your whole team.
Thank you so much, Kathy. Thank you.
And with that, I'd like to thank you, Paul, for staying here with us through the first couple of sets of awards. And yes, the rest of the jury members do stay with me as we move on to our next category of award. We're moving towards the next category, which is Excellence in Employee Experience. And the runner-up in this category is Prop Tiger. I'd like to welcome Namita Bharadwaj, Senior Director, Human Resource, to join us on screen. A very warm welcome to you.
Thank you, BW People. I'm very glad that our efforts in creating a consistent superlative employee experience for our people through our Feel at Home philosophy is recognized by BW. We've always gone every possible extent to make sure that our people cherish their experience at Elara. And it being recognized on this platform is truly special. So thank you once again.
Many congratulations. So, gentlemen who would like to go first this time, we'd like some creative lines from you, Dr. Pawan.
Great, congratulations. And I would like to remind everyone remembers Maslow's need of hierarchy, but few remember that Maslow had said it is organization's responsibility to help persons to upgrade to 5th level of need, that is self-actualization. So congratulations for giving wonderful experience to your employees. Congrats. Thank you.
Congratulations. Sorry.
No, after Mr. Dwaraknath.
I just want to say, no, please go ahead, sir.
No, after you, sir. After you.
I will have, I think, Namita, congratulations. You and your team richly deserve it. One of the things I would like to say is, especially this is an award for excellence in employee experience. You see, it's very difficult to create that sort of positive experience during the most difficult times. The last 1 year was the most difficult times for not only for HR, for business, for everyone. I think to create that sort of an experience which people have enjoyed and you deserve this award speaks high about the initiatives you have taken. And so you richly deserve it. Well done. Keep it up.
Thank you so much.
Now, very well said, Mr. Dwaraknath. And I say the same thing. End of the day, you do your strategy and everything, which is all very important. But end of the day, it's the experience that the employee feels, because that's the emotion that the employee carries with him or her. And end of the day, again, organizations most often measure what people think, but they don't really measure what people feel. And employee experience is what makes people tick with an organization. because that's when they fall in love with the organization. And if you're emotionally connected, that's when there is commitment, and that's when the ultimate love affair happens. So congratulations and all the best.
Thank you so much.
Many congratulations to you, Namita, to you and to your whole team from BW People. With that, we're moving on to telling you who the winner is in excellence in employee experience. And we don't just have one winner, we have two winners here. Starting with our first winner, Verizon India. I'd like to welcome Mr. Gopinath Pulaigari, Director and Head HR of Verizon Data Services India Private Limited. A very warm welcome to you. We just had Mr. Gopinath here. Gopinath, so can you please switch on your video and mic?
Yeah, my mic is switched on. My video says...
There we are. We can see you. Many congratulations.
Okay. Thank you so much. It's indeed a privilege to receive this award on behalf of all the V-teamers in India, right, who combined with passion, commitment, and a positive experiences have made this achievement possible today. For us at Verizon, our people are always at the core of everything that we do, and it is the people-first approach that defines all our decisions and strategies. As an innovation hub and a global strategic capability center for Verizon, we at Verizon India take pride in our talented and diverse teams of people who focus on our customers every day, driven by our aspirations and shared purpose of moving the world forward together. This award indeed is a testament to our winning culture that is empowering, engaging, and enriching, and makes Verizon a great place to work, learn, and grow. I want to take the time to thank the jury members. I know they had a long day. They started a day at 9:30 and they kept going till 7 and probably even more. And organizing team of Business World People HR Excellence Awards 2021 for this prestigious recognition. Thank you so much. And you have been, Katya, a great host. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Gopinath, and many congratulations. I'd like our jury to send out their congratulatory messages, starting with Mr. Nayak. Sorry, sir, you're on mute.
Congratulations, Mr. Gopinath. And, Helen Keller once said that it's not what you give people, it's how you made them feel. And, employee experience is actually that, what you make people feel through their journey in the organization. So congratulations to you and your team and to everybody at Verizon.
Mr. Dwarkanath.
Congratulations, Mr. Gopinath, to you and your team. Mr. Naik has put it very well. Just to add, I think today's the employee satisfaction or the best place is decided not just by employees' engagement, but employees' experience. Ultimately, that makes a difference. You can keep people engaged, but still they may not be happy. But the experiences, it could be good experience or bad experience. You make them to feel that this is an important experience, which can help you in the long run to be a best employer. So wish you all the best and hearty congratulations. You richly deserve this.
Thank you.
Dr. Pawan.
Mr. Gopinath, congratulations. And I was just wondering that Gopinath and Dwarkanath have same meaning. Both reflect Lord Krishna. And let me say that as individuals, different individuals live at different level of consciousness. Different organizations also exist at different level of consciousness. And you winning this award says that your organization is a conscious organization. Congratulations and best wishes to you for future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Many congratulations, Mr. Gopinath, to you and to your whole team from BW People.
Thank you.
Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, we have another winner in this category, which is Excellence in Employee Experience. And that winner is Make My Trip India Private Limited. I'd like to welcome Mohit Jaggi, Associate Director, Human Resources, to please join us on screen. A very warm welcome and many congratulations to you, Mohit.
Thanks a lot, Khyati. First of all, taking this opportunity to thank the esteemed jury members, the entire Business World team for awarding our organization in the employee experience category. On behalf of the entire organization and the HR team, we are really, really honored and proud today. and would also like to extend our congratulations to rest of the winners for today evening. For our organization and team, it was most critical, and especially during the pandemic, to actually deliver and completely focus on an agile and enriching employee experience and value proposition that's seamless across the organization, whether you're working online or offline in the hybrid ways. We have been completely driven by our core values, our core culture, to be able to deliver this experience for which we are being awarded today on this platform. So once again, thanks a lot, jury members, and thanks a lot to the Business World team.
Thank you, Mohit. Gentlemen, Dr. Pawan, would you like to start this time?
Mohit ji, great congratulations to you. And let me reiterate here that there are two maxims, whether human being is for work or work is for human being. At lower level of consciousness, organizations operate on the philosophy that human being is for work. But at higher level, it operates on a different maxim that work is for human being. And one Bengali poet said in 14th century, Sobar upore manusya sahar upore nahi. It means above everything, the humanity is there. So nothing is bigger than humanity. Thank you, and congratulations for winning this award for Best Employee Experience. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Pawan. Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Mr. Nayak?
Mohit, congratulations to you. We have, you must have heard what I said earlier, but congratulations. But one of the things is, I keep saying this, people just don't think, they also feel. And, you know, we all carry emotions to work, where, you know, when we go to work. And end of the day, people stay in organizations. I believe this sincerely, right? They first want to work for, I call it the 3 R's. They work for respect, recognition, and then reward. And if they get the respect and recognition, then reward then becomes, you know, it's okay. People will say, I'm happy, yahan thoda paisa kam milta hai, but I'm happy in this organization. And that happiness comes from basically the experience that they have within the organization. And, you know, I'm a big believer in employee experience, and congratulations to you and your team.
Thanks a lot, sir. That's very well put. Thanks a lot.
Mr. Dwarkanath?
Congratulations to you and your team, which speaks very high about the organization culture and leadership. This is a litmus test, especially, as I said earlier, it's the most challenging time you had among all the industries and sectors. Your sector was badly impacted. To keep people and give a sort of experience during the turbulent times is most challenging. It means that if you can prove this, there's nothing beyond this which you can do this. And I strongly urge, please, this is a great case study. You need to do the storytelling, spread this message, how during a turbulent time, a travel-related industry virtually shut down or partially allowed to operate could create this sort of employees experience. That is very important. I think then you will be doing not only a great service to your employees, but to the society at large. Well done. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot.
Many congratulations to you, Mohit, and to your whole team of Make My Trip HR. BW People congratulates you all. And as our jury members have been saying, do put out these success stories so that everyone in the community can learn from each other. Thank you so much once again. Here, I would also like to thank Mr. Raj Nayak. I understand you have another commitment. So thank you so much for taking out the time and being present here at the BW People HR Excellence Awards. We thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Here, I'd also like to invite another jury member who's here with us to felicitate the rest of the winners. I'd like to welcome Mr. Harshvardhan, CEO, CXOE Partners, LLP. Request you to please join us by switching on your video and mic. So while Mr. Harshvardhan joins us, I'd like to inform all our viewers that BW People is BW Business World's exclusive community for the human resource industry, which encompasses CEOs, corporate HRs, executive search firms, staffing and recruitment firms, and more. We will talk more about BW People in just a short bit, but moving forward to our award ceremony, where we are going to the next category, which is excellence in learning and development. And we're going to try and put on the AV one more time, and let's hope that the technology enables people as it does in HR as well. Let's have the AV, please. So many congratulations, starting with our second runner-up in the category Excellence in Learning and Development. I'd like to welcome Hema Mani, HR Head of Lennox India Technology Center Private Limited.
Hi. Yes. Hi, thank you so much. And it's it's a pleasure to know that we've been recognized in this category. For us, being in the industry for the last 185 years, we couldn't have done this without continuously innovating and continuously investing in learning. And all about for us in learning is our people taking the right steps towards their own personal development. And we feel really glad that we've won in this category. It means to us that we have kept up the promise towards our business and that of helping the business continuously innovate. Thank you so much for this recognition, and wishing my great wishes and congratulations to all the fellow participants in various categories. Thank you so much.
Many congratulations. Dr. Singh, would you like to give your congratulations?
Hema ji, great congratulations to you. And let me say that learning spirit gives you two things. Number one, longevity and youthfulness. And your organization, as you said, so long it is surviving and excelling and smiling. And still it is young because learning and development spirit is well embedded. Congratulations. Keep it on.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Mr. Dwarkanath?
Congratulations, Ms. Hemamani. You richly deserve this award. As Dr. Singh has said, it's not easy. And there was a stiff competition for L&D. Let me share. There were many entries, many shortlisted entries. And it was a tough choice. But, you know, even though you are 185 years old, you proved to us it is, if you have the right will to do well, as Jim Collins said, personal will to do well with humility, you will succeed. And you proved it amply by doing so. Well done.
Thank you so
Congratulations.
much. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Lovely. Many congratulations to you, Hema, and to your whole team from BW People. Thank you
so much, Kathy. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we're moving forward to announcing the first runner-up in the Excellence in Learning and Development category. Let's switch on the AV, please. Can we have the AV, please? So many congratulations to our first runner-up in the category of Excellence in Learning and Development, Z Entertainment Enterprises Limited. I'd like to welcome Sukanya Dwivedi, Senior Manager HR, to please join us on screen.
Hello, hi. It is an extremely big privilege to be representing Z Entertainment on this platform. First of all, a big thank you to all the jury members and also to the BW people for giving us this opportunity. At Z, though it has been a very difficult year given the work from home scenario, but we decided to keep the learning culture thriving by sharpening the saw at every bit. We wanted to deliver a solution which was digital as well as quite engaging and interesting for the employees. And I'm happy to say that it was reciprocated with love from all our employees. Having said that, this is a really special moment for Z. So thank you so much for this award.
Mr. Dwarkanath?
Congratulations, Sukanya. Congratulations, Z Entertainment Enterprise team. It's not to really you richly deserve, because Dr. Singh will reinforce that this was a very, very tough category where there were many shortlisted entries have come, as I said earlier. And, learning agility, hunger to learn, how to make people to learn, unlearn, relearn. These are the mantras which we heard in last 1 year. And just telling a mantra is different from executing it. I think what you have done, you have not only strategized it well, but also executed it seamlessly. That's why you are able to stand and tell your people that you learned something and they've acknowledged it. This is the best gift HR can get. I wish you all the best. Please continue to do this good job.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Pawan, would you like to say a few words?
Sukanya ji, congratulations. And as Mr. Dwarkanath said, actually you were making our life tough that day when we had to decide who should be placed where. Ek se badkar ek. But we congratulate you. And let me say that Z is known for its, let us say, quality delivery, and learning culture is there. And when learning is intermittent, the learning enters into the conscious part of personality of the organization. But when learning is continuous, it enters to subconscious part of the personality of individual or organization. Let this culture prevail, and learning has to be continuous. Let this spirit prevail with you and in your organizations. Great congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And congratulations to you, Sukanya, and to your whole team at Z Entertainment Enterprise Limited. Many congratulations. With that, we're moving forward. Thank you. With that, we're moving forward to announcing the winners in the category of Excellence in Learning and Development. We have 2 winners. Let's look at our first winner in this category. Can we have the AV, please?
Construction. Hey, good evening. I'm not able to share my video.
We will do that right away. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner in Excellence in Learning and Development category is L&T Construction. Here welcoming Mr. S. Ramkishore, Head HR, along with Dr. Batra. I'd like you to also please join us back on screen.
Good evening, everyone. We are honored and humbled on being conferred the coveted BW People HR Excellence Award in the category of Learning and Development. Thank you, Business World people and members of the jury for having voted us. Learning and development in L&T is a strategic business function, contributing significantly to organizational, group, and individual effectiveness. In our organization, the business not just backs up the HR function in learning and development, but actively co-creates a lot of the interventions that we do. The success of these interventions is witnessed in the leadership bench strength that we boast of today, in spite of the fact that our businesses grow exponentially. On behalf of everyone at L&T Construction, and particularly on behalf of my colleagues in L&D Divisional Corporate, Captain Sonika, Raghavendran, Uma Anand, Vijay Kumar, Mohan Babu, and Kritika, I accept this award in all humility and also congratulate all the other awardees of this evening. Thank you very much once again.
Mr. Dwarkanath?
Mr. Ramkishore, hearty congratulations to you and L&T Construction team.
Thank you, sir.
As I wish to repeat, this is where we could not decide one winner. I think this was split between the 2 L&T units. It was a very tough challenge because you had many disadvantages when the lockdown was imposed last year. Firstly, you were in a construction industry, which was totally hampered, and both in terms of the labor, in terms of the market situations and so on. And secondly, in this, how to make people create, as Dr. Singh said earlier, to create that learning culture, and which you have done splendidly, which was very evident from your presentation as well as from the document you have presented to us. So hearty congratulations. I think, at the cost of repetition, I would say these are some of the key challenges which industry of your nature will face. I think you should share the good stories with the society at large. Be you a competitor, be anyone, doesn't matter. You are sharing a good practice so that you can become a better corporate citizen. Wish you all the best.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate it.
Wonderful. Dr. Singh?
Shri Ram Kishore ji, congratulations to you.
Thank you, sir.
As we know, the elaboration of L and T is Larsen and Toubro, and also L and T means learning and training. And I have been in teaching from the decade of 1980s, but we have been using the case studies of culture of learning and development in L&T right from 1970s. So we know that how much authentic you are into this activity of learning and development. Congratulations to you and wish you for more greater heights.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
So big congratulations, Mr. Ram Kishore, to you and to your whole team from all of us at BW People.
Thank you so much, Khyati. Thanks a lot, BW.
Thank you. I'd also like to welcome Mr. Talis Rizvi, Director Projects and Communities at BW People and BW Business World, to join us on screen. Very warm welcome to you, sir. And we're moving on to announcing the second winner in the category of Excellence in Learning and Development. And can we have the AV, please? A big congratulations to the winner of Excellence in Learning and Development, L&T Hydrocarbon Engineering. We have with us Afsha Dokadia, the head of HR. A very warm welcome to you and many congratulations.
Thank you so much, Kathy. You're doing an amazing job. I would like to place my thanks to the esteemed jury members and BW for recognizing our efforts in developing internal leaders. I think a lot has been spoken before. We had another of our leader, Mr. Ram Kishore, and as Dr. Pawan said, that the learning culture is quite deep-rooted within L&T as an organization. This recognition actually reinforces our resounding belief in our people development plans and strategies. And as it was said earlier, that learning and development is a strategic function within L&T because we truly believe in grooming leaders internally. And it is our DNA to be business focused and business enabled, bringing in business enabled HR practices. So thank you once again, BW. I'd like to really place on record the great effort which is done by the L&D team of LTHE, our leader CHR, Mr. M.V.N. Rao, for his resounding belief in us, and also for the business leaders who have helped us create and curate learning journeys for everybody across the level. So thank you once again.
So Dr. Singh, would you like to go first?
Yes, Afsha ji, great congratulations to you. Wonderful. And we know that why L&T is L&T. It is because of its learning and development culture. And let me remind all of us that Jesus had said, it is documented in New Testament, that only that person is eligible to enter the kingdom of God who is like a child. And what does he mean here? Like a child means a child's attitude to learn, because a child always watches anything with great surprise. वो बहुत ही आश्चर्य से होकर देखता है. And because child wants to learn. What I would like to say again for L&T, that we have ample example, and as a professor, I have ample cases to prove that what you actually are. And today also, I feel happy, we feel happy to honor you. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Many congratulations to you, Afsha, to you and to your whole team. Many congratulations. With that, we're moving on to our next category. And because of the paucity of time, I'm going to request our jury members to keep the congratulations a little shorter, a little crisper. And moving forward is our next category, which is Excellence in HR Technology. Let's have the audio visual, please. So our big congratulations to the winner of Excellence in HR Technology, Tech Mahindra. I'd like to welcome Nishit Roy, Head HR, to join us on screen, please. Request you to please switch on your camera and mic. Welcome, Mr. Roy. Many congratulations. Nishant, you'd have to unmute yourself, please. Nishant, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, hi.
Hi, Nishant. Many
Hi,
congratulations.
Kat. Yeah, hi. Thanks. So would first of all like to thank Business World for this great award. Would also like to thank our associates and leaders at Tech Mahindra who have been the real inspiration to create these innovative products which we've done. And of course, it goes without saying that kudos to our brilliant team for dreaming bigger and designing better products. So thanks once again.
So Thalise, would you like to start with the congratulations this time? Thalise, we can't hear you. So I'm gonna request Mr. Dwarkanath to kindly move forward and congratulate Nishant right now.
Hearty congratulations, Nishant. Technology is the key. It played a very significant role during this pandemic. And it's really creditable that during this crisis, you have done exceedingly well, and wish you all the best to you and your team. Thank you.
So many congratulations, Nishant, to you and to your whole team at Tech Mahindra HR. Thank you so much. With that, we're moving forward to our next category, which is Excellence in Learning Technology. We have a runner-up and a winner in this category. So quickly, let's take a look at the audiovisual. Can we have the AV, please? Big congratulations to the runner-up, Jindal Stainless Limited, Jaipur. We have Syama Sundar Tripathi, Senior Manager, HR and Learning and Development here with us. Many congratulations to you, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm extremely honored to be receiving such an important award on Excellence in Learning Technology on behalf of JSL. I would like to thank Business World for organizing such an event, and also heartily thank to our eminent jury member who have taken scrutiny and asked the questions and given the time to evaluate this event. And I would like to thank all our leaders, our CHRO, Mr. SK Jain, and HR head, Rakesh Pathak, and L&D head, Nitin Thakur, who have every time empowered us and encouraged us to take this initiative. And this is the initiative taken by Mr. another B.N. Sadangi and Ashok Rath, but without whom it is not possible, like our L&D team from corporate and the plant, who have helped a lot to take this initiative. Thank you everyone for this award. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Many congratulations. Mr. Rizvi, would you like to give your congratulations? Unfortunately, we are still unable to hear you, Mr. Rizvi. So I'm going to go back to Mr. Dwarkanath.
Hearty congratulations, Mr. Tripathi. You richly deserve this award, not only for what you have demonstrated, but for other good reasons. You are a brick and mortar company, traditional company, manufacturing company. To gain an award recognition in learning technology is something very commendable. You well done. Please keep trying to get better, and win many more awards. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks, sir.
Many congratulations to you, Mr. Tripathi, to you and to your whole team. Congratulations.
Yes.
That, let's move on to find out who the winner is in Excellence in Learning Technology. Let's take a look at the audiovisual. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for the winner in Excellence in Learning Technology, Tech Mahindra. I'd like to welcome the Head of Technical Learning Services, Ms. Vaishali Pathak. A very warm welcome to you and many congratulations.
Thanks a lot. And I would like to congratulate all the winners in all the category, because that's how it is enriching the entire HR fraternity. I would say that everyone who is doing their bit in terms of creating the better world, I think that's commendable. So congratulations to all the people. And glad to receive the award. Our mission is creating future-ready workforce while fulfilling associate aspiration. And that is all powered by our new age delivery platform, upskilling as a service, that is Learn. I think that has really made the difference, and really proud to say that because of the technology during pandemic, our learning has almost increased by 200% more than what we were achieving. So that's a great privilege, and thanks to BW and all the jury members. It was really an encouraging thing. Thanks a lot.
Dr. Pawan, would you like to congratulate?
Vaishali ji, congratulations, and very happy to see that that organization that you represent, Tech Mahindra, and learning technology. Technology is hardware, learning is software. Technology is masculine, learning is feminine. You have made a wonderful combination in your organization, and your organization is like a fragrant gold. So congratulations again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks, sir.
So once again, Vaishali, from all of us at BW People, many congratulations to you and to your whole team.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
With that, we're quickly moving forward to our next category, which is Excellence in Performance Management. Let's take a look at the audio visual and find out who the winner is. Can we have the AV, please? So heartiest congratulations to the winner in the category Excellence in Performance Management, Lenovo. Here we have with us Komala Devi, HR Head with us. I hope I've said your name right, Komala.
Yes, Kathy, yes.
Many congratulations to you.
Thank you so much. Good evening to you all. It's a true privilege to be here on this award platform with the Business World team, the distinguished jury, and all the HR future shapers. So my name is Komala, that's my call name. And on behalf of the HR team at Lenovo, I would like to thank you all for this prestigious award. We are humbled and further inspired. The Lenovo culture statement is something that I want to call out here. We do what we say, we own what we do, and we wow our customers. So the customers for the HR team is definitely our employees, and the engagement scores have been great at Lenovo of late. The manager effectiveness scores is a true reflection, and we believe the strongest lever is performance management. So thank you all once again. It's a true honor.
Mr. Dwarkanath.
Congratulations, Komala. You delivered what you promised, and that is what you have proved ultimately. PMS is the most toughest process during this pandemic, but you came out with the flying colors, the sort of a robust process you had. So congratulations to you and your team. Well done.
Thank you so much, sir.
Many congratulations to you, Komala, and to your whole team from BW People.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. With that, we're moving forward to our next category, which is Excellence in Employer Branding. And we have a special mention award in this category. Let's take a look with this audiovisual. Can we have the AV, please? So many congratulations to Seat Limited for getting the special mention award in the category Excellence in Employer Branding. We have with us Ravi Jaiswal, Manager Employer Branding. A very warm welcome to you and many congratulations.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Kathy. So I'm Ravish Jaiswal. I lead the employer brand function for CEAT. First of all, a big thanks to the entire jury team members for really validating our journey of becoming an aspirational brand. Really means a lot. Briefly, if I have to say that over 2.5 years ago, we started our a very strategic project in CEAT of making CEAT an aspirational brand. And to be very frank, the entire CFT didn't only comprise of HR team members. We had people from marketing, sales, and even strategy. And all of us came together and created an employer brand roadmap by understanding that what today's talent is asking for and what should we deliver. And trust me, it's been 2.5 years. Whatever engagement activities which we plan, the communications which we plan, everything is kind of, it spills out from our employer brand project actionable. So thank you for validating our journey. Still, we have a long way to go, but this means really a lot for us. Thanks a lot.
Dr. Singh?
Ravish ji, congratulations. And you see, employer branding, for achieving a pinnacle on that, we need many things, many factors to get combined to make a kind of concurrent point, which is basically employer branding. So reaching to this point, great congratulations and more brighter path ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Many congratulations, Ravish, to you and to your whole team from all of us at BW People.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Kathy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With that, we're moving forward to our next category, which is Excellence in Employee Engagement Strategy. We have a runner-up and winner in this category. Let's find out who the runner-up is. Can we have the AV, please? Big congratulations to our runner-up in the category of Excellence in Employee Engagement Strategy, Prop Tiger. I'd like to once again invite Namita Bharadwaj, Senior Director, Human Resources, to join us on screen. A very warm welcome again and many congratulations.
Thank you, team, once again. Like I said before, that we've always had people at the heart of all our decision making. And we make sure that we truly keep our people engaged at all times so that they can give their discretionary efforts at work. However tough be the time, our 5C framework that focuses on care, connect, communicate, career, and champion, so that our people get everything that they want to stay engaged and motivated. Thank you so much for recognizing our efforts. It's really an honor to get this award today.
Mr. Dwarkanath?
Congratulations again, Namita, to you and to your team. During your presentation, we are very impressed with your 5C concept, and it's very difficult to bag this award, especially during this last 1 year when you're so challenging and lockdown and pandemic was prevailing. So well done. Keep it up. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So many congratulations, Namita, once again to you and to your whole team. With that, we're moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, to announcing the winner in the category of Excellence in Employee Engagement Strategy. Let's quickly have the audio visual and find out who the winner is. Many congratulations to the winner of Excellence in Employee Engagement Strategy, Make My Trip India Private Limited. We have with us Akanksha Lat, Associate Director, Human Resources. A very warm welcome and congratulations.
Thank you, Khyati. This is indeed an honor. I stand here on behalf of the organization of the entire Make My Trip family. And we're extremely honored to receive this award. I just like to talk a little about the employee Sorry. Okay. I just like to talk about the employee engagement practice at MMT a bit and how it's driven right from the top management and with complete buy-in. So the first 15 years of our existence, one of our core values was fun at work. And I think gradually it's evolved to a new value called caring, which is a more holistic view of employee engagement. I think that has essentially summed up our journey and our endeavor to, I think, couple HR tech with human connect continues, and it's held us in good stead in these COVID times. So thank you for the recognition, and we are truly honored for this. Congratulations to all the other winners as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Pawan, would you like to say a few words?
Akanksha ji, greetings and congratulations. And in childhood, we used to study Hindi essay, Deshatan, and your organization is committed to that. Well, I would like to say that you not only keep your employees engaged, but gainfully engaged even in this difficult time. So great congratulations to you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That means a lot.
Thank you, Akanksha, and many congratulations to you and to your whole team.
Thank you, Kathy.
With that, we're moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, to our next category of award, which is Excellence in Employee Welfare Initiative. Let's find out who the winner is in this category through this audiovisual. Can we have the AV, please? So a big congratulations to the winner of Excellence in Employee Welfare Initiative, Mindtree. We have with us Sanoj Kumar, General Manager, Business HR. Firstly, very warm welcome and many congratulations.
Thank you, Kathy. Good evening, everyone. It gives me great pleasure receiving this award on behalf of the entire people function team at Mindtree and our CHR. Thank people for this honor. A big thank you to the esteemed jury members out here. Was absolute delight to interact with you all during the interview process. I see this recognition as an affirmation of all the good work which we do at Mindtree, and would like to dedicate this award to all the Mindtree minds out there who inspire us to walk that extra mile every day. Thank you, and congratulations to all other winners as well.
Oh, that was me. That was without the audio. Well, I am sorry. We do suffer sometimes technically. But Mr. Dwarkanath, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah. Congratulations, Sanoj. Congratulations to you and your Mindtree team. I think, I must congratulate the business world also for initiating this award. Very rarely I have seen where excellence in employee welfare initiative. I have seen in L&D, best places, strategy, PMS, but not in this, which speaks volumes why this award is very important. How do you balance between personal lives and livelihood? And this is where the welfare comes in. And so I'm glad that, you're focused on the employees' welfare, and which is a need of the hour, and it continues to be the initiative in future as well. So congratulations to you and to your team. Thank you.
So many congratulations to you, Mr. Kumar, to you and to your whole team.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We also have with us another jury member who's joined us, Mr. Harshvardhan, CEO at CXOE Partners LLP. Very warm welcome to you, sir. We're moving on to our next award category, which is Excellence in Business Strategy. Let's find out who the winner is through this audiovisual. So big congratulations to our winner in Excellence in Business Strategy, Make My Trip India Private Limited. I'd like to once again invite Nikita Zutshi, Vice President Human Resources, to join us on screen. Nikita,
Kathy, I'm trying to join in, but I think the video has been stopped by the host.
yes, just give us a moment, Nikita. We'll switch on the video. Yes. Welcome back and many congratulations.
Pleasure to be back again. And like esteemed jury members have mentioned, it's not been an easy year for us back at MMT. We were actually getting ready to celebrate one of our best years yet. But look where we found ourselves, right in the middle of the storm. It wasn't easy. But we believe our resilience, our ability to strategize and execute fast, along with the belief of our people and our values have held us strong. It is my honor and privilege to accept this award on behalf of the Make My Trip family. I sincerely thank Business World, the selection committee, and the jury for recognizing the work that we've done. It's certainly a very proud and humbling experience. Thank you once again and congratulations to everyone.
Thank you, Nikita. Mr. Vardhan, would you like to say a few words?
I must say this is a very, very important award which Business World has, expected. And I can say that I have been privileged to be working with the largest number of CHROs in my previous avatar as 25 years of CEO, American, Swedish, Irish, British companies, And in my current role where I would have interacted more than this 1,000 CHROs. So I would like to congratulate. This is a well-deserved award, instituted by Business World, and she has really done very well in this Business Strategy Award. It's not very easy to come up to this level when the competition is very tough, and you really have contributed, which has been duly recognized by the jury members, and you have accomplished this, and congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
So Nikita, once again, we'd like to congratulate you and to your whole team from all of us at BW People.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nikita. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving towards the next award, which is Best Place of Work. Who wouldn't want to be here, right? So let's find out which are the organizations which are awarded the Best Place of Work. We have a runner-up and 2 winners in this category. Let's find out who the runner-up is first. Can we have the AV, please? A big congratulations to the runner-up in the category Best Place of Work, Randstad, India. We have Divya Manoj, Head HR Business Partnering. Very warm welcome to you, Divya. Many congratulations.
Thank you, Kathy. A very good evening to all of you. I'd like to acknowledge and thank Business World and the esteemed jury for this recognition. I'm here to receive this award on behalf of all of Randstad and the HR team. Definitely a very proud moment for the HR team at Randstad. This recognition to us is a testimony for everything we did, keeping our people at the forefront of all our actions and decisions. So when every member in the HR team stayed committed and prioritized employee safety and employee engagement, it resulted in great outcomes for the organization. And this will continue to be our guiding mantra as we lead ourselves into this new normal and towards our day after tomorrow plans as well. So I'd like to take this opportunity to also recognize the support and encouragement that we received from each and every colleague at Randstad. Thank you very much and congratulations to all the winners here.
Congratulations.
Mr. Rizvi, would you like to try once?
Yeah, am I audible now?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Finally.
Yes.
Congratulations, Divya, and to your entire team, Paul, and everyone who has been contributing. So enjoy, have fun.
Thank you.
Catch you later. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Many congratulations to you, Divya, from all of us at BW People.
Thank you, Kathy.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to announcing the winner in the category of Best Place of Work. Let's find out who the winner is through this audiovisual. Let's have the AV, please. So our big congratulations to the winner of Best Place of Work, Bajaj Capital Limited. I'd like to welcome on screen Sunena Matu Khanna, Chief People Officer and Head Transformation, to please join us. Many congratulations to you.
Thank you so much. First of all, a very good evening to all of you. An organization is all about people. So I would like to thank, first of all, to our clients, to our partners, and each and every team member of Bajaj Capital who made this award possible for us. And thanks a lot to our eminent jury, who have that trust in Bajaj Capital and for according their approval to make us a great place to work, a best place to work. I think it's really an honor for us. While winning an award, I especially believe that winning an award may be slightly easier, but remaining a winner throughout is the toughest job. I think that's going to be our endeavor for this year as well. And next year, hopefully, we should again win the award. And while we all know that the road is still bumpy in this year, but I think we are better geared up and prepared to level it, and as compared to last year, and work in a new normal and make it for ourselves and make ourselves winners this year too. Thank you so much, BWT team, and all the eminent jury present here. Thanks a ton.
Thank you. Mr. Harshvardhan, would you like to give your congratulations?
Yeah, congratulations so much. I would say that your people cost should come down. If I was to join your company, I'll join 20% less than the other marketplace because you are the best place to work in. So you will be attracting a lot of people in your organization, and you've really done very well. So thank you so much. So congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'm really humbled by your words. Thank you.
Many congratulations to you, Sunena, and your whole team from all of us at BW People.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
With that, we're moving on to announcing the joint winner in this category, the best place of work. Let's find out who the other winner is. Can we have the AV, please? Big round of applause to our winner, Pernod Ricard India. I'd like to welcome Shrikant Lonikar, CHRO at Pernod Ricard India. Do we have him here already? Yes, we do. Many congratulations, Shrikant, to you. So Shrikant, unfortunately, I'm not able to hear you. Would you like to join back? Just quickly log off and log in again. I think the audio settings have changed. Okay, sir. Till then, let me inform all of you, after this award, we're moving towards the People Award at the BW People HR Excellence Awards 2021. And yes, if all of you have taken those winning screenshots, don't forget to put it out on the social media platforms using the hashtag HR Excellence Awards. We'd love to join in the celebration. And we will have our winner, Shrikant, joining us shortly. And he's here.
Am I audible now?
Yes, absolutely. Loud and clear.
Thank you, Kathy. Sorry about this technical snag.
No problem.
Thank you, BW team. Thank you, Dr. Anurag Batra, Dwarka, and honored jury. I really feel honored to receive this award on behalf of my organization. Pernod Ricard, we are in a very straight and simple business. We make and sell wines and spirits, and our purpose is creating convivial moments for our consumers and customers. Now, to make people happy, The people who create these brands and products, they have to be first happy. If they are not happy, they cannot create happiness for others. That's the simple philosophy in which this company operates. And I'm happy to receive this acknowledgement and recognition from BW that we are doing something reasonable in that area. Really honored. Thank you.
Congratulations. Yes, Mr. Harshvardhan. Go ahead.
I said congratulations. Your presentation was very nice. And to create a world-class company where best places become the best place to work, it's really not very easy in a competitive world when the competition was very hard. I must say, Shrikant, you under your leadership within the organization, you've done very well.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Dwarkanath?
Congratulations, Shrikant. You have become another Virat Kohli, if I can say, because you may lose the toss, but you will win the match. Everywhere I see when you are there, you win the award. I think it's a great job. I think best places, as Harji has said, done a fantastic job to earn the best places to work. But again, at the cost of repetition, I would say, please share these best practices. Tell your story more inspiring way to other fraternity and business leaders. Thank you. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you, Dwarka. Your words mean a lot to me. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Shrikant, and many congratulations to you and to your whole team from all of us at BW People.
Thank you, Kathy.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving towards the People Awards, where our first category is Young Woman HR Leader of the Year. Let's find out who the winner is through this audiovisual. So ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the Young Woman HR Leader of the Year, Nikita Zootshi, Vice President, Human Resources, Make My Trip India Private Limited. A very warm welcome to you, Nikita. Many congratulations to you.
Thank you, Khyati. You've made my day in more than one ways. One, I won the award, and two, I won it in the Young HR Leader category. So thank you so much. We've been mentioning that, especially for our industry, last year has been a very challenging one. But the way I see it is that it has taught me a lot about resilience of the human spirit. From learning how to adopt to the new normal, starting with new ways of staying connected, to working in the virtual setup, while keeping the employee morale, productivity, and engagement levels high. Hasn't been easy, but has been amazing when we were able to achieve it. Bringing everyone together and being able to deliver on the asks to celebrating small victories has been personally very fulfilling. I'd like to thank my mentor group, CHRO of the Make My Trip group, Yuvraj, who's always helped and guided me. My peers and my team who've always had my back, my family, other business associates. Without their help, this honor would not have been possible. Congratulations, BW World and all the winners. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Nikita, and congratulations. I'd like Dr. Pawan to say a few words.
Nikita ji, congratulations. One is born as a male, but manhood is acquired. One is born as a female, but womanhood is acquired. And you have acquired that pinnacle Young Woman Award you have got. Congratulations and keep it on.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Harshvardhan?
In difficult times, MakeMyTrip.com, when the tourism was low, and when your presentation was there, you said the revenue did go down. You were able to manage the HR operations. You were able to keep the people together. I must say that is outstanding. It's very easy to say, but to implement and to reach that level is not very easy. So congratulations, Nikita. You've done very well. You speak very well, and you communicated very well. One is that I do very good things, but I'm not able to communicate. You really did very well. So, and congratulations to you and your colleagues.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Nikita. Now more than one reason to celebrate with your loved ones and all your colleagues. Congratulations once again.
Thank you so much, Khyati.
Thank you. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving forward to our next award category, which is Future HR Leader of the Year. We have a special mention award in this category. Let's find out who takes away the special mention award through this audiovisual. Let's have the AV, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, our Future HR Leader of the Year Special Mention Award goes to Varun Tandon, Manager Human Resources at Make My Trip India Private Limited. A very warm welcome and many congratulations to you.
Thank you, everyone. I think I would like to thank BW, the jury, and the leadership team at GoMMT for trusting in me. I think Nikita put it very well. Last year has been a year of ups and downs for the organization. I think there have been days where what you did yesterday was no longer relevant the next day, and you were back at the drawing board. So I think everyone in the team came together. They showed resilience and delivered on the organization results. Now, while this is an individual award, I think I've been fortunate enough to be part of a brilliant team, learn from their experiences and contribute to the organization's success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Varun. Mr. Dwarkanath, would you like to say a few words?
Congratulations, Varun. You should feel very happy. As you said, it's not a team award, it's an individual award. But to earn this award is not easy, which shows that your personal resilience, will to do well, and you delivered what you promised. And you should not only thank the team, but I must say that you are following the footsteps of your leader, Yuvraj Singh, and continue to emulate this and win many more awards. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Many congratulations, Varun, to you from all of us at BW People.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you so much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our next category, which is Best HR Team of the Year. Let's find out who the winner is in this category through this audiovisual. So big congratulations to Best HR Team of the Year, Z Entertainment Enterprises Limited. We have with us once again Sukanya Dwivedi from Z. Very warm welcome and congratulations.
Thank you so much. I mean, it is an extremely great privilege to be here for the second time this evening to receive an award for Z Entertainment. It is said that a truly disruptive year is what really helps HR straddle the multiple ends of the spectrum for an HR portfolio, starting from a meticulous COVID response to diving deep into the business transformation for Z. Having said that, I would really like to thank our MD and CEO, Mr. Punit Goenka, for empowering the HR team. Mr. Animesh Kumar, the president of HR of Z, who has been the guiding force. And a big kudos to the entire HR team for truly believing and living our motto of extraordinary together. So thank you very much for this award. It's truly special for us.
Mr. Harshvardhan, would you like to say a few words, please?
Kanya, congratulations, well-deserved award. And this award came to you through a process which was very rigorous. The competition always is very tough. There were so many nominees, but you were able to get this award, so very nice. Feel good about you and your organization. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Tanya, to you and to your whole team of HR at Z Entertainment Enterprises from all of us at BW People.
Thank you.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward to our next category, which is CHRO of the Year. Let's find out the winner special mention in this category. We have a special mention and a winner award in this category. Let's find out who the special mention award goes to. Let's take a look at the audiovisual. And the special mention under the category of CHRO of the year goes to Srinivas Ladwa, CHRO, Reliance Nippon Life Insurance Company. I'd like to welcome Mr. Srinivas on screen. Please switch on your video and mic. Very warm welcome, sir.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you very much. Thank you, respected jury members and BW People team. I'm delighted and also humbled with this recognition and honor. It's been a collective effort of the human resource function at RNLIC. I'd also like to thank RNLIC for providing me with this platform and an opportunity to contribute and be a part of the transformation journey. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Dr. Pawan?
Srinivasji, congratulations. And it is a special award, means you have been specially identified. And your sincere effort has brought you here. And this award will take you there. All the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Lovely. Mr. Dwarkanath?
Congratulations, Srinivas. Richly deserve it. Next year, hopefully, you will win the CHRO award. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. It's a pleasure coming from, it's very humbling for me coming from you, sir. You are a doyen of this industry and a doyen of our fraternity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wonderful. Many congratulations, Srinivas, to you from all of us here at BW People.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on to find out who the winner is in the category of CHRO of the year. Let's find out through this audiovisual. Let's have the AV, please. So ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the CHRO of the year, Shrikant Lonikar, CHRO Pernod Ricard, India. A very warm welcome to you once again. Welcome back and many congratulations.
Thank you again, Kathy. Thank you, BW. Thank you, honored jury. It's very humbling and giving me a sense of responsibility again. At early stages of my career, I had opportunities to do a cross-functional move into some other functions. The first time it came, I was scared because I knew only HR. Second, and after that, when it came to me, I was already in love with HR. And that's the time I realized that HR gives me the opportunity to serve people, and serving people is serving God. That's what my understanding is. And then I also get paid for doing that job, So all put together, it has been a very happy journey for me. And this award is really a big recognition for me. I really value it, and thank you so much.
Mr. Dwarkanath?
Yeah, I want to ask you one question, Srikant. Firstly, congratulations. You richly deserve this CHRO award. I don't want to repeat what I said earlier. I think you made a habit of winning it. I wish you pass on this to other colleagues. One thing, please tell me, what is that inspirational spirit which keeps you winning these awards? You not only do it in letters, but in spirit.
No, that's not the motto of the Dwarka, but it comes as a recognition, and I feel really honored. Particularly from this honored jury, it is coming. I feel it's a big recognition to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Harshvardhan?
Congratulations, Shrikant. I would say that in today's time, uh, people management, human capital management, and to be the best CHRO in the country is reaching there. It's not very easy. There's a competition. You've been doing very, very well. When you spoke out, when you expressed yourself in the last presentation, it was that you have actually done it and you are saying from heart and you are really concerned. So I would say that in the field of people management and to be the best CHRO, you've done very well. Congratulations. You well deserve it. Shrikant, thank you. Very good.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Shrikant. Many congratulations to you. I hope you will be celebrating with your loved ones. Many congratulations once again.
Thank you, Kathy.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the final award of the evening, and it is the biggest award. HR community not only just builds careers, it builds lives. And there is this person who has spent all his life building the lives of others and careers of others. We'd like to formally, of course, reward and recognize this gentleman. I'd like you to first take a look at the audiovisual. This is the Lifetime Achievement Award. Yes, I'd like all of you to put your hands together for the Lifetime Achievement Award, which is an editorial and jury recommendation, most senior Indian HR leader, Dr. Arvind N. Agarwal. I'd like you to welcome him on screen. Everybody, please put your virtual applause on. Dr. Arvind N. Agarwal served as the President and Chief Executive of Corporate Development and Human Resources and member of Management Board of RPG Enterprises. Dr. Agarwal has worked at RPG Enterprises since 1999, and he held and handled responsibilities in RPG comprised of HR and TQM. He served for 2 decades in the HR function in Escort and Modi Xerox. He was awarded the National HRD Award in 1992. He is an IIM Ahmedabad alumnus, specializing in marketing and human resource development, and BE from IIT Kharagpur. We are honored to have you here, Dr. Agarwal. Many congratulations to you.
Thank you, Kathy. Honorable Jury Chairman, Mr. Kulmeet Bawa, Mr. Dwarkanath, members of jury, Dr. Anurag Batra, and Business World team. I'm truly honored, and with great humility, I accept this Lifetime Achievement Award. I would also like to express my gratitude to my bosses who over the years trusted me and gave me very wide, varied, and exciting canvas to experiment, to contribute, learn, and grow over the years. I'm also thankful to my fellow HR professionals, both inside the companies that I work, as well as outside the company in the professional network, people who were fellow travelers who made the journey very exciting, very invigorating, and also enjoyable. Most importantly, I would also like to bring on record my wholehearted gratitude to my family, who stood by me throughout the journey in all the twists and turns. You can well imagine over the decades what I would have gone through, but they were always behind me and they stood by me. I have tried to be fair. I have tried to be inclusive and conscious of the institutional responsibilities that I carried as an HR professional. Today, when I stand before you, I'm mindful of the very unique context that is there in front of us. Firstly, there is a massive disruption as well as huge opportunity presented by the technology. There are millions at the bottom of the pyramid who remain struggling to get included in the mainstream of our society, craving for good education to advance their lives. With changed paradigm of work, how do you engage people? How do you build culture? How do you build capability to make India truly globally competitive? This Lifetime Achievement Awards this evening is a reminder and inspiration to me to carry out the work with the fellow HR professional, with the business leaders, and find answer to these challenges. And I recall famous poet Robert Frost's lines, "The woods are lovely, dark and deep, but I have promises to keep, and miles to go before I sleep, miles to go before I sleep." Once again, my gratitude for this award today. Thank you, Business World. Many thanks.
Dr. Agarwal, and I'd like our jury members, jury chair first, Mr. Dwarkanath, to say a few words.
It's indeed an honor and privilege to congratulate Dr. Arvind N. Agarwal, whom I have fondly known as Arvind. Arvind, you are truly a role model. I think one of the things when we were discussing in the jury with the editorial board, this is something very unique and a special award. It is not that we call for any nominations. So we know to determine the criteria, some of the things which we made it very clear, you should be a role model and he should have made a seminal contribution to the organization. He had played a significant role in developing people and also in encouraging the fraternity and the business leaders through various other activities. I think if one person truly deserves it, it is you, Arvind. I think for what you have done for the HR fraternity and also to the businesses in which you are associated. Indeed, it's my special honor to be a part of this jury when giving this award. I'm sure that you will spread this message and make it happen in future also. Continue to create this authenticity in what you say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dwarka.
Mr. Harshvardhan.
Chairman, Mr. Dwarkanath has already expressed, and I would say, heartiest congratulations, Dr. Agarwal. Very, very well deserving, as has been explained. Congratulations once again.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Harshvardhan. Thank you.
Dr. Pawan Kumar.
Dr. Arvind Agarwal ji, congratulations to you. You have been HRM personified. That is a fact, and we have simply underlined that fact. Congratulations, and we are honored having you amongst us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Rizvi.
I have no words to say in front of the stalwarts. Mr. Dwarkanath has already said that. The only thing that I would say, and I discussed with Dr. Arvind yesterday, that during this digital environment, I have too many role models whom I've met digitally, and now I need to meet them in person. Hope the things get well. So we'll definitely catch up with you.
Inshallah.
Congratulations, sir. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Khyati, you have missed one thing. He is also a PhD. I think this is very important. After his active corporate life, he has earned his PhD from IIT Bombay.
Wow.
That's why he's known as Dr. Arvind N. Agarwal.
Dwarka.
No, it's a fact. I think what I'm trying to say is not to flatter you, but to tell the fraternity, if you really want to achieve something, age has no barrier.
Absolutely.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Absolutely. So, which is why I say miles to go,
And we'd love to see more of you, Dr. Agarwal, still changing lives and still building lives. Thank you so much and many congratulations from all of us at BW People. We thank you and honor you with this Lifetime Achievement Award. I'd like all of you to please give a big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Business World. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And Mr. Talis Rizvi, now that we've come to the concluding part of the evening, I'd like you to give a formal vote of thanks for our jury, our speakers, winners, as well as our viewers.
And to you.
Absolutely, absolutely. So starting with the jury chairs, Mr. Dwarkanath, Mr. Bawa, and Mr. Harsh and Mr. Pawan for being there throughout the day and making this happen, and for helping us with the jury meet. So firstly, we should have a round of applause for the jury, so that because of them it was made possible. They sat through 9 hours at a stretch and evaluated each and every entry, and today we are concluding with that. Secondly, the entire team of BW People who collated the things, reached out to people, reached out to say 900 odd companies and fetched the nominations from there. So leading the thing was Ashish, who took it ahead. And today's event was curated by Sugandh and Janani. And Janani was the one who got all the people together, and a huge lineup of speakers and stalwarts from across the globe were present there. Plus the entire team of BW Business World who have made this possible: Deepak, Mayank, Sumit, Tanvi, Prerna, Devika, Mayan. So I would like to thank everyone, and especially Khyati for holding the entire fort together through the day. We had certain glitches, but we overcame, and so I would like to thank once again. Thanks for the jury members for being here through the day, and thanks Mr. Dwarkanath, thanks Mr. Harsh, thanks Mr. Pawan. Over to you, Khyati.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rizvi. Yes, with that, we wrap this 6th edition of BW HR Excellence Summit and Awards 2021. We wholeheartedly thank the jury members for their time, for giving away the awards, for evaluating the awards, and hearty congratulations.
Khyati, Mr. Harsh wants to say something.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, on behalf of the jury, I wanted to thank our chairman, Mr. Dwarkanath, the way he managed, progressed, identified the best suitable candidates. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Rizvi, Khyati, very well done. The way you have been conducting and the entire Business World team, I always say to Anurag, how everything is so methodical, how it goes in absolutely in time, and a lot of hard work goes behind it, So great awards and great jury members, and all of you have done very well. So thank you so much, and congratulations to each one of the Business World team members.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir. Really grateful for your appreciation. So yes, hearty congratulations to all the winners and their teams. We also would like to thank all our panelists who imparted nuggets of wisdom on the various topics deliberated on. Most of all, we thank you for staying with us throughout the show. Today's event was possible because of our presenting partner, Randstad India. We'd like to thank them. And of course, if you're taking those winning shots, don't forget to use the hashtag HR Excellence Award so that we can join the celebrations as well. With that, we wish you a very good night and goodbye from the BW People team. This is me, Khyati Kawa, your host, signing off. Thank you very much, everybody. Stay safe and take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.